Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Trick, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you hollering in person. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. That was my man, Brother Eric, 16 to Life. Go to his webpage, 16tolife.com, or you can go to his website, 16tolife.com, or you can go to his webpage, his YouTube webpage, 16 to Life. Go listen to some funny stories over there. Brother Eric is just a real good dude, man. Just 24 years out on the yard, the California penal system, man, and still tall on that. And now he's just trying to talk youngsters out of going and following and making the mistakes that he made, some of the mistakes that he made. And I think that's a good thing, man. I think that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Brother Eric. And I do have his permission to use this music. So shout out to him for that. All right. Did I tell you can get merch over there? Go to 16life.com. He got these shirts, yard down shirts. I'm gonna wear one day. I ordered one. I got it. I just gotta go pick it up. But yeah, man. I ordered the hoodie. I ordered the t-shirt. I mean, trying to support the brother, man. You know what I'm saying? Brother's a talented brother, and you got a job for him. You know, put some money in his pocket. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to. You know what? I'm gonna work with it. I got some things I got to talk to Brother Eric about. So maybe let me take my own advice. All right. That was our brother 16 to Life, better known as Brother Eric. Okay. Good morning, y'all. Good afternoon, y'all. In Southern California, it's 12:36 in the PM, and y'all know why we're here. We're here to talk about some of our great thinkers, as Black people. When I say our, not only American, but of course, we as Blacks have been told that we were or are put in position to feel like we were inferior for so long that sometimes we don't address or appreciate some of our great thinkers, and we think those of our great thinkers that can think at a high level or outside of the box. We call them different names, right? You think you white, you're a coon, you blackity black. We so mixed up we don't know what we doing, right? We don't know what we doing, man. Shout out to everybody that's stopping by, everybody in the bushes, and everybody that's in the live chat. So I wanted to talk today about three of our greats. Whether you agree with them or not, they have proven that they are great thinkers from the Black diaspora, right? First guy I'm going to talk about is Thomas Sowell. Now, I don't always agree with Thomas Sowell. Sometimes I do, but most of the time I don't. He's another Victim Olympics type of guy, right? And I'm really not a Victim Olympics type of person because I never see these Victim Olympics people run that up the Jewish people's flagpole, right? They never run the Victim Olympics up the Jewish people's flagpole. And when I see you run the Victim Olympics flag up the Jewish people's flagpole, now you got a little more credibility with me. I'll sit down and at least talk to you. But when you just run the Victim Olympics past us, that's not gonna get it. That's not gonna get it. So I'm gonna break down the logic of Thomas Sowell. We're gonna watch one of his videos, and absolutely Thomas Sowell, very intelligent man, very intelligent economist, Black man, very intelligent. However, it appears that that intelligence is being mined and data mined to be used in a certain way to achieve a certain type of outcome where we as Black people are made to look like we are begging for something or begging for things or righting wrongs with us. That's not going to help our plight, or that shouldn't even be done to that shouldn't even be attempted to do because of the Victim Olympics mentality. So let's do this. Let's get into you guys are wondering where Rico and Patrice are. I don't know. I sent them the link, so it's not on me. I definitely sent them the link. So maybe they got caught up doing some other things. Shout out to them. All right, so let's listen to the good Dr. Sowell. And let's see. What? Okay, let's do that again. Okay, because I didn't. I wanted. Okay, that was not what I wanted. Okay. The good Dr. Soul. There we go. All right, so here we go. This is the good doctor. So what we're going to do is we're going to listen to the good Dr. Sowell, and he's going to talk about slavery, right? The name of this, you can look it up for yourself. The name of this clip is Facts About Slavery They Don't Teach You. I guess the they is the black people that are talking about how brutal and wicked slavery was as it was done in this country. Okay, so let's break down Mr. Sowell's logic on this clip.
Signs of our times is that people are not only playing the race card, they are playing the slavery card, which is supposedly the biggest trump of all. At the so-called Million Man March in Washington, poet Maya Angelou rang all the changes on slavery at a rally billed as forward-looking and as being about black independence rather than white guilt. Meanwhile, best-selling author Dinesh D'Souza was being denounced in the media for having said that slavery was not a racist institution. First of all, anyone familiar with the history of slavery around the world knows that its origins go back thousands of years and that slaves and slave owners were very often of the same race. Those who are ignorant of all this, or who think of slavery in the United States as if it were the only slavery, go ballistic when anyone tells them that this institution was not based on race.
Hey, it's our first fallacy. What has slavery that has happened all over the world have to do with the reparations we're asking for here in America? What does that got to do with it, Dr. Sowell? Right? Right? That's like I ARP your daughter, right? And you say, hey, you go to the police and say, hey, this man ARP my daughter. What are they supposed to say as the police? Well, hey, people been ARPing people since the beginning of time. You're making it sound like it's an issue that he ARPed your daughter. Why do you want justice for your daughter when all of these other people didn't get justice? Come on, Mr. Sowell, you got to do better than that. But see, this is all targeted towards a group of the conservative community, particularly the Caucasian conservative community, which is they are tired of being held accountable for what their forefathers have done. And I get that. I get that. You know, they don't want to be held accountable. They don't want their children held accountable for it no more. I get it. But the way you do it is by correcting that wrong. You do something. The reparations would take that off of you, right? Or at least most of it, right? But anyway, so we debunked that line of logic that just because no one else was given, other people weren't given justice for the slavery that they endured. Therefore, you don't deserve justice for the slavery you endured, right? That's out the ballpark. That logic is absolutely ridiculous. What's going on, brother Rico?
How's it going there, sir? How you doing? How you doing?
All right, man. We got something right up your alley, brother. We got something right up your alley.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so we got Dr. Thomas Sowell. Have you ever heard of Dr. Thomas Sowell?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Very accomplished man. Very accomplished. Very accomplished. Dr. Sowell is a very accomplished man.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as putting out literature and speaking engagements and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, whether you agree with him or not,
no, right.
Very accomplished individual, right? So right now we're going through one of his videos.
Yeah.
So what I just debunked, Rico, is he said, well, let me back it up. Let me back it up.
Oh, not the D'Souza, Dinesh.
Yeah. At the so-called Million Man March in Washington, poet Maya Angelou rang all the changes on slavery at a rally billed as forward-looking and as being about black independence rather than white guilt. Meanwhile, best-selling author Dinesh D'Souza was being denounced in the media for having said that slavery was not a racist institution. First of all, anyone familiar with the history of slavery around the world knows that its origins go back thousands of years, and that slaves and slave owners were very often of the same race. Those who are ignorant of all this, or who think of slavery in the United States as if it were the only slavery, go ballistic when anyone tells them that this institution was not based on race. Blacks were not enslaved because they were black, but because they were available at the time.
Do you agree with that situation, Rico?
Absolutely hell fucking no. He's accurate. He's accurate that slavery. He's accurate that the origin of slavery. He is accurate that the origin of slavery was not race based, but the institution of American slavery was.
Definitely was race based.
That's
right?
all I'm saying. So, if they tell one truth, so like I said, he's very accomplished, but that doesn't make him accurate. So.
Right.
The origin of slavery was not race-based. It was more tribal. No disagreement with that. But
Right.
the American institution of slavery was based directly, historically, and written document by race. They constantly, all throughout slavery, kept speaking to the inferiority of the African. What the fuck
Right.
is that if that's not? They didn't say the inferiority because they got kinky hair or they said of the African race. So it was deemed natural that they should be subordinate and submissive to the white man. So he can knock it off with that old cooning ass shit. But I said, and he's smart enough to know better than that. So that's why I just can't deal with people like that when they know what they're saying, when they're just gaslighting. Because I'm like, as you said, he's an accomplished man. He's smart enough to know that the American ideal of slavery was racist. Fuck what him and Dinesh says.
Absolutely. It was absolutely a commercial endeavor that was based on the race of the people that they were capturing.
That's the same
thing. The American government had no issue with the blacks being enslaved. Matter of fact, put it in the Constitution, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. They use the exact same ideology to decimate the Native American based on race.
Right.
It's based on race.
I mean,
period.
But okay. So that's the first
for the oppression of the Mexicans and the oppression of the Chinese based on race.
I know, but it's sad to see somebody.
What was that based on? That was based on race.
Hey, they just caught them.
All of these people was based on race.
Hey, what about the Chinese? What about the Chinese immigrants working on the railroads, right?
But then the Chinese Exclusion Act, where you didn't want to give them citizenship. So after you got them to kill a couple 100,000 of them building the damn railroad, then you want to deport the rest of them based on what? Race.
Eye color.
The fuck off.
Okay. So we're just here. Now, we're not saying that Thomas Sowell is not a powerful thinker. What we're saying is, what they say, if only you use your powers for good, right?
Yeah.
Only somebody would use their powers for good, right? Hold on, Rico. Shout out to Sister Annie. Good to see you in the building, sis. And always Quantum, always in the building. My hardcores, good to see y'all's in the building. Thank you for stopping by. All right, so we just debunked the first thing that Thomas Sowell was talking about. The good doctor said that he was trying to elude that slavery was not a racist institution, right? We all know that is a complete and utter farce, but the good doctor made that assertion, right? Without saying it. All right, so let's continue, Rico. The good doctor's got some more goodies waiting for us.
Time. Whites enslaved other whites in Europe for centuries before the first black slave was brought to the Western Hemisphere. Only late in history were human beings even capable of crossing an ocean to get millions of other human beings of a different race. In the thousands of years before that, not only did Europeans enslave other Europeans, Asians enslaved other Asians, Africans enslaved other Africans, and the native peoples of the Western Hemisphere enslaved other native peoples of the Western Hemisphere.
Okay, Rico.
Nothing he said disputes anything what we said. We
You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make sure it's just not just me, right?
We acknowledge that the origin of slavery was tribalism. We
Right.
acknowledge that.
What has that got to do with
Native
what we're talking
Americans
about, right?
enslaved other Native American tribes when they
Right.
captured them, but they didn't do it on the basis of race.
Right.
American institution of slavery was based on race. Just knock it the fuck off. And the whole concept about no, ships were traveling across oceans. They just wasn't traveling across oceans for the purpose of enslaving other people, because the Vikings, far before the Europeans, they were traveling from continent to continent. They wouldn't enslave you. They kill you, steal all your gold and all your precious, and then leave, because they didn't want your lands or your people. They just wanted to kill you and take whatever they wanted to take. They were a seafaring people, and they were not the only seafaring people. So the whole nonsense about, it wasn't happening. It didn't start happening until ships were going before the slave trade from continent to continent, but they were going for different reasons other than they wasn't even, like I said, the original seafaring people, which were the nomadic people. I mean the Vikings and whatever. They wasn't even going. They didn't colonize. They went pillaged, and went back home.
Arpin, don't forget Arpin.
Right.
And pillaged.
But what I'm saying, like you said, the people from Greenland and Sweden, and they love where they were. They just like going taking other people's shit. They didn't want your people. They didn't want your land. They come back. They let you recover and say, "We'll go back next year and we'll do it again."
Yeah, exactly.
And go back next year and we do it again.
So Rico, let's also don't forget the Romans. The Romans, they enslaved millions of white people, and they didn't have to cross no oceans to do it. No. They just went around enslaving everybody who was close enough to be enslaved.
Even the Greeks were doing it. Alexander the Great.
Exactly. The Greeks were doing it.
In Persia.
Even the Greeks before the Romans were doing it. And then the Romans got into the business. So we're not saying that slavery didn't exist before American slavery. We're just saying that American slavery was based on race.
So that's why we should say, when you needed to qualify it, let's be crystal clear. Dr. Sowell is not a fucking historian.
I would say he is not aligned with history.
No. He's not a historian. I think he's an economics. I think he's degree
even in economics.
Right, in economics. So the thing is, but he's speaking about history. So he's no more influential, and he's always speaking on issues of race. I mean, I'll listen to him. I'll give him credence when he speaks about the economy, because that's what he's trained in. That's what he teaches. That's what he's got his professorship. And it's not to say that he don't know these other things, but when it belies in the face of common sense, as the young folks call it, is cap.
Well, I mean, the American government has the receipts, man. And you look in the Constitution, it says Negro. It clearly defines us as 3/5 of a person, right?
And that's the thing that I never understand.
I would like to see him explain that one and say, "Oh, that wasn't about race, right?"
But see, that's the thing, Clarence. It's like they always will believe they'll believe any of the white history that supports their ideas. Exactly. But anything that goes against
suppositions, not even history, Rico, suppositions.
Right. But then if it's an idea, if that same level of evidence that's being given the same level of scrutiny goes against them, they call that liberal.
We throw that out, right?
But see, the same people, those same institutions and universities where you're getting your other information from to weaponize, whether it's science and politics and everything else, come from them same liberal institutions. So how come they only know what they're talking about when they're agreeing with you? Because again, it wasn't Black scholars that came up with this information to support and substantiate the American slavery system being based on race. Those were white scholars. And
Rico,
in spite of the conversations I had with several other people, I'm like, it's not just in books. There's physical evidence to show the disgusting, degrading, horrific brutality of American chattel slavery. There's physical. People don't understand. I'm like, there are still standing plantations that exist today.
Right.
Buildings and structures, physical buildings and structures where slaves used to live in that have been preserved. There are slave cemeteries where the remains of them still exist.
Right.
All sorts of things, just like we can find Native American artifacts. If the same way they can find prehistoric dinosaur bones in the American West. Okay, that's called fucking science. So when they sit there and they come up with these stories and these narratives that were written and were passed, that's the same way with everything. I'm like, y'all believe the fucking Constitution? Y'all believe Benjamin Franklin and all them wrote that, and there's nothing but a piece of paper and a parchment. So if you can believe these magnificent white men came up with this goddamn Constitution, why can't you believe that they also own slaves? When their own writings, even in the writings of Jefferson and Washington, their own handwriting, the same handwriting that signed the Constitution, signed papers of saying, I own Negro Sally Hemings.
Right. Well, see, like I said, Rico, the conservative, work, their training is to have selective association, meaning that they'll selectively associate history with this, selectively associate, and if, like you said, if this part of history don't fit the narrative, then we just throw it out. We say, oh, a liberal wrote that book.
So this is what they're supposedly saying. They're giving us facts about slavery that we weren't taught at school.
Exactly.
They're and you see how they gaslight with the title. Like, who the fuck didn't know that slavery was more than just, that people of the same race didn't own slaves? We all knew that.
This is not for us, Rico. This is for white conservatives. This is for them to tell them, hey, the people out here, the reason why they want this CRT taught is because they don't know this. If they knew this, they wouldn't ask for reparations, because they would say, "Oh, well, they didn't get justice for the slavery that they went through. Why should we ask for justice now?" Right?
And you know who disgusts me the most, and who
shout out to OG Patrice,
and who's in my mind our biggest enemies, the Negro conservatives.
Well, he's one. He is definitely one. He is definitely one. But here's the whole point, Rico. I want to lay the groundwork for why we need people like Dr. Claude Anderson and Dr. Newton. I want us to lay the groundwork because this type of information is being proliferated out into white conservative, where they pick one of these Negroes to come out here. No disrespect to Dr. Sowell, but they'll pick one that can be they give him degrees.
No. Don't say no disrespect to him. Disrespect to him.
No disrespect to him personally. I don't know him personally. Just talk about what he's doing.
His position because the problem is this, Clarence. I don't cotton to no disrespect because his position is causing harm to our community.
I'm not cotton to him. I just don't know him as a person.
But I don't know him as
practice. I don't talk about people personally that I don't know.
This is what I'm saying. I don't know him personally. I don't know Dinesh personally, but I know that their positions are causing harm to communities of color. Period. You cannot tell me that their positions is not causing harm to communities of color. And for that, I say,
well, they're causing harm. They're causing harm in the white community. It's causing harm in the white community because it's giving them a biased association with us. It's causing harm.
No. But let me tell you this: that thinking, that shit that they do and Dinesh is doing, that's why Buffalo happened.
That's my point, Rico.
But Buffalo happened because they're putting that sort of intellectual dishonesty and poison out in the community, and people go out there and through their own willful ignorance and choosing to believe in this made up bullshit. All of a sudden, even though we're still at the bottom, because now remember, because Negro conservatives will tell you all day we last place of everything, but yet somehow you got some nut ass white 18-year-old that's running around want to shoot us up because they think that we getting everything from affirmative action. So I'm like, well, goddamn, are we in last place or are we not? I'm confused.
It's not about that, Rico.
You say we in last place, but now you done gassed up these white kids who go out here and want to kill us because they think we getting handouts and everything's being given.
It's not because we giving. It's because we're black.
We know that's not it. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
It's not because we're getting handouts. It's not because the government's trying to help. It's not none of that stuff. It's because we are black. Period. The end.
All I'm saying is it's a dangerous game. I'm just saying it's a dangerous game when they propagate this type of information. And see, the thing is, whether it's him, whether it's Sowell, whether it's fucking Tatum, whether it's Candid, whether it's the conservative twins, whether it's any of those other fucking goofballs, in an effort for self-enrichment, they want to sit there and feel like, well, I'm not responsible for it. And they take no
basically, they
responsibility.
get a pat on the head, Rico. They get a pat on the head. You're a good nigga. See, you're a good nigga. You're one of the good niggas.
So my whole point is,
with us. You can come sit. Now, you can't sit at the big table. You can't sit at the big table, but we have a little table at the back door.
I'm not going to try to talk to them intellectually. I'm just going to say that to them, because I always think about the victim. I think about the harm that's being done to our community because they're playing fucking games.
But that's my
we
point.
all know we got problems, but don't come out with this. Well, slavery wasn't about race. Like so now you're excusing the most barbaric chapter of our history. The worst thing this country has ever done was slavery. The worst thing it's ever done.
One of the, yeah, right up there. Probably one or two. Yeah, definitely. But okay, so Rico, here's the thing though. See, which is why I say he's not only harming the black people, definitely harming black people, but white people as well, because when you have a person that does, let me explain what I'm talking about. So when you have a person that does something like the person that goes in and kills everybody in New York, or a race-based shooting like that, mass shooting like that, what happens is it's a natural occurrence, right? The people of that race that were victimized, the vengeance will come up in them to try to do something and retaliate to the person, so they can't get to the person. So the easiest person they can retaliate against is the race of a person, right? Well, you part of this race, so take this, right? So not only puts them in harm's way because they out there teaching that garbage, but now puts us in the harm's way and puts everybody in harm's way. If you just teach the truth about everything, the people will be more learned, and it'll be not as aggressive happenstance out here, but because, like you said, they're out here teaching, hey, them black people, man, all they got to do to get some grant money to go to school is walk into the financial aid office and say, I'm black, I'm here, and they just start throwing checks over the desk, right? That's how they think, right? And so they be like, damn, them black, them niggas, they get everything, right? And on top of us being black, right? And so they go out there with that type of mentality where we just need to get rid of them. We can save all this money, right? And so then they are doing an attack on us. The extremists of them will do an attack on us, physical attack on us, and then what will we do? We will want retaliation, and so some of the extremists among us would go out and do attacks on them, and it just keeps going. The Hatfields and McCoys, when that could be alleviated by telling the people the truth, in my opinion. Okay, let's get Patrice in here. Patrice.
Hello.
Hey, sis, what's going on with you?
Good afternoon, sis.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing?
We doing all right. Rico's being good today. I don't know what's happening. Maybe he ain't got enough libations.
I'm early in. I'm starting late. I'm starting late.
Okay.
Take advantage of it.
All right.
Don't talk too early.
Heck with me in an hour.
What I missed? Who was this dude right here on
Let me bring you up to speed, sis. So what we're doing is, before we get to Dr. Claude Anderson and Dr. Huey P. Newton, we want to get into the ground where what is being taught on the conservative level now. Why do we need people like Dr. Huey and Dr. Anderson, Dr. Newton and Dr. Anderson? Why do we need cats like that? Well, because let's see what the conservative people who are actually probably running America, for the most part, what they're being taught. Okay, so they're being told not by black people that they will demark as good Negroes, and they give them, degrees and honorary this and honorary that, so that they can, as long as they're going to come out and push the conservative agenda, which is don't blame white folks, right? Okay, so
Clarence always say the other side. He always on the other side. He always with that.
So
He always with that devil man. Oh, Jesus.
So that's what. No, because Rico, we gotta lay the ground. We gotta see
No, we
why
don't.
how this thing is
No, we don't.
situation
I'm trying
like
to
this.
think you believe it. I'm trying to think.
We gotta. You gonna take my black card, Rico? Rico,
I'm gonna
please,
my side.
please leave my black card, Rico. Dang, just leave my black
It's getting
card.
close.
All right. So since we're watching this video about the good Dr. Thomas Sowell, and of course he is a black conservative economist. He's one of those victim Olympics type people. So he's explaining.
Oh, this is the Dr. Sowell. I heard of him. Okay.
No, this is Dinesh D'Souza.
No, this is who you're looking at is Dr. Sowell is narrating this situation,
right?
But D'Souza is actually this is another.
I think he's Indian. He's either Indian or Pakistani or something like that. But he got that same mindset that it's always the immigrants' fault and it's never white people's fault. That's just basically him. It's always the immigrant fault.
Let me play a little bit more of Dr. Sowell, and let's get to it.
Souza was right. Slavery was not about race. The fact that his critics are ignorant of history is their problem. What was peculiar about the American situation was not just that slaves and slave owners were of different races, but that slavery contradicted the whole philosophy of freedom on which the society was founded. If all men were created equal, as the Declaration of Independence said, then blacks had to be depicted as less than men. While the antebellum South produced a huge volume of apologetic literature trying to justify slavery on racist grounds, no such justification was considered necessary in vast reaches of the world and over vast expanses of time. In most parts of the world, people saw nothing wrong with slavery.
Okay, y'all, once again, just because all over the world they're doing slavery, it's all good. Does that mean we don't have the opportunity? We should not ask for justice for what we've been through?
No, but see, here's Clarence. This is the part that he missed out, right? Okay, you got to listen to what he says, right? First of all, he said all over the world that slavery was existing, but only in America was it based on race. See, so while slavery still existed in other parts of the country, and other parts of the world, they were still enslaving people of the same race. So because, like, I tell you the truth, at the same time that they were importing African slaves, say, to South America, they still were making slaves out of indigenous people as well. But now everywhere where they imported African slaves, it was based on race. Everywhere, and that pretty much was all through Latin America and even in Europe. But for whatever reason, in England and other European countries, they outlawed slavery way much earlier than we did here in the U.S. So the whole narrative that he keep trying to push, like, no, Dinesh D'Souza was not right when he said that American slavery was not based on race, because American slavery was specifically based on race. He even said so when he said that the Constitution says if all men are created equal, then an African man is still a man. An African man is still a man. So for what reason did they not see that an African man was equal? Because of his Africanness. His Africanness was his race.
I don't even think it was based on Africanism. I think it was just based on his color.
Exactly. Well, that's what I'm just saying. When I say Africanism, I'm saying color, because again, and for them to say, well, to say that the African was inferior, but he's still a man, so that flies in the face of their Constitution. So the fact that he knows that and he's saying that, I'm like, how can you say that race had nothing to do with it, or it wasn't based on race, if that's the only criteria? If the only thing that separated at that time an African man from a white man was race, it couldn't be anything else. They both had 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 eyes, tongues. They could all speak. They breathed the same way. They both needed food and water for nourishment. They were identical in every way but one thing.
Okay, Rico, let me ask this as well. Okay, now we all know there's a person out there
that they were equal in every way except for they did not have the same color.
Right. So there was we had a person that we used to come around on a platform that I'm not black, right? And this person would say This person would
They black with him of color.
well, that too, but also that there were white slaves in America, right? But the Constitution did not acknowledge them. Obviously, they were not a big enough issue for the Constitution to acknowledge, right?
Well, we can start with the fact that that's not even true.
What I'm just saying
I mean,
that alone debunks that. But
right,
let's,
it's not even true.
but let me. I'm just talking
They were
about
white indentured servants, but they were not white
we
slaves.
talking about receipts, Rico. We don't want to just
Right.
talk. We talk about receipts.
I'm
The
just saying,
US
there's no
Constitution
receipt.
is the biggest receipt we got that slavery in America was race-based.
Yes.
It's the biggest receipt we got, right?
Yeah.
It says clearly in the Constitution that Negroes are 3/5 of a man, right? Are to be
No, that's not in the Constitution. That was decided after the fact. They didn't even write it into the Constitution.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Take that back.
It was after the fact where they did. I think
it was in
Court,
an agreement they had.
I think it was a Dred Scott decision, or some decision. It was some decision.
Let me look it up. You're right, because it's not in the Constitution. The Constitution said all men are created equal. So you're right. So let me don't say that. I'm giving out some back. But the American government definitely acknowledged
the Supreme
that
Court,
slavery was a race-based issue.
The highest court in the land, the Supreme Court, and they dictated that so that the slaves would count as only 3/5 of a man.
For you right now, Rico. Okay, so let's let Patrice weigh in. Patrice, you got something to say on this issue?
Just I'm gonna listen a little bit more, but the thing about it is, I think even with all of that happening, and there may have been slaves that were white and of other color, people seem to think just because that was the case and just because that was accepted, people seem to forget that it doesn't make it right, even when it was a law. Just because something is a law doesn't make it right. And that's the big misconception when people say, well, there were white slaves and slavery was, it was a law. Yes, but it still didn't make it right. And this is the thing that, the talking points when I hear that is when people try to use that as an excuse. Doesn't make it right. Something could be a law. Something could be accepted in a society, in a race of people. Still doesn't make it right. So that debunks that right there. Just because it was legal, just because there were white slaves or any other color slave, but we do know that slavery for us was based off of race, and we were considered 3/5 of a human being.
Right,
does not make it right.
Right, but my thing is this. This is my thing is even on something as simple as them putting out a completely debunked trope that white people were slaves in America. I think for me, we always get into a problem when we concede a demonstrable debunk point. So what they end up doing is they end up just like wholly making up some shit, right? And it's sort of like a fight, right? So you get into a fight and you go into a fight and you're both, here at the 50-yard line right here, and you're level, right? But if at this or a football game, you're on the 50-yard line, offense on this side, defense on this side. But if somehow or another the offense can say, wait a minute, we're gonna blow the whistle. No. You're not supposed to be there. You're supposed to be 30 yards back. And now they done pushed you back to the 20-yard line. Okay, now we'll start the game because the defense agrees with them, even though that, the defense just fall for whatever dumb shit the offense say. Oh, you stepped across the line. That was a penalty. You got to move back 20 yards. I think for us, our problem is we get in these spaces and we concede a false narrative from the beginning. I'm not getting in a conversation with nobody that's going to tell me that white people were slaves the same as black. I'm like, no, we're not going to start the position from that place because we know that shit is untrue. It's a demonstrably untrue thing. Slavery was, and I just tell them real simple, okay? It's like, I'm like, look, don't come with me with that Irish bullshit, okay? The Irish were not slaves. They were indentured servitude. They were here to pay off a debt, typically for 7 years, for their fucking free passage over here, okay? That's being indebted. Okay, that's indentured servitude. Okay, slavery, you were enslaved for life. You could not pay off a debt because you were chattel. Slavery, you were property. You wasn't an indentured servant. Was
That's
still
the
a man.
Dred Scott decision. That's the
Right.
Dred Scott.
An indentured servant was still a man. A slave was not. I said further, not only was you enslaved, but your children and your children's children were slaves. That didn't happen to an indentured servant. An indentured servant come here, get married, have a wife. His fucking kids were not born into slavery. They were free. So don't conflate the two. An indentured servant signed a fucking contract. A slave didn't. So we're not even going to start on that space because that's what they do to try to get you off your game. When you the minute you bring up slavery, they're reaching
to justify it.
Right.
That's what they do, trying to justify the excuse. It's the same way they do when they say, well, slavery was legal. It still didn't make it right because it was legal.
Or that's what they come up with to say, well, see, you don't hear the Irish getting reparations. Them motherfuckers with slaves. That's why they ain't getting reparations.
Even if they were, Rico, even
they're
if they
not.
were
But Clarence, it's a mistake every time we budge on it because
listen to me, Rico. Listen. If I rape somebody's, I ARP somebody's daughter.
Yes.
And they go to the police and they say, hey, you know, this guy ARPed my daughter. The police are not going to say, well, hey, they've been ARPing people, so why you looking for justice? They've been ARPing people. Hey, if you didn't go after justice for what happened to you, that's on you.
But but my question is this, do you see how we weaken our argument?
No, it's not weak. It's not weak at all.
Listen, I'm saying in a debate, if you know anything about debating, if you concede a point that you don't have to concede, you weaken your position because a debate is a back and forth of ideas. I know it's not, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying I'm debating you. I'm saying I know that we're all in agreement.
No. That's not what I'm saying, Rico. I'm saying there's so much evidence for the position that we're proposing.
But
There's no debate. There's nothing to debate there.
Right. But what I'm sitting there saying is to come into, like you said, and only reward the whole, well, there were white slaves. No, we just got to flat out say that's just straight bullshit. Don't even say, well, even if there was, no, there was none. So we're not even going to discuss that. So that's why all I'm saying is you can't say, well, even if there was, because it's been scientifically, historically proven to be false. If it was an unanswered question, then I'll go, hey, we don't know. Historians have studied that shit repeatedly and said this shit is made up. So we have to land in that space. Remember, Clarence, a fact is a fact. There were no fucking white slaves in America. That's just it. You can look it up. It's been debunked 1,000,000 times. But we can't let them keep gaslighting us with that, because if you give them that crap, and you got black people who will say it, like, dude, don't say that because that's not true. How do you know? It's been debunked. I'm gonna point it to you, and you just got to stop saying it because that's what they want. What they say, a lie is halfway around the world before the truth gets its pants on. Because they just throw this shit out, and if we don't challenge it and push back against it, we weaken our argument for reparations, for everything else, because they're throwing every piece of shit at the wall, and we sit around there flabbergasted, and we let too much shit go by, is all I'm saying. Something like that, I'm like, we need to shut that down every time we hear it. No, they were not white slaves. There were white indentured servants, there were poor people, there was all kinds of shit you want, but they were not fucking slaves. Full stop.
Okay.
There were zero.
Right, so okay. Let me do a couple of shout outs here. Doberman says first, black people are not doing extremist attacks on white supremacists. In fact, black people are known to be so forgiving that's it's absurd. We never have been a hateful or violent people historically. Yeah, not unless we were provoked. Absolutely. Doberman said, Rico, black suppressionists have devolved to a level of desperation that outright lying is acceptable. True indeed. Black people need to stop fighting on the back foot by tabling utter nonsense. Tabling nonsense.
Meaning, like, we'll come back to it like, no, it's just utter nonsense. Trash it.
Yeah.
Just made up
Shout
garbage.
out to Domi said, thank you, Rico. I just said that black people's willingness to table outright ridiculous BS is why these people
Keep
make up
making this shit
the
up.
phrasing lines. A J E
EW will not give an inch,
is not give an inch.
and they won't.
All right.
And they won't, and that's why they don't get fucked over. They will not give an inch on that bullshit.
No, well, hey, you know what? It
I
doesn't.
just want us to be a little
They
bit
don't
better.
care. They don't let the people like that even start talking about they will come in and hit them with so much
Shout out to you, Doberman, because you were
or
spot
hit them
on.
with so much rhetoric that they just will knock
And
them out of the box.
that's all I'm trying to say. It's like, for the things that we know, we can't budge. If I don't know, if it's a question, I'm like, hey, I'll look into it. But I don't even go with the, well, even I'm like, you know what? Let me research it. But with that whole whites, I hate when they do that shit. They'll be like, the Irish, the Italian. I'm like, fuck no. They didn't have the money to pay for the fucking boat trip. We didn't even ask to get on the fucking boat. They got on the boat voluntarily. We didn't fucking ask to get on the boat. That's a difference.
Yeah. And they were promised
oh, they had it just as hard. No, they fucking didn't. They had it nowhere a million times as hard as we did. So stop.
Well, like I said, let's finish with the good doctor, because the good doctor is gonna give us some more jewels. More jewels out here. All right.
Strange as that seems to us today, 100 years ago, only Western civilization saw anything wrong with slavery. And 200 years ago, only a minority in the West thought it was wrong. Of all the tragic facts about the history of slavery, the most astonishing to an American today is that, although slavery was a worldwide institution for thousands of years, nowhere in the world was slavery a controversial issue prior to the 18th century. People of every race and color were enslaved, and enslaved others. White people were still being bought and sold as slaves in the Ottoman Empire, decades after American blacks were freed. Everyone hated the idea of being a slave, but few had any qualms about enslaving others. Slavery was just not an issue, not even among intellectuals, much less among political leaders, until the 18th century, and then it was an issue only in Western civilization. Among those who turned against slavery in the 18th century were George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Patrick Henry, and other American leaders.
Okay. Good old Pat, good old George Washington, we know were slave owners, right?
Yeah, I said, play a little bit part. Maybe he's gonna tell you about when they freed them, because I ain't never get that in history either.
No, not these guys weren't around when slavery was free, so I don't know what he's
No.
talking about.
Maybe he gonna tell you the part where one of them three freed their slaves, because none of them did.
So
they turned against it. They turned against it. However, they kept their black asses enslaved.
That's what I'm saying. So that's
what I'm saying. Maybe that's what's gonna come up.
That's a contradiction right there. Okay, so let's move on.
So
you could research all of 18th century Africa or Asia or the Middle East without finding any comparable rejection of slavery there. But who is singled out for scathing criticism today? American leaders of the 18th century. Those who talk about slavery as if it were just the enslavement.
They didn't turn none of them loose. So how you going to give them credit for turning against slavery, but yet they kept them as slaves? And then bequeathed them to their ancestors to continue the practice.
But do you see the logic here? This is the lot. If you have children, children use this logic all the time.
Yeah.
You didn't catch them. They didn't. They doing it. How come I can't do it? Right. Like, that's a logic that children use.
I'm supposed to give George Washington and Thomas Jefferson a pat on the back because they found, you know what? I think keeping them niggas locked up in chains is wrong. Okay.
It's wrong for you, not wrong for me.
It just thought about it.
I'm a good master.
And thought about it, but didn't get up and say, you know what? I'm a free these people. No. Yeah.
Here's a mule. Here's a mule. Here's 100 acres, and here's some seeds. Go on out there and make your way, brother. Right? No, did that happen?
You better have that goddamn cotton in the morning. You gonna get that laugh on your ass. Is what they say. But yeah,
Yeah, man.
he's
What
suggesting that we should look up.
Harry Belafonte said, "Come, Mr. Tally Man, tally me bananas." Right? You gotta count
Here
those
I
bananas.
come.
So you get
It just don't make no sense.
but
Continue on.
my point, Rico, is the point that he's making is because everybody else was doing wrong, therefore, why are you criticizing us for doing wrong? If they've been doing wrong, but let me be clear, they do not use the same issue to the Jew. The Jewish
look,
people.
Here's part of the problem that he's wrong about too, and in specific, you got to be real careful about what he used. Right? He once again he committed to the fact that Asians and other people. I'm like, yeah, but they were keeping slaves of the same color, and they were keeping slaves based on tribalism. And when you talk about the Ottomans, which are Turkish, the majority of them, they were keeping white people. I'm like, a lot of Turks are white. The fuck are you talking about?
That's a whole nother conversation, Rico.
They're phenotypically white. There are white Turks. So you say the Ottomans kept white slaves. They were probably Ottoman too. They just were white Ottoman. You make it seem like all Ottoman were African when none of them was, or very few of them were. So that argument makes no sense. And again, those were usually conquering armies who took hope. See, and that's a big difference too. That sort of slavery before, an army would come in and take whole swaths of territory.
That's what slavery started.
And then they would enslave the people.
Right.
And you still stayed in your native lands, but you were now under, like the Romans used to. Now you're slaves of Rome, or you're slaves of the Greek, or you're slaves of this, because they would take over territory and so on and so forth. So it's a totally different thing.
Right. But see, here's the thing. So to use the logic that, well, since everybody else in the world was doing it, why are you upset with me? No, they shouldn't have been doing it, as well as you shouldn't have been doing it, right? At this level, where it was because see, it was a mercy at first, right? But now it becomes a commercial endeavor when the American government got involved, when American landowners got involved in it. It became a commercial endeavor, right? Purely commercial endeavor, right?
And what they also leave out too, they leave out the treatment of slaves from those other places from America. Because here's the thing, like even when they enslaved people, they didn't treat them the same way that American slavery treated their slaves.
Of course.
Oftentimes, those people, they were not running around chained. They weren't doing any of that. They weren't beaten relentlessly. They stayed with their wives and their spouses and their kids. Their family units stayed together. They were considered slaves, but oftentimes, even like we talk about like Genghis Khan, he would go over and he would rule, and he just started the Mongol Empire. So he would enslave them, but you knew to stay loyal to him at the risk of death.
Right.
But they wasn't necessarily out there. They did slavery, and you just had to pay a tax whenever you had to pay it. They didn't go out there and say, "Oh, you got to work these fields, and we gonna do that." You just knew your ass had to go out there and work it, because at the end of the month or whatever, when it was time for you to come and pay your tribute, you better have your tribute, or your ass is gonna get killed. So it was a different sort of brand of slavery too than what the American institution is. So he's being completely disingenuous about it.
Correct.
Where with the chattel slavery, you were stripped of everything. You were property. So even when they talk about slavery in the Bible, when they talk about slavery from African tribe to African tribe, nobody was sitting around with overseers beating them. It was like, no, this is my new land. We got these 200 acres, and everybody under these 200 new acres, you will abide by my rule as the new king, or we're gonna come and we're gonna kill your ass and burn the village to the ground.
Yeah, we coming anyway. We coming anyway. We taking the money or your daughter, right, or we taking something. So,
but the thing is, you wasn't under that bondage like the American slavery system, which was totally different. So I'm like, if you're gonna talk about it and you're gonna say all these other people have slavery, be honest about what their slavery looked like. Their slavery didn't look nothing like this shit here in America.
Well, okay, you're right, Rico. So that's a whole nother conversation, because you're right. They're very dismissive of the brutality and the viciousness of
Yes.
American slavery is very dismissive, right? So, but we're not going to get into that, Rico, because we got to get to
those other countries. They
Claude
weren't
Anderson.
telling you couldn't learn to read. They weren't telling you couldn't worship. They just you just are now under my rule.
Well, the Europeans were. The Europeans, they didn't even let their own people read. So yeah, the Europeans were definitely doing stuff like that. But as far as the brutality and the viciousness, nothing like American slavery. Nothing like that. Okay, so let us continue with the good doctor.
Of blacks by whites ignore not only how widespread this institution was and how far back in history it went, they also ignore how recently slavery continued to exist outside of Western civilization. While slavery was destroyed in the West during the 19th century, the struggle to end slavery elsewhere continued well into the 20th century, and pockets of slavery still exist to this moment in Africa. But there is scarcely a peep about it from black leaders in America who thunder about slavery in the past.
Okay, does that have anything to do with what we're doing now? What you putting up there, Rico? Let me see what you put.
The newest one. Just a couple of minutes ago.
I
think that number 11.
I don't think you're going
to the hospital tonight.
You got too many grandchildren to go to the DR.
I know.
You ain't going nowhere.
Tomorrow morning, I'll go. I'll swing past the hospital. I might go tomorrow. I've been in my libation. I don't want to be blowing no liquor on the baby.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so,
congratulations, Grandpa, again.
Grandpa. Hey, Patrice, let's just start calling him Grandpa.
I hope it's the last one for 2022.
But 2020, man, you got to watch out for them young brothers, man. Woo. All right, so the good doctor, Dr. Sowell, said that Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson are not running around the world saying, hey, these other people are doing slavery, that's wrong. But where should they focus? If they live here in America and we have our own issues here in America, should they be focusing their energy outside of America, or should they be focusing their energy here? Right? That makes any sense. That's like the American government. That's like the American government going to another country and trying to run that government, right? Yeah. Why would we try to run that government when we got issues in our own government here that we need to fix? Right?
A stupid argument. Those other countries.
That's why I'm trying to. We got to step by step debunk the logic. Okay, so let's continue, y'all.
No, we don't. You want to, but we don't. Go ahead.
No, we do for the intellectuals.
No, we don't.
We do got some. We see everybody ain't a gangster intellectual like you, Rico. Some of us are just intellectuals, Rico. We don't need that gangster.
If slavery were the real issue, then slavery among flesh and blood human beings alive today would arouse far more outcry than past slavery among people who are long dead. The difference is that past slavery.
Did you guys catch that? Did you guys catch? Shout out to the Oracle. Shout out to the Oracle. Okay, he said, if slavery was such a big deal in the past, it should be. You should be trying to shut it down now all over the world. We just went through that. Hey, why should they be out there and dealing with that first when you got problems at home, right? That's like your kids don't have no shoes. Hold on, your kids don't have no shoes, and then you go in next door to make sure the neighbor's kids got shoes on. That don't make no sense. Make sure your kids got shoes first before you. I mean, even if both of them don't have no shoes, whose kids you gonna make sure got shoes on first?
Okay, let me not give an inch again. Let me not give an inch real quick. That's a complete lie that people are not out there fighting against slavery today, because I know that's fact. First of all, the United Nations is fighting against slavery, human trafficking, and everything else all over the world. So it's just a lie. It's just a lie to say shit like that and to say that black people here don't care. We do. People are doing what they can. They're fighting against the slavery within Africa. I think right now, it's Libya, which has the worst slave problem. And that's because of African immigrants that's leaving from places in Africa, war zones and conflicts. And oftentimes they have to go through Libya to try to get to Europe and other places. And the Libyans are taking them and enslaving them there. So they recently found out about that. But yes, people are raising hell about it anywhere and everywhere. Slavery today is more hidden underground probably the most predominant thing is the human trafficking, in particular the sex trafficking. So for him to sit there and say that there's entire women's organizations out there fighting about the trafficking, which is a form of human slavery all over the world. It's bullshit to say that people are not speaking out against it, probably more so today than they were in the past. But to sit there and try to say, well, if how the fuck you gonna put all the black slavery in the world at the feet of Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson? What the fuck kind of bullshit is that? They struggling to get problems fixed here in America. Come on. See that deflection shit. Well, why they do? No, they're gonna keep because what they want them to do is they want them to take their foot. They want Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton to take their foot off of the necks of the motherfuckers here and be diverted their attention elsewhere to ignore. Why would I sit there and spend all my time and effort and energies outside my home and ignore the problems in my home? If I got more problems in my own home to fix than I can fix, I don't have the resources and energy to go to another country. And they should have their own Jesse Jacksons and their own fucking Al Sharpton. And most of those countries do. So it's just a lot.
It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Makes no sense. Absolutely no sense.
And why his black ass ain't over there fucking doing it? He black too.
Exactly. Well, see, Rico, this stuff ain't for black people. This stuff, Mr. Sowell, he's not doing this for us. He's doing it for the conservative whites.
So he's there. Right. So he ain't
he's their attack dog. He's a junkyard dog that they can send out to us. He's the one that they can say, hey, they can bring him in and say, hey, this Negro gets it. Let's have we're gonna have a Negro, one of their own, come in and tell us how the rest of them are wrong, right? So you got to understand. That's the perspective that this is. This ain't the perspective to teach us anything. It's to further solidify their feelings that, hey, wait a minute, why should we be teaching CRT? You're gonna make my children.
I heard him get through this school so we can get to Dr. Anderson and Dr. Newton.
Oh yeah, that's a powerful.
And I'm talking about these idiots all night. We can already see how
they're cashed in for political benefits today, while slavery in North Africa only distracts from these political goals. Worse yet, talking about slavery in Africa would undermine the whole picture of unique white guilt, requiring unending reparations. While the Western world was just as guilty as other civilizations when it came to enslaving people for thousands of years,
you see that? They did it too, right? You got children, right? They did it. He did it. How come you getting mad at me? He did it too. But we caught. What the police tell you? But I caught you. I caught you. You the one I caught. So I'm giving you a ticket, right?
But you got to beat that down to the death too, because again, that was not the same thing. It was not for the same reason. It was not done the same way. So I'm not even going to let them paint both. They were both slavery, but they were not both the same. No. So that needs to get inserted. They were not the same.
Definitely based on the brutality, based on the viciousness, based on a lot of different things that were involved with it.
If you know history, when African tribes took slaves from other African tribes, they took the women and they made them wives. They didn't make them slaves. They made them wives, and they bore children.
Most of them did, Rico. Well, most of them did when they took them as slaves, right? They ended up beating the other village in war instead of killing all these little kids and killing all these old women and these women and old people. What they would do is just take them on as slaves, right? Yeah. And then they could work for a certain number of years and then earn their freedom. And then they
become members of that new tribe.
Exactly. And once they showed that
look, if you know your history, the exact same thing happened here in America among the native tribes, whether it was Cherokee, Apache, whatever, Sioux, whatever, the exact same thing. For them to conflate it, see, and that's what I don't like. We got to point that out. So people, well, they had black slaves. Yeah, but it wasn't the fucking same. No. Just say that. Make sure if you're gonna put it out there, you got to put it out there accurately, because he's given an inaccurate depiction.
Well, see, they hire these people who have all of these different. See, they put all of these different things behind their name, doctor, this and that. What he said,
in particular, what he said was, "Oh, see, they don't want to talk about the African slavery because of the white guilt, right? See, he keep trying to."
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. That's his job, Rico. That's his job. His job
is
is to
fine.
wipe that out.
But I'm going to stop you to point it out so that our listening audience know, like, look, guys, what he's saying is true, but he's whitewashing and he's leaving a lot of bullshit out. That real historians, white people will tell you, oh, he's painting you a bunch of bullshit.
Right.
Continue on, sir.
Right. Now, Rico is pointing out the whitewashing. I'm pointing out the logic. I'm attacking the logic. Rico is attacking the factualness of what he's saying. Right. So we're attacking this thing from different sides. And Patrice is just listening, doing whatever, drinking some iced tea or whatever she's doing. Right. Patrice, you still there?
Wine.
I'm here. I'm just listening.
Well, Patrice sounds like she in an easy chair. All right. Let's. All right.
It was unique only in finally deciding that the whole institution was immoral and should be ended. But this conclusion was by no means universal, even in the Western world, however obvious it may seem to us today. Thousands of free blacks owned slaves in the antebellum South, and years after the Emancipation Proclamation in the United States, whites as well as blacks were still being bought.
So he said thousands of blacks owned slaves. Now, didn't we already have conceded, me and you many times, Rico, that people, lots of free black men would go back and buy their families. They would buy the members of their families as slaves, right? Okay, so we've already debunked that rumor right there, that we black people were involved in the commercialization of slavery.
What is this picture supposed to depict?
It's supposed to depict the auction block that white people were being bought as slaves, and white people are they just are not good slaves, man. They're just not good slaves. But they tried to make it sound like they were slaves. I mean, well, when I say good slaves, I mean they're not as durable as an African. That's for sure.
That's not even the point, Clarence. I'm saying that this pure bullshit picture is completely untrue.
Well, maybe it's true in Europe, Rico, but he's trying to conflate it as an American situation. This might have happened in Europe, but not in America.
And let me tell you this: in Europe, these were not slaves. What this might be, at best, the best I could give this picture, if this was in Europe, these were not slaves. They might be prisoners.
Maybe so.
They might be prisoners, but they weren't slaves. Again, people are conflating things. I'm like, first of all, these motherfuckers got top coats on. Are you serious?
Hey, that's the first thing I noticed, Rico. I was like, wait a minute, these don't look like slaves to me.
And yeah, if you committed a crime, they throw your ass in chains if you committed a crime.
Right.
But not slaves. Stop it.
Well, they don't have to, Rico. Once they get everybody to understand that, hey, you're a slave, there ain't no way out of this situation.
They take a drawing of white men in chains, they might be being marched to the gallows to be hung. Who the fuck knows? I don't care.
That's what I'm saying.
But they weren't slaves.
That's what I'm saying.
They were prisoners coming out of jail, made a committed murder, and they're gonna go hang their asses. Okay.
Shout out to Vaughn. Shout out to the Oracle. All right, so he cleverly named it facts. He's telling you these are facts, right? He said facts about slavery.
Make you look at this picture and say to yourself, "Oh shit!" Now in your head, oh, they had white slaves.
Have you ever seen
Rico, the cleanest looking white slaves I've ever seen?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Have you ever seen any black slave looking as good as this?
Hey! But what this does is what I try to say is even the visual images that they put out.
Shut up, Eric.
It plays to your the word they do keywords. They do you out there in Hollywood, Clarence. You know how the TV and stuff work. It's about words. Man. It's about images. All this stuff that comes into your head and your brain.
They sell you an illusion as it's for real.
Yes. You start telling yourself it's real because you see and hear this shit enough. And it's like, no. They might be prisoners. They're not fucking slaves. Stop.
Okay, let's move forward, you guys, because we got to get to good Dr. Claude, and then we got to get to the brother Dr. Huey P. Newton.
Bought and sold as slaves in North Africa and the Middle East. Anyone who wants reparations based on history will have to gerrymander history very carefully. Otherwise, practically everybody would owe reparations to practically everybody else.
Where your shipping address.
You see that Negro you got to argue with, Patrice? You see that old gray-haired Negro you got to fight with to get your reparations?
Yeah, I heard of him, but yeah, I had never seen a piece on him, but I definitely heard of him.
And he's, if I'm not mistaken, he's not a history professor. So he has no, I think he's an economics professor. And my argument always too, well, everybody need reparations, then tell them to fucking get it. I don't care. That'll never be my argument as to why if the Native Americans or if Asians want reparations from Asian countries, I'm gonna go, well then everybody's going, no, fuck it. I'll get mine. If they can get this, I can get mine. That's a weak bullshit ass argument to say.
That's my point.
Well, maybe
that's the logic that they're using. Well, because they didn't get justice for their they didn't get reparations for their slave experience. Why should you be asking for justice for yours? No, that's not a good. That's not a good position.
Right.
And if you're gonna do that, then tell that to. As soon as they run that up the JEW flagpole, as soon as they run it up that flagpole, then they'll give them a little bit more credibility to even open up with that argument.
I'm not giving them a fucking inch. Not all. I don't care what somebody else wants. I don't care. The JEW.
That's what I'm saying. Why should we?
Why should we care? Exactly. We should just worry about America.
That's what I'm saying. Why should we care? Why should we be concerned about that?
I don't even care if you run that at them and they go, well, they listen to it. I don't give a fuck if the JEW listen to it. I don't care. I want what we're owed, period.
That's what I'm saying. But that's my point, Rico. Why should we even be concerned about it? That's not even an issue. That's
so
not even an issue.
Giving inch on what somebody else did.
Shout out to Tristan.
If you from Jamaica, take that shit up with England. If you from fucking Brazil, take that shit up with Portugal.
Exactly.
You want me to say
empire.
Well, the thing is, wherever you were dropped off, wherever you were dropped off in whatever continent or country.
And I'll reach out to
guys,
all
earlier I was talking about. I want to clear something up.
I'll sign your shit, you sign mine. How about that? I'll sign your petition, you sign mine.
Okay. So earlier I was talking about 3/5 compromise, and that was a portion of the Constitutional Convention of 1787, where they reached a compromise that the Southern states. Oh no, that's not the compromise. That was actually the compromise to stop importing slaves. We went to stop importing slaves 20 years after the 1787 convention, which makes it 1808, and that's where they banned the African slave trade. The African slave trade, right? Okay, so that means that they were importing people from Africa. Right? At that time, most of the people in Africa looked like us. All right, so that's just a history lesson. Okay, let's get to Dr. Claude Anderson, and because the reason why I brought up Dr. Sowell is I wanted us to see what white people are being taught by esteemed scholars from us. Even though they are scholars, they are working in collusion to try to whitewash the victim, the brutality and the viciousness of the racist, the slave situation, which progenitated into this the racist laws and racist attitudes of a lot of whites in the after slavery, and of course it still permeates today. It's not as economically sound as it used to be, but it's still out here. It's still out here. So now I want to lay the groundwork for that, what whites are being taught now. So why do we need a person like Dr. Claude Anderson, right? Everything's great. According to Thomas Sowell, everything's great. All we got to do is just pull ourselves up off our bootstrap. Why do we need a guy like Dr. Claude Anderson? Well, let's see.
We're not moving. 1/2 of 1% of the nation's wealth. That's what slavery did to you. It now distributed everything in the hands of the dominant white society. As an example, you didn't acquire any wealth since 1860. Let me show you some other indications. In 1860, on the eve of the Civil War, almost 99% of all the black people in America, slave and free, was working for whites. Either in a white corporation, in a white business, in some white office, making wealth comfort for whites on a plantation or whatever it is. Here you are, 140 years later, and again, 98% of all the black people in America work for whites. They either work in some level of government, white businesses, city government, state government, school teaching. Only 2% of all the blacks in America work in their own communities for themselves. Only 2% work for themselves. You haven't changed in 140 years. Let me try it another way if you still don't understand my point. On the eve of the Civil War in 1860, again, at that time, go and look at all the prisons in the United States and examine their records. I found out in the records, when I looked in the prisons in Savannah, Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New York, Washington, D.C., looked at all the prisons, and I found out at that time, even though only 287,000 blacks were free, blacks made up over 51% of all the prisoners. You weren't even free and you made up 51% of the prisoners. Now I look around 140 years later, today, and I still find black folk make up over 51% of all the prisoners. Where have you changed? You don't own anything. You're still in prison. Still work for other people. You're enjoying a social illusion. Now we're fat and happy because we can go to someone else's restaurant. We can go to someone else's school. We can go to someone else's hotel. We can live in someone else's community. And we don't understand the negative aspects of that. That is a death sentence. And we don't understand what racism is. So what we are doing is committing suicide. We got 3 years ago before we go into it. 3 years ago, before you're going to see massive suicides happening. Because you don't even understand what racism is. I've gone all around the world. Even when I was with President Carter in the White House, I had to take trade missions in the third world nations, in Africa, Latin America, the Middle East. And invariably, wherever I spoke, I would ask people, do you know what racism is? I would even offer $1,000 for a person to tell me what racism is. I still got black folk today who don't even know what racism is. They talk about it. Find me one that understands what racism is. Every time I ask them, what's racism? Well, Claude Anderson, racism is not liking somebody. It's prejudice, it's bigotry, it's hatred. No, it's not. Racism is a competitive relationship between groups of people that are competing for the ownership and control of wealth and resources and power. That's what racism is. Racism is a group phenomenon. Racism is a team sport. You cannot participate in racism if you don't play as a team. You can't correct it. You're not even in the game. Racism is like football, basketball, and baseball. You play as a team or you lose. And I got all these so-called educated blacks in America on TV, heading up civil rights organizations, getting elected to public office. Don't you understand what racism is? That's why they don't do anything. They go there and tell you, well, I'm in a public office now, I'm a mayor or governor. My thing is to make sure everybody get along. That's not affecting racism. Nobody asked you to get elected to office and make people get along. Now, racism never existed on the earth until the 1400s. Never had it. There was no such thing as racism. You had people, for instance, who had practiced various forms of discrimination. We even had slavery. But to be enslaved prior to the 1400s, for only 3 reasons. Either you were a victim of a religious persecution, or you had some indebtedness, was enslaved, or you were a prisoner of war. Those are the only 3 reasons you could be enslaved until the 1400s. About 1442.
We all on the same page with this so far. Has he said anything that was
right? So, but look at the reasons. Look at the reasons.
Yes, and this is the thing, and even myself, I will admit, after hearing this, it gave me a whole new perspective on that part of what racism is right there. Not the systemic that we always talk about how the government affected things when it comes to finance, housing, education, medical. that's systemic. He's talking about the big picture where the group of people that we're talking about, that he's talking about, the group of people keeping the power. And I never thought about it like that. Like he's saying, 140 plus odd years after slavery, we're still working for the dominant white society. That I never ever thought about that, and only 2% of our people don't work for them.
Yeah.
I never thought about it in that way. So when I heard this gave me a whole new revelation. I'm like, oh my God. And we think we something because we getting paid. We think we something because we're being accepted into the restaurants and this and like, oh my God, like that part right there for me sunk in, and it was an aha moment. Because I did not think of that part of it. And it's been that way, and it still is that way right now today, like he said. In some shape, form, or fashion, 98% of us work for the dominant white society.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And not only do 98% of us work for them,
because they keep in control through the power. They keep in control of it. They making sure that we don't get power over any other race, and especially over them.
Well, Patrice, we gotta admit, every time they kept us out of certain financial marketplaces.
Of course.
But they kept us out, so we developed our own financial marketplaces, and they would brutalize and viciously attack us and destroy.
But that's the part of the racism he talking about, brother, is they making sure they keep the power.
But
that's the biggest part of it.
But that's what I'm saying. So if they're not gonna that's the control that you're talking about. I just put it in to a working definition so people can see what you're talking about. Because sometimes we say something, not you personally, but sometimes we say things and people can't visualize what we're talking about. We're talking about, when we talk about this control, they won't let you into their markets, and they won't let you build your own markets. So that keeps you at their feet. So that's where this control comes from, right?
And I think that's the biggest facade and misconception that Black people think, because they work and get a check, that, like he's saying, that we own to something, you know. Well, we're still working from their establishment.
Exactly, we're still constantly distracted because of the comfort and luxury that has been afforded by having this check come in every 2 weeks. You given a certain level of comfort and luxury that distracts you from the reality that, man, like Dr. Collins used to say, man, if the white man stop making toilet paper or they don't sell it to us, we in trouble, right? If they stop selling us food, the stuff that we need, we in trouble, right? All right, so
but here's the problem though, Clarence. The part of the problem is, because I listened to what he said, and one thing he said, like I said, when you say is how they're keeping things over, is like you said, them white folks work as a team.
Right.
We don't work as a team. They do.
It's a team.
He ain't on a team, and they are. We're going to keep getting our ass handed. And number two, you look at the reason which Brother Sowell completely ignored, left out the 3 reasons he gave why you were slaves before 1422: religion, indebtedness, or a victim of war, conquest of war. Prior to that, none of those were race.
Right, before 1442.
Prior to none of those were race-based at all. And then what I'll sit there and say, now our supposition is the fact that, like you said, we went from being as a people or a race of people, we went from being victims easily conquered by war to 2022. We're becoming some of the most easily conquerable people on the planet, because now they don't need to do war. They conquer our punk asses with economics, because we don't think. You know what I'm saying? Rico,
I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm just saying they conquered us with a certain level of comfort and luxury. Because
Yes.
comfort and luxury precedes complacency. Because once you give a person enough comfort and luxury, they're not going to think about how bad the situation is. They're going to appreciate how good it is, or the little trinkets they're getting.
And
right?
what they're doing is they're taking a few people that they elevate to certain levels, and they're convincing them, make sure you speak down to those behind you. Tell them how you can help them up to this space.
Right.
So all along, they're regulating the flow. It's like a flow of water coming out of the hose. Okay,
Right.
how many of these niggas we gonna let through? Don't worry, we control the pressure. We gonna let a little bit through. We're gonna let them keep talking while all the rest of them still down there, bottled up, oppressed, and everything else. Just keep talking to them. Just keep talking to them. Oh, we let a little bit more through, and they control it. When we want to shut the flow off, we shut the fucking pressure off. We want to blow. They always reserve the right. Look, we can say fuck this economics, and we go back to war. We always reserve that right, but let's do it this way because they're a little bit more controllable. And actually, they dance a little harder for us. They sing a little louder for us. They work a little harder for us because we keep making them believe in the magic that they can get through. You'll be the one, Clarence. Don't worry about it. You'll be the one. Your bootstrap is good. You'll get through, Clarence. Just keep working it like I told you.
Yeah.
Keep doing what I told you, and you'll get through. But what do we sacrifice for that? We sacrifice our character. We sacrifice our values. We sacrifice our morals. We say fuck what's right or wrong because we're thirsting after the approval and the validation of the man. Just Clarence, just keep come on, man. You had it. Hey,
you're gonna be the next one. You're gonna be the next one.
You like fuck what Rico and them talking about, and that's what's happening. So I'll say to all our big celebrities and whatever. And then here's the thing: is when certain celebrities or certain people of means achieve a certain level, we have to ask ourselves, what do you do with it? Because now I done convinced you, okay, Clarence, I done made you the next Negro billionaire, right? Are you going to turn around and take that $1 billion and reinvest it and spread it as a seed to bring others up? No. I'm gonna teach you how to hoard it. Like, all right. So now I ain't got but one Negro to watch.
Rico.
I ain't got but one to watch. If you could turn around and say, I'm gonna spread this among the masses, oh shit, I got to watch 100 of them. No, I convinced you to be as greedy as I am, and it's a lot less of you than it is of the rest of them.
Well, definitely. See, this is something that Michael Jackson had to deal with his whole career, because when he wanted to do stuff like invest in the black community and do different things like that, that's when all these little cases would pop up. You know, not saying he didn't do anything. I'm just saying that's when his quote unquote wrongs would start popping up, when he started trying to do the different and make investments in the community. So what they we talking about the backers of white supremacy. Clarence, are you talking about all white people? I don't know all white people, so I can't speak for all white people. We talking about the ones that's trying to control the people by using the tool of white supremacy, which is a tool that is used to control the thinking of the masses into thinking that white is better. A person's skin color would make them a better person to be aligned with, just because of their skin color, not because of their morals, not because of their character, not because of their behavior, just totally off of their skin color, they better, or their hereditary issue, they're better than someone else. And so that is the issue that we have. So now, Dr. Claude Anderson said that racism is a team sport. Now, I've been saying this for a long time, ever since I ran across Dr. Anderson years ago, where racism is not like a lot of people think it's just it's just one white person being aggressive to a person of another race. That is not racism. That's bigotry. Racism has to do with is a group situation where a group of people will get together and say, we want those resources. Okay, so us as a group, we're a different type of phenotype than them. Let us go and attack them because they're that phenotype, because we want those resources, right? We will suppress them. Okay, we will suppress them and go ahead and and go after those resources, because that's what really racism is about, is controlling resources and wealth and power, like he said. All right, so let's get back to the good doctor and let's finish up.
When Magellan, he went around, Henry the Navigator rather, went around the coast of Africa and picked up about 16 blacks and brought them back in 1442 and gave them to the Pope as gifts. And those slaves worked around the Vatican in Italy from 1442 and about 1488. And it became a good thing to have all these blacks working free around the Vatican and in the Pope space. No labor to be paid for. Other people wanted those advantages. So Pope Pius put out a public edict. Pope Innocent put out a public edict saying, look, if you want some slaves, go get some, but get black folk. He put out a public edict saying, if you're going to enslave anybody, enslave black people. And once that hit, all of a sudden, everybody got interested in getting slaves. And that started the whole movement in 1488 and 1489. Now, something happened very important in 1495. Y'all know what happened in 1495? Allegedly, for this guy who was over here looking for drugs and some other thing. What was his name? Columbus. Y'all remember that guy? Now, he came over here and he supposedly discovered America about 7 years after the Pope had put out his edict using blacks as slaves. Now, all of a sudden, he goes back to Europe. A race started. All these countries got into a race to develop the Western world that Columbus said he had discovered. And what was the race about? They wanted to colonize and get resources, wealth, gold, silver, and cash crops from the West, because they never knew that the Americas existed. People in Europe never knew that there was a North America, Central America, and a South America. They got into a contest to explore it and to find it and profit from it. And because at that time, prior to that, thank you, sir. Prior to that, the only, can you all hear me as well without this? Which one do you need? You need this one? Okay. So prior to that time, they had Europe all through the 1400s, but they call that, it was going through what's called the Dark Ages. Europe was crime-ridden, impoverished, diseased, and they said we can resuscitate Europe, we can strengthen this continent, and we can find a way to develop the Western world, the Americas, Latin America, Central America, North America. If we can develop that country, we can bring ourselves out of the ditch as Europe, as an European continent. And so they all said, well, how are we going to do it? They said, we need a labor class. So they all rushed down and picked up the Pope's edict and started grabbing blacks off the west coast of Africa. It was picking those blacks up on average about $25 a piece. And they started setting up, so they want a 1,500% return on their money. They started selling them for $400-some a piece. And so they started shipping blacks all into this country in Latin America and Central America to put them to work as a labor class. Now, the countries that started that race, it started with Arabs. Arabs were the first ones that started enslaving black folk. I don't know if you all know that or not. Arabs were the first ones that started enslaving black folk, and Arabs have been enslaving black folk now for 1,300 years. Arabs first started enslaving blacks in 765 AD when they marched into Africa in what they call in search of the 3 G's, God, glory, and gold. And they pursued Africa until the 12th century when they overtook Timbuktu and Timbuktu fell, then they started dominating Africa. But the Arabs were the first ones. Portuguese were the second ones. Hispanics were the third ones. Then the Germans and the Danes. Then the French. Then the English. The Norwegians on down the line. Then lastly was the American Indians. Everybody's enslaved black folk. And that's what a race was. A contest started to develop the Western world. The rule was he who gets there first with the most slaves and make the most money will be the most powerful nation on earth. and the race began. Everybody was in the race to use black folk except black folk. And began shipping blacks into America. They shipped black folk in. They justified it initially by saying that it was an economic issue. Everybody knew it was an economic issue. It stayed an economic issue all the way from the 1500s up to the 1700s. In the 1700s, when the evangelical movement moved to this country, they switched enslaving black folk to make it a religious issue. Why? Because King James then wrote, when England took over the slave trade as the biggest one and started leading the slave trades and started winning the race, King James rewrote the Bible, called the King James Version. And even had, what's his name now? What's the writer? Huh? Shakespeare and the rest of them writing. All of them rewrote the Bible. And they rewrote the Bible, then since England was the dominating country for slaves, all the slave states were mandated to use scriptures to justify enslaving the black people. So religion then became a means of codifying slavery. And then the slave owners started teaching black folk that when you hear me talk about the master and the slave in the Bible, on earth, it's the white man is the master and you're the slave. And you're mandated to do three things. One, to accept your station in life. Two, to be humble and obedient. Three, to work hard, don't steal and don't lie. And lastly, to look for pie in the sky after death. And that stayed true up until about 1880. At that time, religion was the justification for slavery. This is important for you now. Slavery then moved from being an economic issue to a religious issue. It stayed a religious issue up until about 1859, again, on the eve of the Civil War. On the eve of the Civil War, a guy named Darwin, Charles Darwin. Remember Charles Darwin? He wrote a book called The Survival of the Species, or The Survival of the Fittest. And what he's been doing, along with a lot of other pseudoscientists, was trying to connect a linkage between the lowest and the highest in life. What he was saying is that, is an amoeba that's that small, is it greater or smaller than an elephant that's big? Is a blade of grass lower in the chain than a tree? And they kept setting up these vertical systems. They call them genuses and species, going from the lowest of everything to the highest. But by that time, the white society had successfully redistributed by 1860 almost 97% of all the wealth and power into the hands of the dominant white society. The race was nearly over by 1860 or 1859 when Charles Darwin wrote his book. And they looked around and said, look, they're whites. Now let's get to human beings. We worked out the relationship between between a bush and a tree and an amoeba and an elephant. But look at the black. The black has nothing. He's on the bottom. And the white master's on the top. He owns and controls everything with all the education. So obviously the white man must be superior to the black man. And so then all of a sudden, racism and this whole issue switched. Slavery all switched from being a religious issue, it became a biological issue. When it became a biological issue, all governments mandated that you must put a person's race on his birth certificate, driver's license, whatever it is. It became a biological issue. But the race was over then. When the race was over, they looked around. And since whites had used slavery for so long, whites owned everything. Almost 100% of everything, 99.5% belonged to the dominant white society. The slave owned nothing. The white was on top, the black was in a ditch.
All right, y'all. So far, so good. You say anything that we need to check? We need to.
It just, for me, understanding the transition of how they made slavery work, how it went from economics to religion and now to biological. Like I didn't know that, but it makes so much sense because in the King James in the King James version of the Bible, where it does talk about that slaves, do unto your master and master. That makes so much sense that King James came in and changed and had writers, and him would write and rewrite the Bible. And this is something that I have been saying to my family for many, many years. Is one of the main reasons why I stopped Christianity, is because that ideology and that very thing is a lot of Black people in their minds thinking that that's acceptable. And when they sit up in church and these pastors teach this to them and say like it makes sense, I don't understand why people are not saying, well, this is wrong. This was rewritten. This part of the Bible was rewritten by King James and people like Shakespeare, that he had to rewrite things in the Bible. And there's so many other things. When you're talking about the Passover, people, they injected so many words. They put Easter in the Bible. Easter was never ever a holiday. It was Passover, but they interject Easter when they talk about so many different things. And this is the problem, that when I start realizing that a lot of the Bible was rewritten, the King James version, on my own, and these are things that I would bring to attention of, like, but that's the part of it. Just like we ignore so much stuff, we ignore that and we think it's okay, and we just go along with the program, which is why we are behind, which is why we are losing, because we will stick to that ideology, knowing that it was rewritten to fit a narrative. Like, I don't even think a lot of Black people realize that slavery went through these 3 phases. So for me, it's very eye-opening, and it just only makes sense to things that I felt when I was, doing my research when I left Christianity, which is things that I felt absolutely made sense. Now you just said it, and I never heard nobody say it before, but it makes perfectly sense that King James and all those people that had slaves came over and rewrote that part in the Bible so it can make sense, so they can sucker us into this stupor of believing that just because they wrote it in there, it had to be true or what it was. But they wrote it for their own welfare, and not knowing that it was wrong and really illegal. And people think that just because something is written somewhere, it's a law that is right. And that is the thing that we need to understand. And Dr. Claude Anderson has opened my eyes so much to the whole process of
Yeah.
how slavery went through these phases. So I'm so grateful to his teaching, because he debunks so many other people's farces about
Easily.
slavery. And man, this is the thing. That is the biggest thing when you're talking about racism and race. It's a power structure. It truly is. And it's a dominant society that wants to keep that power, wants to control it. It's like they're playing God, judge, jury, and executioner. They're playing God with our lives. They controlling it. We think we got it good because we get, like you said, Brooklyn, you get that check every week or every 2 weeks, and you allowed in the restaurant, and you allowed to go where we think it's a whole conditioning and brainwashing, and it makes so much sense the way he breaks it down. I love Dr. Claude Anderson.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. Okay, so he goes through those different stages of now why did slavery have to have all those 3 different phases? Well, the first phase is you got to get the people that's enslaving people. You have to get their mentality. You got to get them to think that, hey, we're not doing a bad thing. These people was over here worshiping that, like they said in the Roots, that heathen Allah. We're doing them a favor bringing them over here and giving them Christianity. We're doing them a favor. We're actually helping them.
Man, that was the biggest dupe. That part of the Christianity, that was the biggest dupe that we bought into. The white Jesus, and oh man, don't even get me started on that.
But I'm just showing you, Patrice, why these different phases need to come through. So the first phase, you got to get the people to not be like, oh my God, you're enslaving another human being. You have to soften the people up for that. right? Because the people that were living here in America, that's the whole point why they left England. They left England because they felt they was being in a slavery type situation, right? So that's the whole point they left there. So you have to convince them that now what England did to you, you're gonna do somebody else. But it's for a good, you're gonna do it for a good reason. See, England did it to you because you were white. You were white. They should have did it to you because you're white. Now we're gonna bring people over here, and because they black, it's okay. It's okay that we're doing it to them. So first you gotta indoctrinate the people that's actually gonna do the enslaving, right? You got a generation or two, you gotta indoctrinate them. After about the third generation, these little kids gonna come up already expecting they already coming up, they raised in slavery, right? The little white kids are raised in slavery. They don't have no other thought process in their head that people are all the same. For the first time they came out the womb, they saw dark-skinned people out in the field, lighter-skinned people up in the attic, lighter-skinned people down in the basement, bringing biscuits and cooking all the meal. Okay, so they already like that. So now you don't have to indoctrinate them anymore. They're already indoctrinated. Now you got to go to the people that's actually thinking about cutting the slavery off. Why? Just like Abraham Lincoln, he didn't stop slavery because of a moral issue. He stopped it because it was a financial issue, because the South was making so much more money. They were actually going to create their own currency.
Exactly, and that's another big misconception Black people got when they say, "Oh yeah, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves." Yeah, he didn't have no choice.
Yeah, exactly.
He wasn't happy about it. He wasn't happy about it, and this is what I like all through my life in school. You know, it was a big thing. Where Abraham, the 16th president, he the one freed the slaves, making him a hero when it was totally the opposite.
Yeah,
he did not want to let them go either.
And it wasn't an issue. Well, it definitely wasn't a moral issue. I feel bad for these abolitionists. No, they're only abolitionists because they saw what was coming. They saw that, just like, I'm gonna say something that I probably shouldn't say. Just like a lot of these Middle Eastern leaders were ousted because they were trying to get the OPEC leaders to get off the dollar and get back on the gold standard, right? Ronald Reagan took us off the gold standard. I mean, was it Reagan or Nixon? One of them two took us off. I think it was Nixon. Took us off the gold standard and put us on a fiat currency, right? And so fiat meaning not backed up by any precious metal, right? So therefore, now the government could just print their way. They don't have to have a dollar. They don't have to have an ounce of gold for every dollar. They can just, if they want to put $100 million out in the economy, all they got to do is digitally print it up and boop, and just put it out there, right? It don't have to be backed up by anything, right? Now that's a bad situation. I can get into that later. But my point is that they had to go through the economics. So the people that wanted to abolish slavery, they had to teach that it was an economic issue. Hey, the country is doing better because we got these slaves. We in the South are paying all these taxes to you guys. You guys ain't even doing no work. That's the reason why you got all this money, because we paying all these taxes to you, right?
Yeah, and the slave owners were pissed off because who gonna do my work for me?
Exactly.
And they want to call us some of the laziest people. When our ancestors was working over there, who were lazy? They wasn't doing no work. So who was lazy? And this is
clear about something. I'm not necessarily sure if I agree with the fact that Lincoln freed the slaves because the Southerners were going to come up with their own currency. We know they did come up with their own currency, but that didn't occur until after. I know it's a fact they came up with their own currency, but did their currency come?
They were trying to secede from the Union.
Let me finish. Right, exactly. Okay. I'm trying to put it in its order. That's all I'm trying to do. Yes, they came up with the fucking Confederate backs, whatever fucking color they printed.
Yeah, whatever it was.
Red backs or whatever. But I think that came after the beginning of the Civil War. I think, in fact, what he wanted was, he did not want the South to succeed, because the totality of the Americas at that time, which was the North and South together, was dependent on the economic engine of the South, which was cotton, which was fueled by slave labor. Okay, so I don't disagree with that. I don't think it was no moral issue. He gave a fuck about black people.
Okay.
I think what he gave a fuck about was letting the South succeed from the North.
Shout out to one community.
His whole thing was, we can't let these motherfuckers go, because then the northern half, 13, 14, you know, the northern half of the country was not going to survive without the southern half of the country.
Agreed. That's my point, Rico.
Right. I'm with you. I'm with you, sir. I'm just walking it. You walking to the right. I'm telling you, I think it's more to the left, even though we're going to end up in the same space. I don't think his reasoning was, oh, I don't want them to print their money, because I don't think their money would have meant shit anyway. I think his reasoning was, I don't want them to leave being a part of this thing we called America.
There's a letter. There's a letter, Bro Clarence. You might be able to look it up where
because what I'm concerned about
Lincoln wrote regarding the real reason why he freed the slaves. It's somewhere online.
I think his fear was that if the South was allowed to succeed, not only would they succeed, but then they would also join up with parts of Mexico and other parts, and basically the U.S. The northern half was going to be gone. It was going to disappear. So it was a point of fighting for survival. I think the whole freedom of the slaves thing was in the midst of the battle. I don't think he gave a shit about slaves one way or the other. That was just a tactical move, because it didn't. Where did they come? What was the Emancipation Proclamation? Like halfway through the Civil War? The Civil War was like 3 to 4 years.
It was over. It was at the end of the Civil War.
Yeah. So he didn't even make that move until they were well into the Civil War. So it clearly wasn't about, the war wasn't about. Now the South was continuing the fight because they didn't want to relinquish giving up slavery. But he got to a point in the war where the northern side has said, okay, we kicking their asses because they had more industrial power. And I think that people other than Lincoln decided, okay, we need to end slavery because we can no longer justify it. Lincoln, I don't think was on board. Let me finish. I'm not talking about Lincoln. I'm talking about other people. I don't think nobody in government gave a fuck about the slaves.
Correct.
But I do think that there were people in the northern states and other intellectuals that were saying that, look, even if you bring the southern states to heel, and we beat their ass and we make them obey, and then we turn right back around, because then you got a divided country. Because remember, by that point, be clear, by that point, slavery was outlawed in one half. So you have a united country. You got a united country with a divided law. You're saying above the Mason-Dixon line, slavery don't exist. Below the southern Mason-Dixon line, slavery is acceptable. So at that point, he figured, at this point, if I'm going to bring these motherfuckers to heel, this is an opportunity to bring them to heel and make them abide by everything. So are we going to, Mr. Clarence, I had a little bit of reading on it. Are we going to abide by, because, and this is where they fucked up. This was the concession they did. After the end of the Civil War, what was the first thing he did? We're not going to prosecute anybody. None of the traitors, treasonous motherfuckers are we going to prosecute. We're going to give them all their land back. They gave them all their land back. We're going to compensate them for the loss of their slaves. Yes. All this was part of the package.
Right.
Exactly.
And then they did like 8 to 10 years of Reconstruction where they gave the newly freed slaves rights. And then after that, fuck it.
Took it back, right?
And then they didn't take us back. What they did was, we're going to protect you for the first 2-3 years after freedom. And then after this, you niggas on your own.
Yeah, that's my point.
You see what I'm saying? Okay. So all I'm saying is, I just
and never got the 40 acres and the mule.
Right.
Never got
they was never gonna give that. That was just some bullshit. But my whole point is, I just don't want us to say it was a
well, they were gonna give it. They were gonna give it. Lincoln had wrote for them to give it, but when Lincoln got assassinated and Johnson came in, Johnson reversed
that
it.
nigga would
That's
give
what happened.
Nothing. Yeah,
that's what happened.
You killed the
I
name.
just want to set up, Rico, the economics behind why Lincoln was forced to do that. He was forced to
Exactly.
free the slave. It
Exactly,
wasn't
bro.
a moral
Yep.
issue. He was forced to do it. Now, there was a black man, and we did a Black History Minute on this young man called his name was Eli Whitney. And Eli Whitney came up and created what is called the cotton gin, right? Okay, so the cotton gin literally put the South on steroids. They was making money in trash can bags because instead of working all day and getting a little bit of cotton, one slave could get you can now have separate cotton with the cotton gin, and now it was much faster, much more efficient operation. You were making 4 or 5 times the profits because you can get 4 or 5 times the amount of cotton out. So the cotton gin literally made the South. It would be like if in Texas they had all these barrels of oil now. We don't have to go to the Middle East. You got all these barrels of oil out there now, right? So that was what the cotton gin was. So
give me the money printing argument. You said that his reason was.
I'll give it to you right now. So
okay.
So what happened was because of the cotton gin, they were making so much money. They were starting to organize themselves as the Confederates states of the South. They were starting to organize themselves. So what they were about to do was create their own currency. Now, what do you think the South's currency? Who in the South was paying all these taxes to the North, right? They were still paying federal taxes to the North, right? That's how they got all this money to buy the Louisiana territory, the Mississippi territory, all of these different territories. They got all this money based on slave, not only slave labor, but a lot of it was taxes from slave labor, right? So the South was about to say, hey, look, why are we paying y'all all these taxes when we're the ones doing this, and you guys are calling for the abolition of slavery anyway? Why should we pay? We should just separate ourselves, and you guys do your thing, and we do our thing down here. But that wasn't the big deal. The big deal was they would have crushed the North's money. They would have crushed the currency in the North if they would have came up with their own currency, because they would have been able to back it dollar for dollar. They would have been able to back it. Whereas in the North, I don't think they was able to back it as much, and it would have been a hard thing on the North's currency. I mean, Lincoln, it was a tactical move. He had to do it. It wasn't no.
Okay.
It wasn't.
But
that's true, bro, Clarence.
No, but here's the part that you guys are leaving out the equation, right?
Okay.
So I agree. I accept your premise that the South was an economic powerhouse,
becoming on its way.
No, they were there. They had arrived, because at one point I think America was responsible for something like 80% of the cotton in the world.
Yeah.
Prior to that, and people don't understand. It's like, and why people don't understand like what was so good about cotton. Cotton was in the production of clothing. Do you know what clothing was like before cotton? And the expense, like most people couldn't wear cotton clothing because that shit was like fine silk. Cotton was silk before silk.
It was a combination of things that happened at the same time, Rico, with the industrialization of cotton, and you have more towns. You had these towns turning into cities. Now people could go and shop off the rack.
You said the magic word, though. Now I'm gonna tell you. You said the magic word, and that's where you fucked up. That's when you know you fucked up. What was the magic word you said?
I don't know. Which one was it? Which one was it?
Industrialization. Because while the South was the king of producing cotton, the North was the king of the industrialization of America at that time.
Well, remember, I wasn't saying the North was it. That's not what I was saying.
No. But let me finish.
Okay.
All that cotton was produced in the South, got shipped to the North, and it was either industrialized in the North and then sent all over the world, or in some instance, because even at that point, America was an industrial in the American North, more so than other places. That's where all the factories and all this shit was. They didn't have them down in the South. The South was
I'm gonna
no,
agree.
no, 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 no. They had nothing to compare
Wait,
to the North
I'm
at
gonna
that time.
agree with you. Yeah. I'm
Because
gonna agree
the
with you with that,
South
Rico.
was
I'm gonna agree with you with that.
agriculture extensively.
Exactly. Agree.
Everybody was
I'm gonna agree
agriculture.
with you with that.
So you're raising and you're making bales, and I'm not talking about the cotton gin. I'm talking about cotton is a plant. It's this shit that they pick. They got to turn that shit into thread. They got to turn that into. You don't make clothes out of that shit you see them pick. Them big old bales of cotton.
That's my point, Rico. If you give it, the cotton has little beans, little beans.
And what I'm
in there,
saying is,
right? So that's what
and
the
the
cotton
weaving
gin was for.
machine, cleaning
The
it,
cotton
that was
gin
a gin.
beans out, right?
Pulling all
So
that shit
instead of one bag making, you gonna have one bag make one jacket. Now you can have one bag making 10 jackets.
But here's the whole point,
You
right?
can
But
do
here's
it
the
so
whole
much
point.
faster.
But look, even with the cotton gin, that was just separating the chaff, the shit out of the good cotton. The material at the end still needed to be reproduced and industrialized
And
into
manufactured. I get it. I get that.
Cotton went into everything. It went into pillows, mattresses, clothing.
Agreed.
You could name it. Cotton. Actually, back then, you had cotton wadding that went into the muskets to shoot guns.
Okay.
The South could not. The South could not. That's why the Civil War only lasted 4 years. The South could not compete on an industrial level with the North.
Agreed.
They had the economics, they had the money, but when it came to a fucking war, you don't have the machinery.
Yeah, you didn't
They
have the
could
infrastructure.
not compete.
Yeah,
and that's why Sherman burned them motherfuckers all the way to the goddamn Mississippi, the Gulf of Mississippi, and then took no. So all I'm saying is this was the fact that there was a bigger issue. I believe that for Lincoln, we all in agreement he didn't give a fuck about black people.
Okay.
There's no disagreement there.
Right.
I'm just sitting there saying I think the reasoning of it was, I don't think it was a fear of they're going to print money. I think he did have a fear that they're going to say, fuck you, I'm out. And I think his fear was, I'm going to tell you the truth. If we look a little bit further in American history, before we stole Texas, because we stole Texas, right?
Okay.
And we stole Southern California.
Okay.
That wasn't ours.
Okay.
That belonged to a whole sovereign other nation.
Okay.
Before we stole Texas.
Okay.
So what Texas became is what I think Lincoln was afraid that the South would become, that all of a sudden, now, not what Texas became, what the fear of Texas was. Because remember, when Texas first became Texas, it wasn't a part of the United States. It was, the Republic of Texas?
Okay.
And I think like Southern California, like the Republic, because he went and sought Sam Houston, they went and fought Santa Anna from Mexico, stole it after the Alamo and all that bullshit.
Right.
And they were not part of the United States. They was considered a territory, bullshit like that. And they quickly begged for admission to statehood for the protection, because they was afraid that Mexico was going to come back and kick their ass and take it back.
Right.
And if short of them begging for admission into the United States of America, Texas would be back a part of fucking Mexico today.
Okay.
It literally would.
What does that got to do with what we're talking about, Rico?
The reason why I'm saying this thing is, I think for me, it goes to the reasoning as to why these things came into play. I'm just not. All I'm saying is this: I'm not buying your money printing argument. I think we're all in agreement with he didn't give a fuck about black people and he did it for a strategic reason. I just think the reasoning was a different reason. I think it was fear of secession, not fear of them printing money.
Bro, Claire, you might be able to Google the letter that Lincoln wrote.
I'm looking for it now.
Yeah, the reason why he had to free the slaves. I read it one time.
I
don't know. I could be wrong.
Because if you look at the economics of it, Rico, and that's purely
I need some evidence. I don't want to hear about no Negronomics. I need proof. I need proof. I don't hear no Negronomics.
No, this ain't. This is just logic. This is just logic. This is not this is just logic. Okay, because a lot of this stuff A lot of this stuff
So,
is not you know, declared on any piece of paper. So we have to
and
use the logic
slavery and
to follow
American
everything.
slavery
So
wasn't racist.
if
Okay, Dr.
right,
Soul.
okay, so them leaving, would you agree that the South leaving the North in America, that would have
For
been
whatever reason, it would have decimated America. Yes.
okay,
If
okay.
they
And do you
were
think that would have
allowed
had
to
a
leave and got away with it, it would have been the end of it.
do you believe that that would have had a significant financial effect on the North?
That would have been the end of
Oh,
America.
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
That would have
okay,
been
so
the
that's what
end
we're
of
saying,
America.
Rico. That's what we said. That was the
Right.
ultimate issue. It's not the ultimate issue. Yeah, all of those other things probably played a part in it, Rico. But the
Nah.
ultimate issue is the financial security of the country. That was you know, because if you jeopardize the financial security of the country, then anybody else coming along could offer money, right? France was, remember, France was getting, you know, when they ought to, everybody who lives in the middle of America ought to thank Napoleon. Napoleon getting himself into all of these different wars and needing all that money. He's the reason why we got the Louisiana Territory. He's the reason why we got all these other territories, because he was so desperate for money. The Louisiana Territory for 24 million. I got this houses out here in LA you can buy for 24 million. He sold that whole territory for $24 million, right? So my point is that economics played a huge part
Absolutely.
why Lincoln had to. His hands was
And
forced
that's why Dr.
to do
Claude
that.
Anderson is always trying to get us to see it was always about the
And
economics.
it's always
part of it.
about economics when you
Always.
get down when you get down to the root of everything. But wait, let's finish, y'all. Let's finish because we got to get to Dr.
Yeah,
Huey.
please.
Yeah.
The race was over. When the race was over and blacks had nothing and whites had everything, the race ended. And what the society did then, they took the word race, R-A-C-E. They scratched the E off the end of race and stuck a suffix called ISM. ISM is a suffix which means keep the prevailing conditions, let nothing change. And that's where racism came from. The race was over. Whites wanted, they had everything. They took the E off the end of the word, stuck ISM. That's what racism is. Racism is a competitive relationship starting out to get wealth and resources and power. But what they teach you now is that racism has something to do with liking people, getting along with people. That's not racism. And when I ask people, I said, do you know what racism is? They say it's prejudice. You cannot eradicate prejudice. Everybody got a right to be prejudiced. All prejudice is you got a preconceived judgment or feeling about something based on previous experience. Right now, because of ice cream, I love burgundy cherry ice cream. So guess what? I'm prejudiced towards burgundy cherry ice cream. So now when I want some ice cream, I exercise my prejudice. I say, I'm going to get me some ice cream, some burgundy cherry ice cream, because that's what I'm prejudiced for. Now I say, where am I going to get it from? I've gotten a lot of ice cream from a lot of stores, half of one worth a quarter. That's what Baskin-Robbins had the best. So now I'm biased towards which ice cream parlor? Baskin-Robbins. I'm biased to go there to exercise my prejudice. Now, when I get into Baskin-Robbins, I'll walk up and down the counter, looking at all the cherry mocha, the black chocolate rock, peppermint juicy fruit. I look at all that ice cream. Then guess what I'm doing now? Now I am discriminating. I'm discriminating against what kind of ice cream I want to satisfy my prejudice. And so I'll pick, and I go down and I say, burgundy cherry, that's it. Now, that prejudice, that bias, that discrimination has nothing in the world to do with racism. Don't let people keep tricking you by comparing prejudice and discrimination with racism. That's why all the gays jump and say, well, we're just as bad off as black folk. They're prejudiced against us. That has nothing to do with racism. You tell people, I don't care about your being prejudiced or discriminated. That doesn't bother me as a black person. I'm scared of racism. I'm scared of the fact that you're going to own and control everything. That's what you should be working on. So everything you do in this city must go after eradicating racism, not prejudice, not bigotry, not getting along with people, not bias. You must try to redistribute some wealth and resources back in the hands of black folk as quickly as you can. That's what you need to be working on. Now, since we have never done that, and I told you slavery maldistributed almost 100% of all this nation's wealth, power, resource, privileges, businesses, and controls of all levels of government into the hands of the dominant white society, well, look at what's happening. We never corrected it. And since we never corrected racism the way it started out, that means in this country right now that the average white person in America has 3,500 times more wealth than the average black person. Y'all didn't hear that, did you? Let me give it to you again. You cannot be equal when the average white person in this society has 3,500 times more wealth than the average black person. Even if you're a middle class black in the $40,000 to $50,000 range, the white person has 800 to 900 times more wealth than you. If you're a black female, that means the white female has $1 for every 2 cents you have to run a household.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's deep.
Wow.
And I think if we look at it from a perspective like that, because I have always said, yes, it's a difference between being biased, prejudice, bigotry, and discrimination. And when he broke it down in that sense, it made so much sense because we all do have our biases. We all do have our.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And he broke it down to something just as simple as ice cream. You know,
Yeah.
I'm crazy about chocolate, but I know I love milk chocolate more than I do dark chocolate. So I am being biased and discriminatory. You know, we all have that, and I didn't like I love the way he breaks it down because it just makes so much sense as to we shouldn't get so mad about the simpler things of when it comes to people's biases, prejudice, and discriminations and things of that nature, as more to as in when it comes to the racism part of it, whether it be systemically or whether it be just one group of people trying to keep the wealth from another group of people. And that's the big ism that he's talking about. That's the part that we need to get and we need to figure out, like he said, is how black people is going to put the wealth back in it, not back because we never had it, into the hands of other black people.
Hold on, let me do a shout out, y'all. Let me shout out to Anderson the Great, my Taurus brother. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to have you in the building, man. All right, yeah, man. What'd you think, Rico?
Yeah. So wait a minute. I just when we talk,
Patrice.
huh?
I said, I'm sorry, Patrice. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and because you want to do the shout out, so that's why I stopped. Just to complete what I was saying, that's why, you know, I was always talking about if you can, as a black family, how important generational wealth is, because that's the only way that that our wealth, our hard work and things are going to pay off for us in order to keep the finances into the hands of our family, and it goes on for generation to generation the same way our white counterparts do. We need to practice that more often. But like he said, and that is one way that we can do that, right? So if we only 2% that is not working for our white counterparts, but we're not teaching the next generation of people how to become wealthy and pass their wealth down, we're going to stay in the 2%. So it's very important that we definitely pay attention and hear what he was saying right there. Is being and that's where we always talk about the generational wealth, and it makes so much sense. But are we really passing on the generational wealth? Are we?
Doesn't look like it took that much to me. Yeah, that's a good question, sis. Rico, what do you think? Do you see a difference between what Dr. Claude Anderson was saying and Dr. Sowell was saying?
No, night and day difference. night fucking day difference. I mean, it's an incredible difference. Dr. Claude Anderson, which I'll be honest with you, I've had people been shouting him out forever. Oh, watch. Not, and to be honest with you, this is the first thing I've ever watched that gentleman ever speak. So I'm not even going to sit there and lie and pretend like I know his background, because I don't. But I listen to him speak, and he speaks of. Now I kind of see why people are telling me to shouting them out to me. He speaks of it in a more nuanced and sensible way. Like you said, like Patrice said, even when he broke down the whole ice cream thing, it's like, yeah, I can get it. I'm not saying I'm with it 100%, because maybe I'm still growing in my knowledge, but I get exactly what he's saying about what's the difference between prejudice, discrimination, and racism. And those differences, as he laid out, are very true, because oftentimes people always say, be like, oh, can black people be racist? And I've always struggled with that, but the way he explained it to me, it's like, damn, now I'm struggling again, because at one point I wanted to say, yeah, black people could be, but again, his explanation is, no, you can't, because you don't have the power.
Exactly.
And that's always been the reasoning. And I was like, and I couldn't explain why we couldn't be. So I was like, I don't know, maybe we can. And, because I couldn't explain, unlike you, I always go back to like, I don't know. I wouldn't say, well, they could be. Nope. I was like, I don't know. But now he explained it to me in a better way, where originally I didn't believe we could. I believe, yes, we can be bigoted. We can be prejudiced. We can discriminate. But we can't be racist or racism with the ism, because that's a system and it requires collective power, as he explains.
Correct.
And it's like, oh shit. So what I believed before, and I started questioning, now he came back and told me that, yeah, you good, you right. Because I've heard it from different spaces and places. And do I believe that black people can be, like he said, he said himself.
Anybody could be. He said anybody could be prejudiced, biased, and discriminated. And that is true.
You like. What you don't like, you don't like. That's discrimination.
When I was an avid Coca-Cola drinker, I would not drink no up. I would not drink no up. I wouldn't drink Pepsi. I wouldn't. And that's the truth. So for him to break it down in the simplest form, it totally made sense. It totally made sense. And now I have a better understanding of what true racism is. I knew what it is systemically. Now I know what it is as a whole. And it is about the power to control. One group of people had the power to control another group of people from 400 years and on, even after 150 plus years later. That same said group of people has that power.
Right. And that's the thing. So we've been given a definition of racism to throw us off the scent, right? Our definition of racism that we've been given is this racism that, this person don't like me because I'm black. And it has nothing to do with racism. That's merely bigotry, right? But the racism comes in when there's a group that is able to control your movements. They control what you do and how you can do it. So they already know the options you have on the table. So when they give you your options, they already know what you're gonna either pick option A, B, or C. They already know it, and they're gonna win regardless. They might win more with A and a little less with B and a little less with C, but those are only three options you got on the table. They know you're gonna pick one of those options, so you got to. So they know they're gonna win. That's systematic racism.
But let me give you a question. You specifically asked me what is the difference. Let's look at.
Do you see any difference?
They're both doctors. They both have a PhD, a doctorate, or whatever, right?
Yeah. They're both vets. I think they both were in the Marine Corps. Both vets.
I don't know about. I'm just sitting there saying they're both educated. They're both accomplished.
Yeah, I'm looking at both of their bios right here.
They're both very. We don't have to show it. I'm just saying. Okay. So we're talking about two intellectuals, one on the left, one on the right, one conservative, one liberal, whatever. I don't know. I don't care, or independent, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
But what I get from the difference is one, Dr. Sowell came into you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. He came in all of a straight defense of the ruling class. With Dr. Anderson, I don't think he came into. I mean, maybe I was wrong, but I didn't hear him defending black people not one time.
No.
Maybe I missed it.
No.
Maybe I missed it. Maybe at some point, somewhere he had to say black people ain't responsible for this, and black people ain't responsible for that. Because I heard Dr. Sowell say white people ain't responsible for slavery. White people did not enslave us because it was race. All I heard Dr. Sowell say was, he was speaking to black people. He wasn't even speaking to white people. He was speaking to black people. Say, look, you need to understand why and how things came. When he broke down the history of racism, he never even pointed it to white people. He just said the etymology of racism.
Rico, that's the thing we got to pay attention to when people like him give these talking points.
Yes. And how
it's not just only what they're saying, but also what they're not saying. So you have to pay attention to that.
Okay. Yes, so, because it was a key part. Dr. Anderson didn't say nothing about white people. I didn't even say nothing about white people. He said racism did not start until 14. He even said Arabs was the first people to enslave black people. I want y'all to remember that. And he just went through.
Yeah, and that's something I didn't even know. I didn't even know that.
Now, I had no idea about Shakespeare and the writing of the King James Bible, this, that, and whatever, right? But
I knew about that. I didn't know about that part.
Slavery was before the 700 period. But all he was saying, I'm just throwing this in there, y'all. What he was saying that the Arabs started the commercial slave trade,
right?
Not just you still had people being enslaved thousands of years before that.
Absolutely.
But it was like one of the three things that he said, right? One of the three issues, right? But
religion,
now,
right?
Exactly,
indebtedness or either conquest.
Okay, but the Arabs were able to commercialize slavery.
Make $1, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they were the ones that actually got into the commercialization, and then everybody else came in, and then the rest is history.
My thing is, even when he was giving the explanation about it, he never even racialized it, but he explained how and where the racialization came, where it went through the period of one of those three reasons. Then it became biblical. Then it became biological. And the different breakdowns in the time periods, even with Charles Darwin. And I guess Darwin came to the conclusion, not because if he had stayed true to his thesis, he would have known that the black man was not inferior to the white man. He just came to that conclusion because by the time he decided to do his study, that's where things were.
Out. Did y'all catch what Dr. Claude Anderson said the real reason that Columbus was coming over there to discover? Did y'all catch that part?
Say it again. Say it again, Patrice.
Say drugs.
Drugs. And back then it was opium.
Patrice.
You're right, Patrice.
Clarence, let Patrice repeat it because I didn't hear what she said. I'm sorry.
Okay. Patrice.
Yeah, I said, Patrice. Did you guys catch? Can you hear me? I said,
yeah, I can hear you now.
Did you all catch the real reason why Dr. Claude Anderson said Columbus really came over to the Americas to discover? He really was searching for, did y'all hear him say, drugs?
No, I didn't.
And one of the oldest drugs back then was opium.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but see, and this is the farce that we was taught in school, that Christopher Columbus discovered America. So without
explorer.
Exactly. I'm just saying we gotta catch the little thing.
Wait, what'd you say, Rico?
Christopher Columbus didn't discover anything in America.
But I mean, in the school, like Patrice was saying, in school they teach you, oh, Christopher Columbus wanted to discover America because he was an explorer.
Oh, I thought you
that
said
was why
Florida.
he was doing it.
I thought you said Florida.
No.
Like,
I said no. In school, they teach you that Christopher Columbus discovered America because he was an explorer. He really wanted to explore the world. And
the only thing I will
Right,
give
exactly.
was that fool was he. I hate to even say because people were already there too.
Right.
Exactly. People were already there, so you can't discover something where people already are.
Right. I agree to say as a European, he discovered the DR, Hispaniola. He was the first white man on Hispaniola, but people were already there.
Right.
There were native Taino people.
He was the first one. I would say the first one in Europe.
By the time he landed in
the first one in the quote unquote civilized Europe to admit that, because you know what his real reason for what he was doing was he was trying to save time. He was because it would take like maybe 3 or 6 months to go to the Middle East in that part of the world by ship and get all the spices and everything and then come back. It would take like half a year, maybe a year to go and come back, right? So he was telling Queen Elizabeth, hey, I can go, the world is round. We can go this way. Instead of going that way, we can go this way. It's around, it's a circle. We can go this way and we can cut time off that trip. He ended up bumping into America. Yeah, his whole goal was to get to the West Indies.
But history has already shown that by the time he bumped into America, 3 or 4 other people documented had already landed in America.
I know, but that information hadn't gotten to the Spanish.
Not at that time, right? Not at that time. But
right.
Earlier,
his initial thing, the whole reason why he did that was to save time by probably looking for gold and opiates and all of that stuff to get over to India or get over to that part of the world. He said, I'm going to go this way. Instead of we going this way, it's taking us a year to go and come back. We can go this way and we can might cut that time in half, right?
I think if Vespucius Americas discovered Florida like 10 or 20 years before Columbus ever landed, because he landed in the Florida. Someone else had landed here before. The Vikings had landed. All this
the Vikings have been here. The Vikings have been here.
Yeah,
as well as Africans and
So when he found it was he like I said, he found the DR lost, and then he found America lost. He wasn't looking for either one of them. He just found them motherfuckers being lost.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Both of them being lost.
The whole point of the trip wasn't to find the Americas. No, the whole point of the trip was to find a shorter route to the Indian market. That was the whole point of the trip. And he ended up
went the whole wrong way.
America. Yeah, exactly. He ended up running into America or South America doing that.
No, the Caribbean. The Caribbean in America. He didn't even know they were there. He didn't even know they were there.
That's what I'm saying.
So when he discovered them, what would happen was because I think he went for the Queen of Spain. They didn't even know Hispaniola was there. Whole fucking big island right there. They didn't even know. They had never explored that far. So when he was coming, he was discovering lands that they never knew existed. So of course, when he went back, now they're mapping it out. Oh, he discovered it. No, he discovered it for you stupid motherfuckers. Other people already knew it existed. But for whatever reason, God knows why. But here's the funny thing about it.
But Rico, we got to stop saying that because he didn't discover nothing.
No, he didn't.
He didn't discover. So we got to stop saying that he did not discover anything.
He ran up on it. He ran up on it.
I did.
He ran up on it.
But you know the funny thing about it?
What?
If you really want to know the truth, have you guys ever looked up the history as to, okay, you guys know that there's this big push to do away with Columbus Day, right? And to rename it Indigenous People Day, right?
Okay.
Do you
I think
guys
I
even
heard
know how the history of why Columbus Day even became a fucking holiday?
No, I don't.
That was some
What
racist shit.
What happened?
During the 50s or whatever, when I think it was Franklin FDR, he was trying to create the holiday Labor Day.
Okay.
The unions, they wanted Labor Day to be a federal holiday.
Okay.
For the fucking American workers to get a fucking day off.
Right.
The only way he got Labor Day passed was the Italian American congressman insisted that they came up with an Italian holiday.
Okay.
And they came up with fucking Columbus Day.
But Columbus was Portuguese. Columbus wasn't even Italian.
No, I thought was he Portuguese or was he Italian?
Yeah, no,
he was
not
Portuguese.
Italian.
Okay. But I don't know. But maybe for whatever, yeah. Well, that's literally. I swear to God, you can look it up. Look up the history of Columbus Day. It was the Italian Americans, because for whatever reason, they claim them. That goes down as an Italian American holiday. So maybe the motherfucker was Portuguese, but maybe he was flying. I don't know. Was he on an Italian ship? What was the whole history with it?
Spanish ships.
And I know that Spain, I know the Queen of Spain funded it.
Spanish ships, yeah.
They funded it. But I thought he goes down in history as an Italian explorer.
No, he was Portuguese.
I'm not arguing with you. I don't know. I don't give a fuck.
Let's look him up, man.
Indigenous Day.
We'll look him up right now.
Yeah, do that, please. Let's not argue about it. Let's do our homework. Let's educate our community.
It says Christopher Columbus. You're right, Rico. Christopher Columbus was an Italian explorer and
you.
navigated explored for across the but I was taught he was
I
Portuguese.
was me too.
Thank you.
Wow.
Let's educate our audience.
Let's get educated. Let's get educated.
Thank you. I
Italian
don't.
explorer, navigator.
And the only reason I knew it was because I looked at the history with Labor Day. You know, my wife, she with the labor union. And it was like, oh, it was a hard fight to get the Labor Day. I'm like, why? It's like, because the Italian Americans wanted an Italian holiday. That's the only one they got. And they insisted on. So I don't even think they asked for Columbus.
I'm saying corrected because
same here.
I don't think nobody asked for Columbus. They wanted an Italian holiday. It could have been the fucking pizza man. But for whatever reason, somebody said Columbus, and we've been stuck with that motherfucker ever since. And the problem is when they look back at the history of what he did. Do you know what this motherfucker did? This motherfucker was like Genghis Khan. He was a piece of shit walking the earth. Christopher Columbus was a motherfucking monster.
Okay.
Yeah,
he was
a
monster.
Yes.
He was a motherfucking monster in America.
Why you say that, Rico? Why do you say that?
Dude, historically, he killed so many people. He diseased people. He was a motherfucking one-man fucking pesticide. He was horrible. Look up the history of what he did in the DR and fucking Central and South America. He was a motherfucking monster. He was that's why so many places are saying to rip it out.
Yeah, I heard he slaughtered. I heard he slaughtered many.
What he did to indigenous people.
I heard. Yep, I heard he slaughtered many.
It was horrible, but we're blinded here. But the history is coming out, and that's why so many cities are like, we're tearing it down, we're replacing. That motherfucker was Hitler before Hitler. Christopher Columbus was that.
I didn't know that.
He was Hitler before fucking Hitler. Dude, look it up. Look up Christopher Columbus atrocities. That motherfucker was Hitler before Hitler.
What did he?
Nobody. He diseased him and his brother. His remains are buried in the DR right now. But he decimated. He completely wiped out entire. The island was populated with Taino Indians. He wiped them out. Wiped them the fuck out. Didn't give a fuck. burn him at the stake, kill him, drown him. He didn't give a fuck.
The best
All
we
on
got
his
is that he's
control.
Italian. That's the best we can get.
Him and brother destroyed everywhere they went. They did the same thing in South America and Central America. Everywhere they went. He was a fucking monster.
While I look up Columbus, we're gonna look at
Brother Newton,
Mr. Newton.
But it's the gospel, though. It's gonna take my word for it.
All right, no.
My libations. Look. So tell them people.
Rico is right every once in a while. That's good enough. All right,
so people, Clarence, when I got a potty mouth, because they say I'm not professional, and I got a potty mouth, right? Okay,
you're not professional. You got a potty mouth.
No. The one word here's the one phrase they said: my willful ignorance.
Oh yeah, you got willful ignorance. I forgot about that.
And what I
see, you got so many different things going on, Rico. I forgot. I forget all the stuff you got going on, man.
Patrice, I was accused of being willfully ignorant. You know what I told him, Patrice? I'm 1,000% willful, but I'm far from being fucking ignorant.
Yeah.
I curse because I like to motherfucking curse, and if you don't like it, fuck you. But I'm not.
There is a poll that was done by scientists that said that people that curse and use profanity are actually some of the most intelligent people. As much, I'm telling you. And maybe we could look that up one day, Bro Clarence, to do a whole segment on that. See, because I curse too. And I think that people get lost in the cursing and miss the message. See the way my brain, because I'm that way too, Bro Clarence. I curse too. And the way my brain is wired, when I listen to people deliver messages and they are cursing, my brain doesn't go to the cursing. My brain goes to the knowledge that I'm getting from, not the cursing. But see, that's people that cannot comprehend that part. I don't like that person. They curse too much. But are you paying attention to the message that they saying? Can you overlook the cursing to get the message? And my brain automatically because I'm that way.
Amen.
Shout out to Mom Brian. All right.
Thank you,
Patrice, I'm gonna have to get you later for encouraging Rico like that.
Wait a minute, hey, I'm a cursor too, and look, and I'm like Bernie Mac. Sometimes cursing is the best way to get a mofo point across. Hello.
Yeah, right. You're right.
And again, I'll admit, I tell everybody, Patrice, look, I'm bad at it. I'm excited, but the bottom line is, I'm like, really, especially if I'm cursing defending us. You upset about my passion when I'm defending my people. So I say a bad word or two in defense of us. That affects your sensibility. But while they're trashing us and they don't say a bad word, but they're still trash. Okay, whatever. That was just. But you know what, Patrice? We're going to do a whole stream on.
Let's do a stream on that. Yeah.
Do a whole stream on language policing.
With people that use profanity, and we're going to pull up that thing that was done by medical research, and and some psychologists and all of that say people that use profanity can be. They said they can be some of the most intelligent people if you can just look past the profanity and get the message and see, and that's where people get, I don't like that person. They curse too much. Oh, shut up. Are you getting the message? Are you getting the message?
I'll give you two examples of some of the greatest drinkers and cursors in the world. Winston Churchill, Ernest Hemingway. They both drank themselves to death, and they swore every day, nonstop. Two of the greatest heroes in mankind, and there's millions of them more who just did. Thank you, Quantum. Damn right.
All right, y'all. Let's
that's it. Continue with Brother Newton.
Rico, can we watch Dr. Huey Newton, please?
I gave you an hour.
All right, all right. We got Dr. Newton. We're gonna look at a little bit of Huey Newton and on firing line. Now I want y'all to pay close attention to how William Buckley, who was the who do you have now that you can even even compare that guy to? I don't know who you can even compare to. Who's out? Larry King, who anybody who you could compare was anybody who was interviewing anybody, they had to go on William Buckley's show, right? If you were anybody of significance, you had to go on William Buckley's show. So William Buckley was is doing this interview, but I want you to see how he sets up Huey Newton. Uh, Damn, Rico, that's your third refill. Come on now. All right, so we gonna see how he even introduces Dr. Huey P. Newton, right? And the P, Patrice.
I'm here, brother. What's
Okay,
up?
do you know what the P stands for when Huey P. Newton? Do you know what the P stands for?
Oh my God, bro. I forgot.
Percy.
Percy. Huey
Huey
Percy.
Percy Newton.
Okay.
All
Newton.
right. So
Okay.
let's get into brother Huey, and let's see Dr. Huey P. Newton and on William Buckley's firing line.
In 1966, the Black Panther movement was founded. Prominent among the founders were Bobby Seale, who is its president, and Huey Newton, after Eldridge Cleaver, probably its best-known champion. In recent months, of course, the Newton wing expelled Eldridge Cleaver, who is living in Algeria, so that the Seale-Newton wing is nowadays supreme. Meanwhile, the Black Panthers have turned their backs officially on violence as a means of accomplishing whatever it is they propose to accomplish, concerning which we will in due course be enlightened. Huey Newton, you will remember, was tried and convicted of killing a policeman, specifically of involuntary manslaughter. The slogan, Free Huey Newton, was to the late 60s what the slogan, Who Promoted Perez, was to the early 50s. The higher court reversed the verdict on a technicality, and Mr. Newton was tried twice more, the trial resulting in each case in a split jury. Finally, the presiding judge gave up, and Huey Newton is free. His mother is from Louisiana, his father from Arkansas, and he is the youngest of 7 children. He was schooled in Oakland, where he now lives. His first book was called To Die for the People, and imminently he will publish his autobiography, which is called Revolutionary Suicide, a concept I shall now ask Mr. Newton please to explain.
I'll explain it, but if I may impose upon you, I have a friend who's almost dying for me to ask this question, if you will. The question is, during the Revolution of 1776, when the United States of America broke away from England, my friend would like to know, what side would you have been on during that time?
I think probably I would have been on the side of George Washington. I'm not absolutely sure, because it remains to be established historically whether what we sought to prove at that point might not have been proved by more peaceful means. On the whole, I'm against revolutions. Though I think as revolutions go, that was a pretty humane one.
Yeah, you're not such a bad guy after all. My friend will be surprised to hear that. I hope he's listening.
His assumption was what?
Well, he was puzzled, but I think that he was inclined to believe that you've been on the side of the colonizers of England. But I'm pleased with the answer, and I agree with you. The only revolution that is worth fighting is a humane revolution, and
Also one that succeeds.
Pardon me?
Also one that succeeds.
Yes, right.
Because,
eventually.
I feel that if King George had captured George Washington, he would have had the right to hang him.
According to the law.
Yeah.
But revolutions always, in some ways, contradict some laws. That's why it's called revolution.
Well, revolutionary justice is its own justice, isn't it?
Yes, and of course, it always professes to go under some human right or humane consideration. And I think that we can judge revolutions on the basis of how much, in fact, or objectively, people are given a fair, dealt with in a fairer way, and are given more freedom. I think that one of my principles is that contradiction is the ruling principle of the universe, and everything in phenomena, whether it's the physical world or the biological world or the social world, has its internal contradiction, that gives motion to things, that internal strain. And much of the time that we Homo sapiens don't realize that no matter what sort of conditions we establish, no matter what government we establish at this point, there also will be that internal contradiction that will have to be resolved, and resolved in a rational, just way. And of course, that leads us somewhat, it's very vague on how to deal with it. And many times we claim actions are revolutionary, but really they're not. So I appreciate your answer, and I would agree with that part of it.
Which part?
The part that the only revolution is worthwhile, or that is a real revolution that succeeds, would be a humane revolution. And
otherwise,
that,
it's called an insurrection or a mutiny.
Yeah, a rebellion or riot. Yes.
Yeah. The as I understand it, the generally accepted test of the integrity of a revolution is whether it is established, the revolution having taken place.
Can you stop it right there, real Clarence, for a second? Okay, if you heard the conversation when they talking about a revolution, and they said if it doesn't work, it's basically called a rebellion or insurrection. Hence, what happened January the 6th, right?
Correct.
What do they call it? Insurrection.
Touche.
Y'all got to pay attention. I told you.
Oh yeah. No, I've seen this many times. I believe me. I understand. I'm overstanding. I got it. But
and it's so funny because I remember this show. I remember this music from this man's show when I was a little girl. Because I told y'all my two uncles were Black Panthers, and I remember they wanted to see everything that Huey P. Newton was doing. Like they would tune into this show and grasp all that knowledge like nobody business. I promise you, this just brought back memories from when I was 5, 6, 7 years old, man. Like crazy.
So they're gonna go on to debate. What's the different nuances of a revolution, right?
But look, just to tease the audience, let them know we got other debates coming up about Black into it. And I fuck with William F. Buckley because I can see back then that was a conservative who had principles and respectable principles, because he would sit there and he would debate, and he would come, and the thing is, he didn't come to debate whether it was Huey Newton, Malcolm X, James Baldwin to disparage them. He came to debate them to say, hey, look, this is what I think, tell me what you think, to try to get an understanding. The debate was about understanding. These clowns today, they're not trying to get an understanding. Mr. Buckley was. So I especially love the debate that him and James Baldwin had in Oxford, England. In Oxford, England, they didn't even have that.
That's another good one. That's another good one.
Man. Yeah. Woo! Woo!
Okay, so what my thing was,
you guys, as we go further in these streams each week after each week, we're gonna try to continue to bring. Not ain't gonna do it every day because I know y'all don't like your brain being overworked. Y'all need a little cussing and all that shit there, and keep your little spicy salacious shit. But you know what? We're not gonna stray away from these educational streams. So you're gonna get a little Baldwin. We got Newton. You get a little Baldwin. You get some more Malcolm.
Yeah.
You're gonna get several other old school people that y'all gonna say, I don't know you did, but we're gonna reintroduce you guys to some classics.
Yeah.
And I want to say too, we should not even, at least I give my point of view on the insurrection that happened January 6th. I'm not mad at those people at all that they went down there and they fought for what they believed, good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. They came down there to overthrow what they thought was unfair for them, right? Not that I agree, but I'm just saying they stood for something. They fought for something. And that is the reason why now it is called an insurrection. And what I will give them the credit for it is they literally tried to overthrow. And that is something that Malcolm X talked about all the time. Overthrowing your government, going down protesting Congress is a part of a revolution. And it has not been without, no revolution has not been without bloodshed. And Malcolm X said that. The thing about it with us is we will protest and march till times get better.
Well,
we'll do that. So this is my angle on January 6th. They did what they did. I have no opinion about it at all. It don't concern me and my people. It is what it is. I'll leave it right there. It ain't none of my business because everything that they tore up down there, everything that they destroyed down there, you know who it was built by? Our ancestors.
I do have a problem with what the bloodshed would have been looked like if the protesters had looked like us.
Oh well, we already know that. Yeah, we already know it would be worse. We know that.
Yeah, and that's
I'm just saying the difference. I'm just talking about the difference in what it looks like to, try to overthrow your government, to go in and do an insurrection and do a protest down there where they're making these laws that don't favor us.
And I agree that an insurrection of any government in any land is a suicide mission. You don't say I'm going to overthrow the government. I'm going to create an insurrection. When you come to that decision, that like, hey, I don't mind dying. I'm done living, because most revolutionaries, if you're a true committed revolutionary, I'm ready to lay my life. Because that's what it takes.
Right, and that's what I was saying.
If you ain't ready to lay your life, you ain't a fucking revolutionary.
Right. That's what I was saying is the difference in being a protester and marching as opposed to going down to overthrow your very government. That is the difference.
Can I be crystal clear with you? 1,000%. January 6th, when none of them niggas know revolutionaries. They knew.
I was an insurrection. They were just angry because they were spoiled and they was mad that they thought that Trump, was cheated out of the election. That's what that was about.
And I gotta say, so let me be perfectly clear.
Yes.
If they had a history of revolutionary activity,
exactly,
it wouldn't have been
that's why it's an
insurrection. Because they would be like, oh hell no.
That's why it's an insurrection.
Right. So that's why you don't see us in abundance, because we got a history of doing, okay, all right, black people, let's get 40,000 people down at the Capitol. Are you out your motherfucking mind? When they see 40,000 black face, we have a history of knowing what happened.
Rico, look how nervous the government got and Congress got when when Brother Farrakhan did the Million Man March.
Right.
You remember
look,
that? Do you know the power that was in that day?
Let me. I'm glad you said that. Let me tell you and Clarence something, right? Okay, because I worked in downtown Washington D.C. What was that? Was that what year was that?
91, I think.
95.
95. Okay.
95. Okay. God is my oldest son is 30, whatever. I took him and his brother. They were young. I was a single father. I got out the military and I was home. I said, I'm gonna take y'all to the Million Man March. I just did. They didn't know what the fuck I was doing, but I wanted to go. I was caught up in the fevers like everybody else. I was living at 14 with Clifton. I was living in Washington.
It was in 96. It was 96.
Clarence, I was living in Clarence. I was living in Washington, D.C. I didn't have to get on the bus like Spike Lee and them. All I had to do was catch a local bus 20 minutes downtown. And I took my two young sons. And it was a beautiful day. I enjoyed the day. I mean, it was hot as fuck. There was a lot of people. It was just
But bro, Rico, I said that because we shook up the world, the government, Congress, everybody was scared because they actually thought that was the intention of our people, was to go down there and overthrow the government. They actually was very, very nervous about that.
If you literally want to know the truth, was okay. Now, Clarence, look up the OJ decision. What year was that?
I think that was 95, I think.
Take a look at it, please. I want to make sure I'm correct.
All right.
I don't want to put, because I was working downtown DC and I'm working for private law firms. These big ass law firms downtown. You know what they're predominantly? I'm working in the fucking mailroom. So I'm one of the little specks of pepper in all the salt. Right, Patrice? You got a bunch of
exactly.
A little speck or two of pepper.
Look, exactly.
So I'm there, right?
1995, October 3rd, 1995.
That was OJ. That was OJ?
OJ found not guilty October 3rd.
Okay. When was the Million Man March?
I believe the Million Man March was in 96.
Okay.
October
double
96.
check. Look, take a quick look.
Yeah, now
I'm trying to tell you right. Here's the timeline. I'm in my 58 now. So I'm in my 20s. I'm 24, 25 years old, and I'm a young black man. And I done served 6 years in the military. I done served 6 years in the fucking army.
Thank you for your service, brother.
Well, I'm coming home. I'm a single father.
1995. I'm sorry. 1995. I knew it was around the birth of my first son. Yeah,
what was 95? Give us the dates, Clarence. You're confusing us now.
Give us both dates of each event. It was October 95. I know that. It was in October.
What was October 95?
October 16th. October 16th.
What was October 95?
What was it?
What was October 95? What event?
It was a Million Man March.
Okay, and what was OJ event?
Damn, man. Rico.
I'm asking.
What was it?
What date?
I think he got convicted and
innocent. Found innocent.
Convicted, but yeah, he was found not guilty. Acquitted October 3rd, 1995.
So shit, they were like 2 weeks apart.
Yeah, right.
That's what I'm getting at. Okay, all right, okay. Work with me. So OJ was found not guilty, and 2 weeks later we had the Million Man March, right?
Right.
It of the same motherfucking 95 was a motherfucker.
Yeah.
95, I had to be 58 this year to take 95. What was I? 20 what? 64.
It don't matter. You were a young man.
Thank you, Patrice. Right. It don't matter.
So what I'm saying is this, Patrice, right? I remember being in the mailroom, right? So when the OJ fucking shit came out and you saw like the movie, everybody over America, right? Everybody black celebrated. None of us celebrated that nigga was innocent. We celebrated that he beat it.
Yeah.
That's why I always tell people it's a difference. I didn't give a fuck if he was guilty or not. I was just happy that a black man beat the charge.
Yeah.
And everybody in America was happy about that. Black.
Yeah.
That black. You were just like, we never saw a black man get away with shit. We saw white people get away with it all the time.
Right.
And
you're right, brother Rico. That is what it was about. I never forget.
Really was the feeling. I didn't give a fuck if he did it. I'm not gonna say I didn't give a fuck because I didn't give a fuck if he did it because white America didn't give a fuck when white people killed black people.
Yeah, and this is the thing I'll never forget because I was working for DePaul University, and I never will forget how in that moment they put this TV on in one of the open lobbies, and when I tell you there was such separation. There was such separation between the black students and the white students. And when I tell you, when that verdict came down, not guilty, you should have saw the black students jumping up and down, and the white students were
crying.
They was crying. They was mad. I mean, so you're right. It was a big difference, and it wasn't the fact that that I think the majority of them cared about. The fact that he didn't do it, it's the fact that he got off and beat the case. That's what it really was about for a lot of black people.
That I swear to God. And then now, like Patrice, you take that same energy and literally now I'm glad you did. And that's why I kept pressing you, Clint. Like, what was the fucking time? Because I knew it was close. A couple of weeks later, we getting all the information. All these niggas coming to DC. They ain't used the N-word, but this is what was coming. Okay, fine. All right. No more. I got two more inbounds. Here's the thing, right? So now, and literally, the office I worked at, the address, if you look it up, is 1100 New York Avenue, which is literally 3 blocks away from the Washington Mall. And the Washington Mall, where they were going to have, the way the Washington Mall is set up in DC, at one end here, right, on the left, you have the U.S. Capitol. On the other end, you have here, which is called the Lincoln Memorial. And the mall is this long strip of land in between. So you have all these museums all around, right? Where the Million Man March was, where Farrakhan and all the speakers was going on the steps of the Capitol, or a few feet out. They wouldn't let them get as close to the Capitol as they let them white folks. But it was like they did a platform and a stage and all that up there. So they literally agreed and decided, right, that they would go to the U.S. Capitol to speak. And I remember, this is how crazy it was. The law firm I worked at, they closed the day of the Million Man March. A private company. It was someday in the middle of the week, but they were.
Yeah, I told everybody they was afraid. They was afraid. It was almost like after watching Roots, you could hear, as my mama say, a mouse piss on cotton from white people.
As God is my witness, they found a coded way to tell white folk not to come to work. They found a coded way. They didn't tell. They was like, if you want to take off and use a day of vacation, you can. Boom, boom, boom. And I took off too because I was going to go to the march. But they were telling white folk, they sent out emails and messages. Wasn't even email because email wasn't as wide then. But they was telling white folk, don't come to work. Literally, like that was that, and I know specifically that was a work day in Washington D.C. And like literally, like 90% of the federal government and white people who worked in Washington D.C. they didn't come to work that day. It was like on a Thursday, and that day was like a fucking weekend. They did not come to work because the fear of it's going to be 1 million black men in Washington, D.C. scared the living motherfucking shit out of them. And D.C. at that time was still a predominantly black city. But even at that time, Marion Barry had to be the mayor. So we had a black mayor because he was mayor for life. That motherfucker been mayor for like 12, 15 years. We've had a black mayor probably hell, almost my entire lifetime. Not my entire lifetime, but almost. So we had a black mayor. We had I'll say 50% black police department. Not predominantly, but maybe half. City council probably was half. But still, they was all scared of all these black men coming to Washington, D.C. They was scared shit. It was the most peaceful day I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I was even scared a little bit. I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know the fuck to expect.
Yeah.
It was unpredictable, but the fact of the matter is the level of fear. And it was kind of, from that point on, it always kind of made something different in my head ever since then about how I've been in corporate America. Because I lived through watching an experience that was like, okay, you could do an Italian American, you could do a Jewish American, you can do, hell, at this point, I think you do an LGBT fest or a woman fest, and no one will act like that. But I've never seen in a space where, and I don't know if I'll ever see it again, where they're like, okay, because particularly, and then of course, I mean, I get it. Farrakhan scared a lot of people. He's always scared people. But I was like, he scared them with what? Telling the fucking truth. So what? So what? They wasn't prepared to deal with it. And he was unapologetic about it. He was like, no. And his whole message that day was like telling black men, go back home, take care of your family, be responsible. All the shit that we cry about now. If people would watch this speech in 1995, it's like, the shit you niggas is talking about now, he said in 1995. Are you fucking kidding
Bro,
me?
you just hit the nail right on the head. If a lot of these young black men listen to that speech and will try to live up to that speech even now, and this is the thing that about making things like that classics.
In the nation.
Classics stand the test of time is speeches like that. Speeches that we can take and use for gems and nuggets and apply to our life right today, because Farrakhan was telling these black men to step the hell up. Don't complain. Step the hell up.
I agree with you 100%, sis. As a person that's, I've heard hundreds of Minister Farrakhan's lectures. So yeah, not only him, but Dr. Khaled and other people. So yeah, definitely. But this is what I want to, because Rico touched on this point earlier before we go on with Dr. Huey. We touched on a little bit about the differences between Dr. Thomas Sowell and Dr. Claude Anderson. And what we noticed that one thing that they were consistent, both of them were consistent upon. Dr. Sowell was consistent with the fact that we as black people shouldn't only be going after the government to fix us. If you listen, I've listened to other speeches of his, and he's pretty much against the government giving out what's the word I want to say? Things to alleviate the pressures that they created by allowing this the commercial slave trade, right? That impact that had on us, even to this day. Dr. Sowell was like, well, no, you don't have to do that, right? Well, and Dr. Claude Anderson is pretty much saying the same thing. Don't expect the government to do that. We have to do it. We have to come together ourselves. If you notice, whenever you read some of Dr. Claude Anderson's his writings or any of his lectures, he'll never say this is what the government has to do. He can say, he'll say you can go to them and you can ask them for that, but
don't expect
it. It's going to be on us as blacks to work together. And this is what
to build our own economic power. And I get what he's saying totally, and nobody is totally dependent on. And that's the biggest misconception, is people thinking that ADOS or people that's asking for reparations is solely dependent on the government, and that's not true. That's the biggest farce that they
Patrice.
Of course, because they wanna think that people just sitting here twiddling their thumbs, praying, hoping, praying that the government gonna give us something. We just waiting with our hands out. No, people still doing work, own businesses, going to school, getting educated, doing what they got to do, living their lives. So I absolutely agree with that part of what Dr. Claude Anderson was saying, because he's saying don't expect it, even though it's owed us.
Yeah.
And yes, by right, but listen, we can't sit around and just expect them to just give it to us. No, thinking they just gonna hand it to us free and clear. But it is worth fighting for, and that's the thing. He's never against fighting for it. He's just saying don't solely depend on it.
Exactly. That's my point, Patrice. Is that yes, we got people on that. It's like a war. You got people on this flank. You got people on that flank. Everybody ain't attacking from the same direction. You got we all attacking this problem, this issue from different flanks. So we not just because I'm in this flank, I'm in this flank that's heading this way. I'm not going to discount the people that's in that flank, even though they, saying though they might be paratroopers, we might be the tank infantry. These other people might be the the RPG people. We're not going to discount each other. We're going to just keep fighting our fighting who's in front of us, right? So that's the issue. But I wanted to bring up that Dr. Anderson never said he's never a one to say, well, we got to go to these white folks and make them see the error of their ways. He's never saying that. He's always saying, hey, it's on us. We got to do business with each other. We got so much money passing through our hands. We got more money than the GDP of Spain passing through our hands. And they running the whole country on less money than what we have in American black people in America have passing through our hands. What else could we do? Right?
Hey, Clint, let me say this, okay? Mr. Vaughn, Mr. Bryant, are you down in the cut? I agree with you. No, because he just said something that just struck me that's kind of blue. Like I said, we need to do a reaction video on Farrakhan's 95 speech, Million Man March.
Absolutely.
So again, what I'm saying is this.
That's a great idea.
That's a great idea, Mr. Bryant.
And listen, hurry up and do it, because people are stealing other people's content and ideas. So
and the reason why
wait, hold on.
Rico, let me say this. Let me just get him with this.
All right, I'm gonna let you tell, but I'm gonna tell Patrice real quick. We ain't got to worry about nobody doing no reaction on Farrakhan.
That was right.
We ain't worry about that one.
But no, what I was going to say is, Mr. Vaughn, since that was your idea, you a winner, you the superstar, your ass would be on that reaction. That's all I'm going to say. We expect you to tap in, because I kind of believe you was at the mark, and I just did the math. I was 31. So I was still a young, handsome, sexy young thing without all this gray. But Mr. Vaughn, when we do that reaction, I don't know if we'll do it.
That depends on who you ask, brother. That depends on who you ask.
My mama said I was.
Thank you, Patrice.
And nobody but my mama. And I'll always love my mama. She's my favorite girl. Only got one. Yeah. I'll always love my mama. She's the favorite girl.
We apologize. At Let's Talk to Better Black Life, we apologize for any singing that Rico may do. We accept his cussing, but his singing cannot be withstood, and so we apologize for you. Let's get back to our regular programming. You muted, Rico. You muted. Rico.
Vaughn, that's a great idea you came up with. I don't know if you was there or not, but still, let's revisit the speech. Let's chop it up. Because I was at the speech and I was moved beyond measure.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
And like I said, Spike made a movie about it because it was so powerful. And the speech he spoke, all these guys, they regurgitating shit from 95. I had completely forgotten all about what the minister said. They regurgitating the stuff that he was talking about.
The reason why I say, and the reason why I say it'd be a good idea is because the men in these YouTube streets are using Sister what's her name's her book and her
Ali.
Yeah, they using her to tell women that they need to be like that. You know what I mean? So this will be a good opposite side of the sex
I
talking
got a
point.
perfect day for it. And I ain't even gonna say that because we're gonna make sure nobody don't steal it.
Man, hey, let me tell you something, bro. One thing about if you doing a reaction to Minister Farrakhan videos, you ain't got to worry about. Ain't nobody gonna be doing that. Not none of nobody in our sphere. They're not even gonna come close to them. Like, they won't even do stuff like what we doing here. They won't even do this kind of stuff. They
But
too busy trying to get monetized.
we gonna keep doing what we doing. I don't give
Yeah,
a
they
damn
won't
what
even
they
do
do.
stuff like this because
We gonna
they
keep
too
doing what
scared.
we doing.
They're too scared they're gonna lose subscribers, so they won't do stuff like this.
Well,
All
we're
right,
not here.
all right. Okay, I got you, Rico. All right, so
Brother
let's
Vaughn,
continue.
when we tap in and we tell you we ready to come up, I don't hear no BS. You come in here, you come in with your reaction. I need that. I mean, no. I need your wisdom, your thoughtfulness. That's it. And that's the only way we're gonna push this program or we're gonna push this message is if we all participate. I don't know shit. I'm looking for guidance from y'all too.
They already told you custom. So you are willfully ignorant.
I'm willful. I'm very willful. I'm very willful.
Shout out to whoever said that. Shout out to him. I know I can trigger him at any moment.
With your willfully ignorant ass.
All right, so let's get into it because William Buckley, he really once the conversation gets moving, you'll see Huey Newton just has his way with William Buckley, man. He just has his way with him. So let's watch the rest of it a little bit more.
The answer is not necessarily.
No, I said, okay, well,
wait a minute.
Let me finish my proposition.
No.
Let me finish. I'm your guest, and I heard that you're a charming man,
and I'm the
you're
host.
polite. I don't have. Hold, wait just one minute.
It isn't merely a matter of voting. It's a matter of expressing yourself.
I don't have to be polite and charming because it's not my program. You owe me a special privilege. What I'm saying is that sometimes that people are heard and people participate with their say-so, and it could be called democracy because it's who defines democracy. Now, in the West, much of the time, if you're not allowed to vote by putting the ballot into the box and choosing an administration or person, if this does not take place, then in the West, we're inclined to say there's no democracy. I'm saying this is not necessarily true if democracy will be defined as everyone and all of the people getting a fair share and a fair deal of whatever wealth is there, and some control over their administrators. Now, in armed revolution, the people are casting the ballots, certainly. And this is the acid test that some say, well, it's no need for them to go to deal in bourgeois democracy because even in the West, they say democracy, but you can't vote out private property. You can only vote within the scope of the definition of the institutions and the people and the authority who control them. And some other countries, and some other, I'll let you talk in 1 minute, Ernest. And some other countries, they say, no, the people will decide what happens, and they're not relegated or bound by any definition by the interests of the authority, if it happens to be a bourgeois authority, and I mean owners and those who control most of the wealth. I would have to appreciate if they call that the flower, I would say flower also. Now, whether we choose that form of that procedure or not, that would have to be considered by our own subjective kind of desire. And I will agree that with human affairs, that most of the times that we call our subjective desires objective. I try not to do that. And this is why that I try to be very honest in debates and just in discussions. Right?
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. You are charming and you're very polite.
And very silent. The right of the individual to define for himself extends to the extent of his capacity to communicate. George Orwell wrote a very famous book based on Big Brother's attempt
Yes.
So to rob words of their meanings, that war became peace,
Yes.
and justice became oppression, and so on. Now, democracy consists not only in being permitted to vote, but in being permitted to organize an opposition,
Yes.
so as to discover whether people are latently on your side. There is no practice of democracy as commonly understood
Yes.
in Cuba. The assumption that an organization is democratic because otherwise the leader would be overthrown is naive.
There's one fallacy in what I think that you would consider democracy. You could only organize an opposition within the scope as defined by the authorities who are controlled in the first place. And this is true in the socialist society as well as in the capitalist society.
Give me an example.
An example is this. In this society, that you're not allowed to organize an opposition against the authority through armed resistance with the intent to overthrow the government.
That's right.
So there, but
we call that rebellion.
By law, but you've already agreed that if you were in 1776, you probably would have chose Washington, and this definitely would have been against the law. And so I'm saying that when we talk about organizing opposition, that no government in this world that I know about have the audacity at this point.
He made a very valid point. Did you hear it?
With who? Huey?
Which point?
He made an excellent point with William F.
Yeah, he made about 3 of them.
He asked him when he came into the conversation, during 1776, which side would you have chosen? Would you have chosen the British or George Washington? And Buckley said, I think I would have chosen Washington.
Washington, right?
Now, he said also, now he's talking in the present, and he's like, well, the U.S. government does not allow armed rebellion because, or armed opposition was his words. And Buckley said, well, that's called rebellion. He said, that's funny because in 1776, you chose Washington, which also was armed rebellion.
Right.
True.
So in 1776, y'all would call it patriotism because it was armed rebellion against the king.
Isn't that what they called him on January 6th?
And anything that is oppression, anything that is
or armed opposition. So if you take up arms against your government and it's considered a rebellion, so why is 1776 considered a revolution?
Exactly.
Rather than the rebellion.
Okay, so let me give you guys the context of what's going on.
That's what he got him, and I was like,
that's the double-sided talk
of you guys in 1776 call it a revolution, not a rebellion.
But let me give y'all the surface. The surface situation is that Buckley is saying to him that basically what you guys doing with the Panthers is pretty much considered trying to take over the government. It's
a rebellion.
Sedition. No, but it's more than that. Sedition, right?
Okay.
Trying to take
which
over
was untrue. Which was untrue.
Exactly. This is the surface situation, right? They're using all these other euphemisms to actually have this conversation. So anyway, Huey is telling him, hey, you know what? You already said you basically would be on our side.
I know, exactly.
You would have been on our side if you would have did this, right?
And I was like, wait a minute, if you said you were going to be on Washington's side, which was seditious, rebellious, all the terms you want to use against the King of England who owned America, then we're doing the same. So why are you now against us?
See, you caught that. That's the underlying situation that's going on. They're using all these other euphemisms, the King of England, the American, but that's what's actually going on behind the scenes. That's the real conversation that's going on.
Right. And it was kind of funny because he asked him at the beginning of the interview, and that's where he set him up. He said, he said, a friend of mine asked me to ask you, what position would you take?
Right.
And once he got him to say that, it was like, oh, now I'm looking at it like 20, 30 minutes of the conversation. I'm like,
Man,
oh,
see,
he
he
said
had it in
that.
his hip pocket, right? He put that in his back pocket. And he said,
So
"Okay,
now,
I got him."
now
Right?
you already on the side because in their mind, George Washington was a revolutionary.
Right. See,
Right?
but he don't know who he's talking to. See, he don't know who he's talking to. This dude,
and he's saying we're a revolution. So if you're going to say we were rebellious, then you have to admit George Washington was rebellious.
there you go. There you go. No, so that's basically what he said. He's saying, what's the difference between me and the Panters and George Washington? So that's what he said.
We all know what the difference was.
But I mean,
because they were a black militia. They were a black militia group.
Other than the obvious, Patrice.
Right. We're both taking up armed resistance to an existing government.
There you go.
We're both taking up armed resistance to an existing government.
And a government that is oppressing our race of people and it's not giving us equality and humanity. Those were the two things that Huey P. Newton brought up, equality and humanity.
And Mr. Buckley, you already said you would be on the side of the people of resistance. So if you're going to be on George Washington's side, call me the Black George Washington.
There you go.
Get
now
your
you
ass on my
side. Now you see where
he's got to reconcile why he would have been on his side then and not on his side now.
Well, see, what he's going to spend the rest of the time doing is trying to separate the goals of the Panthers from the goals of Washington.
That's what I caught. That's why I wanted you to stop it. I was like, oh shit, this is a teachable moment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad you caught that.
Oh shit. Oh
yeah.
Ooh, that was good.
So this dude, I mean, it's a really good. It's a long. We ain't get.
Let me. Here we had to be. Let me tell you something, black folk. What? Maybe 30? Maybe.
Who? Huey?
At this point.
Yeah, I think it's like 31, maybe something like
that.
That's
what it was like. We ain't talking about no old wise old man.
No. But see, Buckley didn't know who he was talking. Buckley didn't know who he was talking to.
No, but
this dude was like a couple of classes away from a law degree.
Clarence, this is what I'm saying is, I'm trying to get young folk to understand today. We didn't have to be 100 fucking years old to have wisdom. Right. These were young cats because they gave a shit. They cared. They cared is all I'm saying. Is this whole thing. No. A lot of our leaders were not old. We had a young Martin. We had a young Malcolm. We had a young John Lewis. All of them were young when they started into the fucking movement. Being wise, being smart, being into. Ain't nobody wait till they was in their goddamn 50s and 60s. So y'all motherfuckers today, you have no excuse. I ain't but 25. Fuck you. They were 25 back then. They put it on the line and they cared.
Rico, they got. Now I will say this for the generation of today, they got much more distractions than we had. We didn't have all these distractions, man. We didn't have all these.
Clarence, fuck you. There you go again. There you go again.
Well, because we got to tell the truth. We got to tell the truth. We can't just say we can't just say it one way. We got to say it the whole way. So that's why.
Stop putting tit in their mouth. There's no excuse.
No, I'm not.
No. What I'm saying is, I will say this. They don't hesitate to slander the past. So if you ain't going to hesitate to slander us in the past, I don't want to hear it. I'll tell every time. This is what I tell the generation today. You're right. Because you know how they come on? You look. Mr. Best, I love you, but you know how y'all like, and I'm just using him as an example, right? Like, oh, y'all had it together. And right, remember that, Patrice? You know what I tell him? You know what? Fuck you. Your turn. You up next. Do better. That's it. Do better. You're right. We wasn't shit. Do better. But if you're going to say y'all fucked up and y'all dropped the ball, and that's the reason why I ain't shit. No, miss me with that. Do better. That's all I say. You're right. Rico, I was fucked up. Do better.
But that's how.
If you're not going to do better, you don't get to criticize.
But that's their excuse. They get to criticize you and say, "Hey, you guys didn't teach us right." Wait a minute. You guys didn't teach us right. I'm all effed up. So, but I got an excuse to be effed up. Y'all
Clarence,
didn't teach.
fuck you. Fuck
No,
you,
that's
Clarence.
not. I'm
You
telling
gave them
you
an
their
excuse.
mentality, Rico. I'm
Clarence,
telling you
I
their mentality.
don't give a fuck about their mentality. I don't want an explanation of the mentality. I don't want an excuse. Because we did. Was you given
Not
one?
excuse.
Excuse me.
No, I'm
Was
not
you
making-
given one? Was you
No.
given one for the failures of the generation before you?
No.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter whether they served you well or whether they failed you. You, what? You motherfucker, give me the excuse you got.
No, ain't no excuse.
Give me
I'm
the
just
excuse
saying,
you got.
Rico, I'm not saying I'm not giving you an excuse. But if you go into a situation and you don't address every situation, you can come in with as good intentions.
Did your mother
as
and
you want.
father address? Let me ask you: did your mother and father address every fucking problem that you had to deal with before you had to deal with?
Of course not. It was a whole different time. Of course not. Rico.
And you had to figure it the fuck out.
You did. Now we had a
That's
different.
all. So that's what I'm saying. Knock it
I'm
off
just
with
saying,
this
we had a
bullshit.
different environment at the time, Rico,
Clarence,
where
no,
they didn't
it's
have
not.
so much
It's
stuff.
not. It is.
Well, I have to do it, Rico. I have to.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yeah, I can because it's the reality. Rico, okay. Let's be logical.
No.
Let's be logical.
No.
Let's be logical. Did you, at 6 or 7 years old, have access to prawn like this group has?
No.
Did you have? Were they telling you that all you got to do is get on YouTube and you could be a millionaire?
No.
Okay.
No.
Did they tell you that hey, you're a simp if you talk to girls, be nice to them, open doors for them, everything?
No.
Okay. Well, Rico, it's a different environment, right? Back in our day, the parents they sent you home with a note, right? They pin it to your shirt, right? They pin it to your shirt to make sure it got home, right? You get home, the note said Rico was bad in school all day. Your mama whooped your butt or father whooped your butt, right? You come back the next day with black eyes or whatever, right? Can't sit down hardly, right? But you know what? The teachers minded their own business. Now they're gonna call
black eyes. Ooh, that's some abuse right there.
Well, I mean, sometimes they went off on you, right? You have belt marks all over you, right? And so you go to school. Well, listen, you go to school, and the teacher might see the belt marks on you. But guess what? She knew you was gonna be quiet, and she was cool with that, and she minded her own business. In today's world, they can send you. They see you coming to school with belt marks on you. Your child's gonna get taken. CPS is.
Are you even listening to what you're saying?
I am. I'm telling you that it's a different environment today.
Okay, but do you see this whole? Do you hear this whole fucking pity party that you're creating?
No, but it's not a pity party. It is true. It's a different time. It's a different technology, modern technology. It's a different thing, right? And I'm not making it as an excuse, but it is a reason because they have so many other distractions where we used our imagination more than they did.
And we didn't have all that.
So my question is this then. So my question to you both, right?
Okay.
1000%. If it's not a pity party, then why did we have to do more with less? And they can be accepted to do less with more. Because that's exactly what I'm hearing. Let me finish. What I'm hearing, we had nothing. You already said it. They got too much. We had nothing. We had no fucking. Okay, again, latchkey kids, getting the brakes beat the fuck off us, being physically abused, possibly sex abused, not having any outlets, dealing with levels of racism. We had all this shit to endure, and I'm not saying it was right, but I'm saying somehow and I don't wish this on our kids today. I'm saying we had to learn how to navigate it. All of us didn't. I know friends of mine growing up as a kid who didn't make it out successfully. They just didn't. It's the luck of the draw. It's a fucking lottery. I say the same thing for the kids today. Every kid that's dealing with all the shit they dealing with, we got failures, but we got more successes. Y'all, unless y'all gonna sit there and tell me,
I agree. I'm not saying that we don't. I agree with that. And the one thing that we're not doing is we are not blaming the generation behind us We're not blaming them to say they failed us or whatever. We know that they failed in some things because they didn't know a lot of things either.
Yes.
Just like we didn't know a lot of things.
Yes.
But the thing is we're saying, okay, where you're saying we failed you all, the Generation X's and the Y's and the Z's. Here's the torch. Show us what you can do.
That's it.
Right.
That's all my argument. That's all my argument is.
Because we've always wanted them to do and have better than us.
Right. And
that's always been the goal.
Yes. And I cannot accept the premise of, because again, like I said, I told you guys, perfect example. I got 5 sons. 4 of those motherfuckers are knocking it out the park. One of them will be a failure until the day he closes his eyes.
Oh,
man. No, I'm telling you the God's honest fucking truth. I'm not sugarcoating this shit because it's the fucking reality, Clarence. They all grew up in the same fucking space and the same.
And that's the thing that a lot of the other generation do. They make excuses for their kids. They make excuses for their children when they see shit ain't right. When they know their children, they make excuses, and that's why we have the things that we have going on now. It's because they choose to ignore a lot of things in their own children.
And Clarence, you the motherfucker that was just telling us that shit Tuesday. It was your fucking ass that was telling us. When the fuck do we let go? No, yes, it was with you and JJ Evans. Right, Patrice?
What?
Wasn't he dropping that video on us? When we gonna let him go? When the fuck you let him go?
No. I do. I'm just.
Right, Patrice? No. Be quiet.
Don't say that, Rico. That's all I'm saying.
Patrice,
don't say
wasn't he the one dropping the video when we said it's enough is enough? When we gonna let it go? I'm not done. He said,
"No, I got
excuses." Right? That was Bro Clarence. That was
I got why Bro Clarence used that video, and it's a perfect example of, as to say, even as parents, when you come to realization, like you saying about your child, Brother Rico, you're saying it. You are realist when it comes to that one son of yours.
Yeah, I know. I got the same son.
I'm asking you.
What?
You killing me because now it's like, God damn, he done changed since Tuesday.
No, Rico. I'm just saying.
I think he misunderstood.
I'm saying, don't say that, Rico. That's all. I agree with you. We sit in the same car. I'm just saying, don't say that. That's all. Just don't say that.
Don't say what? Don't say what?
Don't say he gonna be nothing till he closes.
No, I'm gonna say it.
All right, Rico. We're gonna be fighting in the car.
Me saying is not me wishing it.
Well, then that's where y'all.
I get it.
I get what you saying. You saying we in the same car, but you won't say that about yours. What he's saying about his, and see, and that's okay. And that's okay, because that's the difference in us all, right?
I'm trying to get him not to say that about his.
But Clarence, remember we're talking. We're setting up these next. Patrice, did you set up the next show for the following week? Because I got my show locked up.
I did.
Because I said, let me finish. I'm gonna do one for the following Tuesday about the people I told you guys about, and I'm gonna have my next to the youngest youngin here, and all that's gonna come out in the conversation. Because again, these are kids who are working in mental health. One is a child psychologist.
Oh, good.
One is a caseworker. And even then, because again, we're open and honest and genuine about even our family situation.
Mm-hmm. And listen,
we're transparent about
it. We just did the video topic on Sweetie Pies. And I just found out that she has now hired a more upscale attorney out of Chicago to fight her son's case. So she is that type of mother, that she is that ride or die, regardless to what her son does. You just have parents that are like that. You got parents that are like that. She said it's like a marriage, till death do us part. And then you have the parent, like the parent on Good Times, where she say, I'm gonna let you go because you're just so earthly good. And I'm done. I'm washing my hands. There are those parents.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't matter. No parents don't make them wrong because of whatever they choose. They choose whatever they choose for whatever reason they choose it. It doesn't make
you're probably right, Rico, but just don't say that. That's all I'm saying.
No. Because Clarence, because we have to verbalize it to get to the. Do you think it's fucking
I get you.
easy?
I get you. I get you. I
No,
get you.
it's not even easy. It's not easy. It's as hard for us to let go
I get you.
as it is for you to hold on. But to let go, we must. And sometimes it's the theory of you get rid of the rotten apple to save the barrel.
I got
and
you.
literally, I got a son that like I ain't spoke to in 3 years, and he's still dragging me through the mud. And I just have to sit there and I just have to let now my other son's just like, Dad, just I was like, I just ignore him. I don't want to fight with him no more. I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted. I don't even fucking pray, and I prayed for this motherfucker to come to a space where me and him could have a conversation, and we just will never have that. And I just had to make peace with that, and that's hard. That is one out
and
of.
I get it. I totally get it, because that would be me. I would be like, I've done all I can. I've raised you right. You keep doing wrong. You know right from wrong. At what point are you going to take responsibility for your actions and change? You're grown now.
And
so now I'm not going to keep playing rescue every time you screw up. Guess what? You're going to go out into the cold world, and you're going to see how you get treated when you break the law. You're going to see how when you get locked up, you're going to be a slave.
Yeah. And even to
you're going to see that. And if it's not that, it's going to be 6 feet under.
And you know what's so crazy, Patrice? Even to the point where
you got to make peace with that and say, I pray and I put you in God's hand, because ain't nothing else I could do.
And even where we can't even get along, that even when I remove myself from the space, that motherfucker will disrespect me until the day I leave this earth. I mean, be just as vile, despicable. But I'm gonna let my second youngest son tell you, because I'm gonna tell him, Antoine, speak freely about what you know, so on and so forth. We're not hiding none of this shit.
And bro Rico, let me say this, bro Rico, let me say this, bro Rico. I understand your stance, because when what one child do affects your whole family and affects your other kids, you cannot keep subjecting your children to that. It's not fair to them to keep subjecting, and then your children is looking at you and saying, you get him, you rescue him every time he does wrong. And here we are, we're good kids, we're doing right, we're living right, but you keep doing this for this one. And they're looking at that in the light as you keep allowing this wrong and this toxicity to be around us. Do you care about us as your children too?
That's the shit that I sit there and say, because I remember my oldest son, and I would get mad at him because he would be like, the oldest one is a junior, right? Little Rico, little Ricardo, little Rick, whatever we call him. And the first thing he used to do when I found him starting to say, but Dad, I'm not Demetrius. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, right? Because this kid he would just do bad shit. And I found him offering whenever, so I go to correct him, that's his defense. I had to let him know that the shit that this one was doing is not fucking acceptable. So that's not a fucking defense. If I had continued to forgive that one, then I gotta forgive this one who hadn't went astray for when he decided, he stole a car. I smoked a little weed. Why you tripping off me smoking a little weed when he stole a car? Because you forgave him for stealing the car. How the fuck you gonna say anything about me smoking a little weed in the house?
Yeah, no, you got a lawyer, and you bailed him out, and you got a lawyer and got his sentence reduced and all this, but you on me about smoking weed, right? Exactly.
Right. I can't forgive him for his shit and then jump on you for your shit. I gotta fucking go ham on both of y'all. So I had to go ham on him. He gonna resist it. Oh, fuck you, get the fuck out. I don't care. So I'm gonna go ham on him. And then when you slip up, I'm gonna go ham on your ass too. So you got to go ham on everybody. You have to. And thank you, Patrice. That's the way. And it's not like that motherfucker that I had went ham on the most, I spent the most effort trying to get right. He just didn't want to do it.
Well, my grandmother had two children that was absolutely a menace. One was a boy and one was a girl. My aunt and uncle.
You told about your cousin's son.
And
Yeah.
listen, yes, listen. And when I tell you, I watched my grandmothers take her last dime, bail them out, save, and they was just no earthly good. And they ran her in her grave. She ended up having a stroke. They ran her blood pressure up. Listen, see, this is real. And this is why I tell people, my child ain't gonna do that one to me. Period. And I birthed them in the world, and you ain't gonna listen. You're not gonna put me in the early grave because you are making the choices that you're making. So I'm like Rico on that side. And thank God he's the only child, because I definitely, if he was that type that I know it's affecting my other children and I'm making excuses for your behavior and I keep bailing you out, like hell to the no. No. You a detriment to this family, period. And now you go out into the world until you get your shit together, because you either gonna get your shit together or you either gonna be 6 feet under or locked up for a very long time. You take your pick. But ain't none of it looking too shady for you, because if you don't are too good for you, because if you don't want to listen, you either gonna be carried by 6 or judged by 12. Pick your choice. Pick your poison.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all.
You hear us, old Negrosaurus?
Can we stop beating up on our sons, y'all?
No, you come in with that.
They could be a daughter too. Listen, I had an auntie, my grandmother's child. My auntie will steal the sugar, the sweetener out of sugar. Listen,
right?
Listen, and she would travel all across the United States. She was a high-end booster. She was always getting locked up. You know, dealing with a bunch of pimps. You know, boosting for them. They're just doing and when I tell you, my grandmother went broke on her and her brother. And then I watched that woman get high blood pressure, and she ended up having a massive stroke and became a vegetable. Your kids will send you to an early grave. And mine ain't doing me. I'm sorry. Ain't happening.
Patrice, high five, girl. High five. Thank you. I'm with you, because that goddamn Negrosaurus. Exactly. Do you hear it, Clarence? That's what we're talking about.
Brother, I already told you I'm with everything. I was just saying, but now I see what your strategy is in handling it. So now it's a whole different thing.
Don't confuse that we don't love it. I know. Oh my God.
No. I never said that, Rico. I understand.
I'm saying you can't have a more loving mother than Patrice. You can't have a more loving father than me. But sometimes our kids just don't.
But this is the farce too, right?
My oldest one is the same way.
This, bro, Clarence, this is the farce, right? We know that we got pieces of crap for family members, right? And we know that when they go out there and something happened and they meet their demise, and then we had these funerals and we want to sit up and talk about how nice of a person they were, how they gave their life to Christ, how they did, and they was a piece of crap. Listen, stop it, black people.
Rico, he always helped that old lady across the street.
No, he was a piece of crap. He lived his life dangerously as a piece of crap, and he died. Listen, you live by the sword, you die by it. It is what it is. Why do we live in this fairy tale land just because it's our kids?
That is true.
Thank you.
That is true.
A piece of fucking
a lot of people not willing to. You know what? I'm gonna tell y'all a story. One time, my son, we put him into this new school, right? He was, I think he was in the 3rd grade, and we put him into this new school. And so he was in the class. He was in this. I think he was in the school, maybe not even a whole week. They called us back up there on a Thursday. We put him in on Monday. He's on Thursday. They called us back up there. Hey, we're gonna put him in the. We're gonna move him from this class to another class. So my wife was telling me, because she got the phone call, and then she ended up going up there, and then they told her, hey, we're gonna move him because he's not doing good in this class. So we're gonna move him in another class, right? Then they move him to another 3rd grade class. We got the call again the next week, about a Wednesday. Hey, he's not doing good in this class. We're going to move him to another 3rd grade class. So my wife was telling me, hey, he's, you know what? They're not looking out for him. They're sitting him around bad people. They're sitting him around these bad students. And what do they expect to happen for him? What do they expect to happen?
Like he ain't
So,
got shit to do with it.
wait, hold on. So the third time they call us and say, "Hey, uh, we are having too many issues with this boy. So either you guys are gonna, so either we're gonna put him in a special ed class. Oh, that's what they told us. We're gonna put him in a special ed class." So my wife goes in. So me and my wife. So I went to the meeting this time. My wife was telling, "You guys are not doing your jobs. You're not teaching." My wife. So me and the principal looking at each other like, the principal looking at me like, "What she don't get? What's help her understand what's really going on here, right?" And I'm looking at him like, I've tried to explain to her, it's not the classes, it's not the teachers, it's him. I tried to explain that to her, but she don't want to accept that. So now finally when they try to put him in the to the class. I said, "Hey, let me step in. Let me step in and start disciplining them a little more, and then let me see if we can get somewhere with that." And we eventually got it to the point where he could at least coexist in the classroom. But my point was, she just would not accept that he was the problem. Right? All these times they're moving him. No, they're moving him because they don't like him in the class. And they just putting him around all these bad students, and they don't never, he's so the one teacher moved him from this side of the classroom to that side of the classroom to the back to the front. They moved him all over the room. They said, "We done did everything." And so me and this principal looking at each other like, "Yeah, I know. I get it, bro. I get it." He looking at me like, "Well, you gonna explain to her because she's the one that don't get it."
So
So I
she
could
sound
see
like
how.
you. She sound like you.
Who?
Your wife.
My wife?
Yeah,
No,
sound
no,
like
no. My wife was more like
no, she sound like you with all these little pity party excuses.
No. My wife was way worse. My wife was like, I can't believe
So
that they
now I know where it
would
come from. You get the pity party from your wife.
man, I just lay out the total
No,
scenery so everybody can understand what's going on.
I don't
My
accept
wife
it.
was more like, she didn't want to lay out the total scenery. She excluded him as being a reason
Was
why
the
this
source
thing
of the
wasn't
problem.
working out. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. She wouldn't even consider that. And I kept telling her, don't you think it's odd that they have to move him all over the place and then they put him in a whole nother class and they got to move him all over the place? Don't you think that's kind of odd? Yeah, that is. They shouldn't even be doing that. They should be, it's like it's their fault, right? I was like, oh, okay. All right.
And
So finally,
I
she
get
had to,
I get the whole point, like you said, again.
okay, Patrice, I got you.
So just to push back a little bit, or not even to push back, but to accept your premise, like again, myself or Patrice, we're not trying to come off that like, hey, don't give no grace or no space for black men or young black boys being in these situations. I'm just sitting there saying, it's like, is that going to be the go-to? And one, even if it is the go-to, that's fine. I give it that. Um, my whole point is like when I went back to you and doing the whole JJ thing was that like you presented a scenario where a mother had expended a finite period of energy into trying to save her child.
Right.
And no matter what she did, he still ended up in the juvenile justice system shooting JJ.
Right.
Right? And she's just like, I'm fucking done.
Right.
I've done everything I could. And I don't know how the storyline went, but the way it was positioned was like she tried. Fuck you, I'm done.
Right.
And I'm like, I get that. I've been in that space. I even been in that space with my youngest one who finally turned around. My youngest son, that's the plumber that's making fucking double what I make.
Right.
He finally got to that place. Like, Pop, I was like ready to strangle his ass. I was like, he's the youngest one. Because
Right.
like, what the fuck is wrong with you? He was doing the boosting. Patrice, you was talking about the boosting. My youngest son, he was on this whole boosting shit. And I told him, I said, you go to jail again, fuck you. Don't call me. I ain't putting nothing on your books. Fuck you. I don't care because I've been telling you to stop it. Because I'm a big proponent of telling my kids that, look, the 1 or 2 times I was locked up, ain't nobody come putting nothing on me. I had to suffer.
Right.
You motherfuckers gonna suffer too. So he went up to Pennsylvania for like 2-3 months. I was like, you better call them little bitches your baby mamas or whatever. I ain't putting nothing on you. I'm not coming to see you. I'm not doing any of that. I'm gonna get this one collect call. You call me collect again, I'm gonna cuss your ass out. Cause I was like not even taking collect calls. I was like, no, because my thing was my kids every time before they got in trouble, I saw it coming. And I told him, look, don't do this. Oh, Pop, me and Tony. I'm like, no, like Delonte, stop that. Why you over there in Pentagon City? You know you ain't supposed to be over there with all them white folk. And y'all over there trying to shoplift. And then when you get caught, you may call me. Fuck that shit. I'm not your mother. I'm not coming to get you out. I'm not doing it.
Rico,
So
Rico.
Yeah.
Rico, okay, so we're coming up on the
Go ahead.
half hour left, man. So let's do it. Let's finish a little bit. Let's see a little bit more of Dr. Huey. We'll open it up, see if anybody wants to come up, and then
Yeah. We go a little bit longer, but go ahead.
Okay.
Drop the link, and let's
hold on. Let me. Okay, we got Vaughn came up. Okay. Let's see. Let me do a little more of Dr. Huey.
Human beings limited freedom to organize an opposition against authority any way he likes. So, but you have certain.
I don't understand you. If you want to organize an opposition,
yes,
in the United States, short of killing people.
Yes. Well,
as I understand
right there, short of killing people. Why do you say that?
Well, because those are the rules.
This is just what I'm saying. So therefore, you have to operate within a limited scope.
The rules of democracy are that the art of persuasion has to be practiced short of assassination.
No, I understand that, but I want to be clear to you. It's also the same principle operating in socialist or communist governments.
Give me an example.
You're allowed.
Where?
Well, let's choose for
Czechoslovakia. How about Czechoslovakia?
Let's choose the People's Republic of China.
All right. What are you allowed to do?
You're allowed to organize opposition.
No, you're not.
Against.
No, you're not.
But we disagree in fact now.
Tell
me
one authority on China who says you can. Name one.
Well, we could start with.
Start with anybody.
Pardon me?
Start with anybody.
Oh, start with Chou En-lai.
When did he say you could organize an opposition?
Oh, well, I'll tell you when I spoke to him in the People's Republic of China, that I had about 6 hours private talk with him, and I had many hours of talk with responsible members of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, and I was very shocked because I suddenly realized, and I was sort of ashamed too, that I was brainwashed by Western thought, because what I heard, I didn't think that no matter. Before I went, I would have lied to you and said, "Oh, you have freedom of speech in China." Deep down, because I believe that they were moving towards.
How can you organize opposition without freedom of speech?
Let me finish. If you interrupt before I finish the idea, then we'll talk about contrary things, and we won't have the contradiction that we're attempting to have anyway. I'm saying that as I sat there, this Chinese said that, comrade, that all state administrations are oppressive to someone. And he started to explain in capital state that the people who own the capital, they're a minority, and they oppress the majority of the people through exploitation. You call rhetoric. I was listening. And he said that in national state, that sometimes a whole nation will oppress the rest of the world. And with their state national administration. So there's still a minority oppressing the majority of the world's people, like the Hitler regime attempted to do, and like this regime attempted to do to a point. Let me finish. I haven't gotten to the meat. I insist that I give you the antidote. So what I thought was so. Let's not do this, all right? What I thought was so shocking was this last statement. And I'll be very brief, and I'll talk fast. That he said that. I said, well, comrade, what about, you said, all state administration, what about the communists? What about your progressive socialist state? Is that also oppressive? And then he said, yes. He said that while you have state administration, that we expropriate from the people, because if the people in this country, if they earn $10 an hour, we only give them 8. The only difference in us and the capitalist state is that our appropriation is different. That we don't have private ownership, so we give that $2 we expropriated from the people back in the general welfare in the capital state, that they give it to themselves in their pocket. So therefore, the people are still not as free as we'd like for them to be. They say we work for the dissolution of the state. We work for our own disappearance. And when he said that, I said sedition. He works for the end of the communist regime of China. And I thought that was very honest. I met so much honesty there. And I thought that was a very free statement. And that's a statement that would lead me to believe that if he's working for the dissolution of the state, that an opposition could arise to work for that withering away of territorial boundary lines. When China, as Russia has already done, strays from this philosophy, I would stray from my respect for them. The United States is, as far as the West is concerned, that there are many democratic principles that the people in China probably don't enjoy, according to what you would call democratic principles. And
Look,
I say,
hang on a second.
and I say
Hang on a
this
second.
is
This is not going to go on as monologue.
all right.
So
You're fair. I'll let you talk.
It's not going to go as monologue. Now,
fairness begets fairness.
Yeah, sure. I'm attempting to pin down a point, and I'm losing track of it.
You think
it may be that one of the difficulties you have as chief spokesman for the Black Panther Party is your total incoherence. That is to say, people don't understand what you're talking about. I don't understand what you're talking about, and I'm a very close.
Okay, guys.
Wow.
Is to anybody on and welcome to Vaughn. Anybody on the panel, anybody in the chat, is Brother Huey incoherent? I mean, I think he's pretty coherent with what he's saying, right?
Yeah,
but
absolutely not. He is not incoherent.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And it's crazy because of the way the conversation is going. It's like you're interjecting without the person being able to make their full point. And see, that is a tool that people use when they want to trip you up in a conversation. You know, I've been in many conversations like that.
Right.
You know,
the constant interjection, right? They constantly interject you whenever you're about to lay down a point.
And the fact that sorry.
What do you say, Patrice?
No, I was gonna say, and the fact that he told Huey, let's not make this a monologue.
Right.
Like you're turning it into a whole nother thing, when I think he literally was trying to get to the nut and bolt, as in an explanation of a conversation that he had with one of the ministers over there in China. He's saying he understood.
He asked him a question, Patrice.
Right, and he said he understood the philosophy of how communists work over there.
But see, he asked him a question, so he expected an answer from somebody who had never been around the world. That's what he expected. He expected that, like I said, he didn't know who he was dealing with. This dude was like 2 classes away from a law degree. He had no idea who he was talking to. So he's talking to, he had no idea.
And then you know what's hilarious to me is the way that they showed scene to scene and how his hair became uncoiffed. You see what I'm saying? It's like
he's getting frustrated.
He's in and even his hair became uncoiffed. Exactly.
He's getting frustrated with him because
so I'm just like, wow, okay, let's see where this goes.
He's expecting him to give answers from a Negro that had never been nowhere and never talked to nobody. So when he came out, he asked him, well, who is? And he said, oh, I spoke directly to members of the Communist Party. I spoke directly to them. That caught him off guard. He's like, whoa, you know what I mean? He didn't have a response for that, right?
Because he never spoke to him.
Exactly.
He never spoke to him. You got to understand, the conservative movement at that time would not engage with communist members of Cuba, China,
publicly,
Russia, North
publicly,
Korea.
publicly. They was doing business with them privately, but they
Yeah.
weren't doing they couldn't
Right.
come out
So he
publicly and
couldn't
say,
right,
I'm doing
exactly.
this.
So
Exactly.
again,
They couldn't publicly say
they
that.
went down. But the radicals could admit, and even all the way up to 2022, you got movements now who will openly admit that they engage with the Cuban leaders of the Cuban government, the North Korean government, the Chinese government, because their ideology is more closely aligned to theirs. I'm not saying that it's my ideology, but you do have people in certain movements who will communicate. And they don't even have to communicate at the governmental level. They still communicate with people who are similarly close to the government. So again, Buckley was probably surprised because
Definitely.
obviously in the 60s, they didn't believe, oh, you Negroes were sophisticated enough
Who's gonna talk to you?
able to be
You
speaking.
just a Negro from Louisiana.
Well,
Who's gonna
because the
talk
bottom
to you?
line is, we were
Right.
not at that point thought to have any geopolitical aspirations or
Right.
ideology. We were
Right.
thought that
Or
Well,
that these other people didn't
because
care.
because
well,
the ideology was that
also,
you were supposed to be so ingrained
and also,
internally on the racial issues in America, you weren't supposed to think outside of America.
Correct.
well,
And those
also,
thinkers were.
well, also too, they didn't know that a lot of these brothers in the Black Panther Party and other Black militia groups were very highly intelligent and educated. They didn't necessarily have the degrees, but when they studied, they studied the law and how it worked for our white counterparts, and they took that very said law and they had conversations with these big high power people. Like he said, he had the conversation with the minister over there in China. They had these conversations, and that's how they learned how communism works, capitalism works. Because you heard him say that the man told him, you really supposed to be paying your people $10 an hour, but you only paying them 80. You pocketing the 2, you taxing them higher, and who's getting rich and staying rich, and we controlling things over you. That's how that system works. And when Huey broke that down for him, that's when he was like, "Oh, let's not make this a monologue." See, because
Right. Yeah. See, but you asked the question though.
yeah, they see, because
Yeah.
when you know what you're talking about and you bringing
That's the
these things
point.
to light and the attention, they don't know. They think that we were ignorant, and just because he didn't finish law school or didn't have that
Right.
degree or whatever does not mean that brother, when he was in prison, he was a wealth of knowledge. He stayed in the books.
Yeah.
But you know,
He couldn't even read.
These people were self-taught and self-educated.
He couldn't
and
even
the
read.
thing
He
is,
graduated high school. He couldn't even read.
but look,
Exactly.
if you think about it, when you think about ideology, right? And people oftentimes, I'm like, yeah, people keep talking about capitalism. I'm like, but capitalism is top down. It's a top down ideology, and they like to pretend it's a bottom up. I'm like, no, it's a top down ideology. So while I'm not a fan of communism or socialism, so capitalism and people always are like, look, no, capitalism is more. I'm not saying it's exclusive. It's more top down, and communism and socialism, which is in direct opposition, is more bottom up. So when you think,
What
like,
does that
you
mean,
think, like, when you think,
Rico?
huh?
Rico, what does that mean? What is top down?
So when you meaning that people from the higher ups, it's like, okay, the more they make, the more they will trickle down. The more that they can give to the masses down. Bottom up is the more that the people at the bottom make, the more it can go up. So when you look at at a rudimentary level, and I only know it at a rudimentary level. I don't say I know it at a very detailed level, high level. But my understanding, a rudimentary level is communism is a state where, like, okay, we say, okay, we come in as a state, as America, and bottom line, all the fucking resources belong to everybody. There's no select people. No, it belongs to the energy, the electric, the everything. Like no one. And when you think in theory, it's like, well, shit. Should a single person or should a small group of people own all the electricity, own all the gas, own all the? Ultimately, the resources of a country is at the benefit of whom? Is it at the benefit of everybody or is it at the benefit of a select some? Communism says it's at the benefit of everybody. Socialism,
in theory.
in theory. Socialism is a little bit different in that it says that while it may not be 100% at the benefit of everybody, it's for the benefit of everybody. In other words, even if only 50%, it's for the benefit of everybody. That's more of a socialist society. Like, okay, as we all enrich ourselves, we should share with others. Capitalism is more dictated by you kill what you eat, it's like it more funnels everything up to a select percentage and a few. And that's the society we live in. We bought into the belief, America, that anybody can start from the bottom, get to the top. I call bullshit. And anybody can be president, I call bullshit. All of the American exceptionalism shit that we sell, I call bullshit and cap on all of it because it's not true. No, I will never see another black president in my lifetime. I don't believe
Rico, I would tend to believe that part of what you're saying, because if that was true, and we totally have bought into it, if that was true, why are we still saying the first black this, the first black that, the first black to ever this, the first black to ever that? If that was true, why are we still saying the first black?
Yeah, they gave us one.
Why?
So and the reason why I'm saying is what I'm saying is that, and it's not that there can't be another. I'm not saying that there can't be another. I'm saying that
no, but I'm saying we're in 2020 and we're still saying the first black this, the first black that.
2022. What I'm saying is that I believe that it's so the whole concept, right? In America, what is the thing? Oh, America is the most exceptional country in the world. Anybody can be president. If you believe that anybody in America can be president, raise your hand. All y'all on Avatar. You believe that, Clarence? Okay, yes. Patrice, do you believe that?
But let me explain why. Let me explain what I mean by that.
Be quiet. I want to get a survey. Vaughn, do you believe anybody can be president?
Well, from what I've seen, I would have to say yes.
Okay, so you and Clarence believe it. Okay, Clarence, explain.
No, I'm just saying, from what I've seen, and who they allow to take that office.
That's all we took was a vote, and we're gonna get an explanation. Clarence,
okay, because if you get, I don't care who you get, black, white, red, yellow, green, Asian, whoever the person is, if that person is going to serve the needs of that group of people that determine who is even eligible to become president, and then push that person along, yes, they can get somebody. I mean, they got look Obama. Obama got destroyed in a wait. Listen to me. Obama got destroyed in a local race, a local election. He got destroyed in Illinois. He got destroyed in a I don't know if it was a congressional seat or something like that, but he got beat by a guy over there, and they jumped Obama over that guy, right? That guy was more popular. They jumped Obama over him, right, to make him president. So that's all I'm saying is, if that person's going to serve the needs. Now, are you saying that they're going to look at him like just any other president? No, of course not. But I'm just saying, can they do? They can put whoever they want to put in there. That's my point. As long as he's going to serve as long as he's going to serve a certain group of people's needs, that are the elites.
I would definitely agree with Clarence on that. Yeah, no, I don't have too much to say. I'm really not a great political person, but I would have to agree with what Brother Clarence said. Yeah, as long as the individual is serving the needs of the party. You see what I'm saying? And if that's who they put up there, then for whatever their agenda is for getting that person up there, because apparently it doesn't seem like it's the popular vote that allows the person to be chose for the
Not.
president, for the
It's not.
presidency.
They
See,
have an
so
electoral college.
so all of that other thing, all of the other things that they have in place, to me, represents a group of people who really are the people who determine who's going to move forward as far as their party is concerned. So yeah, I would say, yeah, pretty much anybody. The example of Trump. He wasn't that very popular to me. Trump wasn't, and it's not so much for his politics. It was just because of his character. You know what I'm saying? But I know that they're not really electing people based on their character. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
So this thing goes very deep. You know what I mean? And even with Obama, it goes to show, yeah, that just about anybody can get up there now. If that group of individuals, like I said, because it's not the popular vote that determines this. It's a set group of individuals. So yeah.
I get why y'all said that, and for that very reason is why I'm saying the opposite, is because anybody can't get in there because be president, is because if you don't have the same ideology and agenda that they want you to have, you cannot be president. So that's why I said, because when I worked the Obama administration, right, with grants, and the reason why I found out that there is a group of people that runs Congress, right? And these are the people that they pick and choose. Listen, Obama was chosen, guys. I know you guys know that, right? Like, he was chosen as that person because of the very thing y'all said. They had an agenda. He was the
and I
perfect
have to
person.
agree. I definitely have to agree, because
Right.
whoever is chosen, with and believe me, this is definitely a topic that I don't even speak on hardly, because I'm just not a political type of response type of person. You know what I'm saying? But I do notice, and I do see how in the years that I've lived, how they go about choosing individuals.
Mhm.
And
And it's a two-part
basically
answer.
yeah,
y'all
and so
side and for me and Rico's side.
right,
So
no, but I can identify with what you're saying as well. You know what I'm saying? But there is a certain type of go along, get alongness that goes along with it.
yeah, the
You know,
gang, the go along,
yeah,
get along gang.
yeah. There's a
Let me
certain
work out
type of.
what
I
you're
don't care.
reading.
Listen, I don't care if you're black, white, Mexican,
Yes, it don't matter.
Parisian,
Absolutely.
whoever they allow. There's a go along, get along type of
So that's the reason why
atmosphere
I say
that's involved
everybody.
with your, with the decision of you being elected. You
And
know what
that's
I'm
the
saying?
reason why I say anybody can't be, because if
Yeah.
if it's the person that is not on that agenda, they're not going to
Right.
get
Right.
chosen. That's why I
And so,
said anybody
yes,
can't.
I can agree with you on that. But as far as yeah, when we were talking about, well, I believe anybody can be elected. Yeah, if they're choosing you to be that person, they can push Whoopi Goldberg the next time. You see what I'm saying? And if she's part of
Anybody
whatever it
can
is,
run, but
no,
anybody can't be elected.
no,
Anybody can run, but anybody can't be elected.
Well, I get it. But if that party is backing her, or whoever the individual is, now maybe I'm incorrect about this, because like I told you prior, I don't have a lot of political answers, but from what I understand, if the party is backing her, and the element of the group of people are also on board with whoever it is, it could be Roseanne Barr. I really don't care. But if that's who they're pushing, you see what I'm saying? That's who they're pushing. And we may not understand it. Yeah, we may not understand, well, what the world? I mean, what Roseanne Barr, what are we talking about? You see what I'm saying? It was the same thing with Obama, unfortunately.
But if they accept the contract, then they push them, right? If this person accept the contract, like they lay the contract down in front of Obama, they laid the contract in front of Kamala Harris. They laid a contract down. This is okay. This is what we want to do. Are you okay with being in this position? If you are, these are the trinkets that's coming with it.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? That's not the question that I asked you. The question that I asked both of you gentlemen was, can anybody be president? Not anybody that's willing to bend the knee, not anybody that's willing to take it up the ass, not anybody that's willing to be corrupt. I said, no. That was the question I asked you. No, stop it.
You didn't exclude those
things. Doing the caveat bullshit.
Well, then, brother Rico, I would have to say, yeah, I would have to say no. Just anybody can't be.
Thank you.
Because you have to be able to go along to get along.
Thank you.
So yeah, I would agree.
Thank you, because I was going to bring
I would have to concede. I would have to concede and agree.
That you don't go along with the greasy shit. It was to say that, like,
that's it.
But the narrative that America pushed, when it pushes the American exceptionalism, it's telling Peter out there in fucking Pakistan or Mexico or wherever, oh, just come to America. You can be president. And he ain't on the
president.
Excuse me. When we push what I'm saying is, when we push that American ideology to the world, we don't tell people you can be president as long as you're on the inside. We say anybody, no matter what you look like,
Rico, is that they can get rich. If they come here, they can get rich.
No. Vaughn, what's the narrative we push? Is anybody can be president or anybody can be rich?
No, can anybody be president? Well, from what I understand, you're saying, can anybody be president? And so
that's the narrative when you
exactly, and when you make the point the way that you did, I would have to say, in this case, no, I guess anybody just can't be president.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I know we say that, well, if you're black, you can be president. If you're Mexican, you can still have an opportunity to be president. And I do agree with those things because that's evident. Exactly.
And that's all.
But just not. But wait a minute. In agreement with what you're saying is, I don't believe that just anybody can be president because you have to be tapped in. You have to be tapped in to whatever it is that they already have in place. You have to be able to go along and get along.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? And you have to. It's so many things that you have to, even when it comes to your character.
And Vaughn, you know what's so crazy about it? Everything you just described, I would say, you know where else that applies to? Russia, Mexico, China, every other fucking country. Because you ain't going to be president at none of those places either, unless you're fucking tapped in and you're connected. That's the American system. So when I always push back, what I push back on, Vaughn, is the message that it's one thing I push back on. We say American exceptionalism. Look up the definition of the word. And everybody, Clarence done bought into it. Everybody done bought into it. Like, American is, America's special. Like, no, we're not fucking special. We just.
What I buy into, Rico?
Be quiet.
What I buy into?
Be quiet. Clarence.
No, you can't just be throwing my name out there, Rico. And then you be quiet.
Be quiet. Because the bottom line is, the American exceptionalism is saying we're special. And I keep trying to tell people, look, I love America. I served in the military. My son is an active duty fucking Air Force member today. Okay. Ain't nothing fucking special about us. That's all I'm saying. So this exceptionalism, which is what we promote. Oh, only in America could this shit happen. I'm like, are you fucking crazy? This shit happens in other places. The American presidents that we pick, to include, I watched day 3. Remember the 1-6 committee? Day 3 was the day. They talked about what your boy Patrice was doing. I know Patrice like, ain't my fucking boy. But what your boy Patrice was doing, right? All the dirty shit he was doing, trying to flip the fucking government. And I'm like, what the fuck is exceptional about that? Because you know where they do that at? They do that shit in Mexico. They do that shit in China. They do that shit in Colombia. They do that shit. What he was trying to do is what they do in all these other countries. So how the fuck are we exceptional?
Always.
How the fuck are we exceptional if the coup he was trying to do, they do every fucking where else? What the fuck makes us exceptional? I'm waiting. He tried it. It didn't work. And guess why they fucking bitching? Because the next time it fucking will. We are a third world country. We just don't know it. But we sit there and we throw shade at other.
I've never heard anybody say that, but okay.
No, we throw shade at Mexico for doing this shit.
Well, look at the living conditions and how the government was treating their citizens. So that is the reason why they fought back to overthrow. And there is legitimate reasons why you should fight and overthrow your government. If they are keeping you in destitute, they are constantly oppressing you, not paying you wages, keeping you poor, treating you badly, you are supposed to try to fight to overthrow a government that is continuing to enslave you.
But my question is, Patrice, how do we sit there and say we're exceptional, meaning that we're better than Venezuela? But January 6th, we did the very thing that Venezuela did. We just failed at it, but we tried it. We did the very thing that China did. We did the very thing that Hong Kong did. We did the very thing that all these other countries did. Nicaragua, all these other countries that raised up and overthrew their country.
And the majority of them were poor communist countries being ran, and they were enslaving their people, treating them wrong, not paying them healthy wages for them to live off of.
We tried to do the very same things that they did. We failed at it. So how do we then in the next breath and say, but we're exceptional?
Who said that, Rico?
That's what America pushes every day.
Oh.
No, we're not.
Hold
on. Every day we're exceptional.
Hold on, y'all.
Meaning we're better than everybody else. Exception means we're better than, we're not fucked up like y'all. We're exceptional.
Well, in all honesty, and I can only speak from through my, if I could say, ignorance of. Sure, go right ahead.
Hold on a second. Let me shout out Marcus. Shout out to Marcus and shout out to Brother Sim. Good to have you on the building. Okay, fine.
But that's what exceptional is.
No, I get what you're saying.
We're better.
I totally get what you're saying. You know, I would only have to speak from my ignorance of never have been out of the country, but just from things that I've seen and, you know, footage and different ways that people are living in some of these third world countries. You know, I haven't been susceptible to, I haven't been in that place before. You see what I'm saying? So I would have to admit that the spot that I'm in may be a little bit better. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I mean,
and I've never been out of the country. I would love to.
Right.
But at the same time, I've watched and I'm researched how different people are living in other places. So from what I've seen, and that's just based on what I've seen, because I've never actually been in any of these places, you know, I would have to say, well, thank God I have running water. You know, thank God I can drink the water. And it's just so many other little tiny things that people would probably take for granted. You know?
Exactly. So when you see these other countries, you may hear about it in the news or read about it on social media about a lot of these countries overthrowing their government. Nine times out of 10 is rightfully so. Look how they being treated over there. Look how they living over there. But there's a government that is allowing that to happen and continuously basically enslaving these people. They are living way below the poverty level, but you have a government that says this is okay. And that's
but then Patrice, you have a lot of things going on right here on this terra firma America.
I get it.
You see what I'm saying? We have some issues here in America.
You 100% right, and I'm for fighting
that
for
shouldn't even be going on. Period.
Right, and I'm for fighting for the things here first, but I'm saying we know that it's not uncommon, like what Brother Rico said, is because we hear it every day. So for us, we're not different. How they say it, we're not a monolith or whatever. Like we're no
Exactly.
different. We got our own woes over
We
here, right?
definitely have issues here.
But
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
and we know that we are better off than a lot of third world countries. We do know that, like we do have a lot of things made better than when you hear in other third world countries. But I'm saying as a whole world, I'm saying I get why these countries do just that. They overthrow the government because of the living conditions, the way they're being treated. Because if I lived in an America that treated us in less humane in that way, I would hope that we would be fighting to do the same thing. But we do have a lot of better treatment and living. That's why a lot of them fight so hard to try to come over here illegally, because they know it's a lot better. That it will be a lot better for them over here than it will where they are. They are destitute over there.
And I'm gonna tell
yeah, and that just goes without saying. That goes
let
without
me,
saying.
let me just tap you in a little bit, right? Okay.
I'm
So
listening.
like right now, we could sit there and we could say like the country of Venezuela, and I follow a YouTuber guy, and he'll tell you like Venezuelans. I mean, the country is just so fucked up. I mean, like right now, I think they have Maduro. Before that, they had Chavez, and Venezuela is an oil-rich country. They're oil rich, but they're destitute as hell. You know, they're dealing with like certain levels of communism, this, that, whatever. And I personally, I think a lot of their problems have been created by the American government refusing to. Same thing with Cuba. Like let's take Cuba for example. Cuba, 50, 60, damn near 70 years now.
Are you talking about under the regime of Castro, Fidel Castro?
Yeah, and now that he's dead, even still today. So the American government refused to do any trade with him. And not only do they refuse to do trade with him, they refuse to allow other countries to do trade with him. So that makes a country destitute. That makes a country poor. That's how countries are. If you don't do global trade, you end up poor. That's how Haiti ended up poor. France did the shit when the Haitians fucking rebelled and got their fucking freedom. France reached out to America and everybody else and said, if you trade with these motherfuckers, fuck you. At that time, France was a superpower. Nobody traded with them. That's why Haiti today is the poorest fucking country in the Western Hemisphere.
And it was once one of the richest.
So you see how influence works. Influence works in multiple ways. We did the same thing with Cuba. We're doing the same thing today with Venezuela. And I'm not saying that Venezuela or Cuba maybe didn't, whatever, deserve it at that point in time. I don't know. Geopolitical is geopolitical. But I'm just sitting there saying it's like, I'm trying to understand, like right now in Venezuela, right? So I say to myself, okay, the average Venezuelan is earning $2-3 a day because there's no trade. That's their income. Vaughn, you know they got black Venezuelans. They're Afro-Venezuelans. So if the average,
they're Afro-Mexicans. They're Afro-Mexicans.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm look, Patrice. I ain't even went there yet, right? So if the average Venezuelan is making $2-3 a day, what the fuck you think the average Afro-Venezuelan is making?
They're Afro-Asians. Our bloodline runs deep in all races.
So when you sit there and you talk about the average Mexican, okay.
Because we've been everywhere, man. We've been everywhere.
But here's the thing. If you say the average Mexican making $1,000 a month, and here's the funny thing about it is, look it up. Patrice Clarence, look it up. When did Mexico start counting Afro-Mexicans? I'm going to tell you what year. 2015. Prior to 2015, they didn't even classify them as Afro-Mexicans. They were just
and they getting discriminated against real bad by the lighter skinned Mexicans.
Fucking
they're getting they going through it.
count them. Literally, I swear to God.
Colorism, racism, the whole nine.
Afro-Mexicans, when they get stopped by the Mexican police, they have to sing the fucking national anthem. They have to sing the fucking national anthem. Yeah, Mexican slaves were imported to fucking Mexico. They've been there for fucking 400 or 500 years. But because they look like me or you, Clarence, they have to sing the fucking Mexican national anthem to prove they're fucking Mexican. Because you know why? Let me finish. No, because see, you can always cut in the show. We need to speak the truth. Because they want to know, are you Mexican? Are you from another Spanish-speaking country? Whatever. So they know, oh, well, if you're Guatemalan, if you're fucking Nicaraguan, if you're Panamanian, if you're fucking whatever, you don't know the anthem. But if you're Mexican,
hold on, Rico, hold on. About 1.2% of Mexico's population has significantly large African ancestry, with 1.38 million self-recognized during the 2015 census estimate.
2004.
I'm getting to that. Numerous Afro-Americans in the 21st century are nationalized Black immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. The 2015 census estimate was the first time in which Afro-Americans could identify themselves as such, and was a preliminary effort to include that identity before the 2020 century. So I want to give you your props.
And they fought for it. And they fucking fought for it. Because the bottom line, prior to that, Mexico would not recognize that. And that's what I'm saying. We've been every fucking where. And that's my fucking point. That's my point. And my point is, I'm sick and tired of arguing with people who fucking look like us, who dismiss us when we're all over the fucking world. Even in Mexico. And there's a whole area. It's like on the western coast. I think like north of Puerto Vallarta is like all it. And I told my wife, I'm like, we're fucking going. And we're going. I want to go visit. Like, I don't know if I got any ancestry there. I don't care. But they are Afro. Listen, they are Afro-Mexicans.
Yeah, but your wife might not want to go, Rico, because you.
I don't give a fuck if she want to go.
You make us look bad, bro. I don't know.
The whole fucking point is, the fact of the matter is that these people have held on to their heritage.
I love this show. I love it.
Here's the crazy part about it, Vaughn. They're down there.
He gonna cut me back, Vaughn. He gonna get me ready.
No, they got videos. They down there. They're rapping. They're doing everything. They're holding on to the same Afro heritage. In the same, this is what bothers me. As I look at all these other countries, these motherfuckers look to us. They look to America. And they see the way that we're holding on to our heritage, and they're holding on to theirs. And that's what fucking drives me. Is I'm like, we got to hold on to ours, because there are people, whether you're in Brazil, whether you're in Mexico, whether you're in Panama, Afro communities in those other communities, now because of the internet, are watching the Afro-American community, and they're getting a sense of pride.
Okay.
We got to knock it off.
I got a nephew that's
it.
Half Mexican, half Black. I call him Blaxican.
Yeah.
That's just a little joke that I have for him.
No, Patrice,
but yeah.
Miguel, right? The singer Miguel.
Yes, yeah.
He's Black and Mexican. The singer Miguel, the R&B.
My nephew is Black and Mexican. I said, what's up, Blaxican?
Yeah, huge. He's I think he got a Mexican father and a Black mother, was raised in your area, Clarence.
Yeah.
Miguel.
They're all over the place out here in LA. It's all Black people mixing with everybody out here in LA.
Yeah.
Y'all late to the party. Man.
Oh, exactly.
Miguel
Come on.
is huge.
Tell him, Vaughn. It's all kind of.
We have Negro knees. I mean, you know what I'm saying. Come on.
Oh yeah. That's how a big melting pot in Vegas.
Lot of stuff going on.
And that's why it's a lot of Asian and Afro-Asian people Like
I got 2
if
grandkids.
you look up the history on that, a lot of Black Vietnamese, Black Asian
My grandson,
people as well. It's a big
my
community of those. But the
my
thing about it, in all of their communities where their countries where they are all being discriminated against because they have that Black blood in them.
my grandson and my granddaughter. My grandson name is Rain. He's Black and Japanese, and my granddaughter name is Sakura. She's Black and Japanese. 100%. And
Who's putting something in the microwave?
Huh?
Who's putting something in the microwave?
Not me.
I'm on mute now.
I'm
I'm on mute. You know, I know my wife is in the kitchen because you know it's around that time when she puts stuff together. So I try to stay on mute so y'all don't hear, you know, what's going on. But
are we done with the video or is there more?
I just wanted to watch a little bit more of the video, please. Because
Okay, yeah.
we can get old Wrinkly to stop talking for a minute. We can watch the rest of the video because I want to go into how
You gotta love it, Vaughn. You gotta love it, Vaughn. You gotta love it.
Goddamn work.
So right now we see this struggle between Huey and William Buckley. We see this struggle going on, and it's at a high level. And like we were just saying, if you don't have your eyes open at this level, you're not seeing it. You're just stuck on what they're actually saying, the words actually coming out of their mouth, and not everything else that's coming behind that and the intentions and everything else that's behind it. So now let's watch a little bit more of William Buckley trying to put his hat back on his head after Huey Newton keeps kicking it off. All right, let's see here.
You see, I think you're very limited in your definition of things. Perhaps you don't understand, but we do have an audience here, and we have an audience throughout the country.
That's right. You've had an audience for 6 years, and you have 2,000 members.
I think that only through empirical evidence, the observation experience, I'll let the people judge whether I'm incoherent or not.
Yeah.
Now, whether I'm incoherent or not could be tested right now. Did anyone here understand me? You're allowed to speak. Sometimes I do. Thank you. Well, sometimes I do speak in a conglomeration of gibberish. I'm not very schooled in the technique, but that you have here. But I am schooled in honesty.
Why do we not talk about your limitations or my limitations?
Well, you brought them up. I was going to spare you and not tell you that sometimes you lose your shirt and your suit.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
You do that, and I hope that you don't do it.
Stop it right there. Right? Did you see that? This is what. Listen. This is what people do all the time. Let me tell you. They do it in the workplace.
Okay.
They do it when you're in a confrontation with them. They will bring something up, and as soon as you address it, let's not go there. Let's not talk.
Right.
Did you catch that part?
Well, yeah, he's gonna do it all over the video. He does it all over throughout the video. Yeah, definitely. That's a mothership technique, man. They just keep interrupting you because once they see that you get ready to connect all the dots, they can see it coming. So they just keep interrupting you so you can't connect everything.
And he just said, I might not be the fancy, sophisticated, professional speaker that you may be, William, but I think what your audience will say is that I am coherent, and they understood exactly what I was saying, and they did.
Right. And it was a lot of white ones that's doing it, right? And so he continuously insults this man throughout the whole thing, but at the same time, he does it so sweet, it's so smooth the way he does it, right? But I'm thinking that he did that because the man tried to insult him from the first beginning. If you saw how he introduced him, him like he was this bloodthirsty killer.
Yeah.
He didn't context the situation where Huey Newton actually shot the police officer in self-defense. He didn't even context that.
Address that party. Did not address it at all.
No. He put it out there like he just went around like because he's in the Black Panthers, they run around shooting at police officers, and so that's what the issue was. And so that kind of got him started and so that's why I asked him the question in the beginning, and that's why he came back to haunt him with that question. Okay, so now we're gonna get back to the firing squad, dog.
I'm glad you found it.
Let's see if we can isolate one point. It
Are we
went
having
it,
fun,
it went
though?
it went as follows. It went as
You're,
follows.
you're not getting
I'll
frustrated, are you?
recapitulate. No.
I like talking to you.
I'm glad you do. You're manifesting. We are trying to isolate the question whether there is a right to organize opposition within China. You said,
No,
after all,
that's not what
I
I'm.
said, who agrees with you that there is? You said Zhou Enlai.
Mhm. And
You then
some-
proceeded to tell me what Zhou Enlai said to you in a way that didn't
I
actually
could tell you other
communicate much.
names, Comrade Wigway, Comrade Tong, Comrade Lee. You would know the difference. I named a person that you probably are familiar with. They say that you're well read and you're conscious of world events. So I only named one of the officials in China so that you could identify him. And I don't know how many officials you know, and certainly you don't know the people. I doubt if you've been to the villages, the countryside of China. Or have you? I think I heard that you did go.
Are you?
Did you go?
Are you aware of the message that
Have you been to
Zhou
China?
Enlai? Yes, I have. Are you aware of the message that Zhou Enlai sent to Allende?
Did you go?
Are
Did
you?
you go with?
Are you?
Pardon me?
Are you aware?
Yes,
of the,
I saw the letter.
And you remember that he said that he does not believe that Marxism can be ushered in via parliamentary democracy. In other words, Zhou Enlai, in that particular statement, said that he does not believe in the right to organize an opposition, that it is contrary to the dialectic of Marxism.
Well,
But
do you
but actually,
understand? Well, hold just 1 minute. I would like to make this clear, and for the audience and for yourself. I don't know about Zhou Enlai, but one thing that I'm not a Marxist. Not a Marxist. I think that the whole concept of what Marx tried to lay down as a scholar, a historian, a philosopher, was distorted, and people became priests of Marx and of other people. I'm not. I think that Marx was a scientist, and he tried to point out a very advanced method of analyzing phenomena that was called dialectical materialism. And you can't usher in dialectical materialism because that's the whole order and process that the universe goes through. In other words, I explained one of the principles is that contradiction is the ruling principle of the universe. It gives motion to matter, and contradiction is based upon internal strife. And that internal strife between inside of any physical thing seems to give it the ability to move and to be transformed. And societies are people or my fellow revolutionaries who think that you can usher in a social order through any sort of ideological a proclamation. They're very wrong. The society itself strains to fight against colonialism, such as America did with England. And then after that, you get a situation where workers, the unions, they struggle against the owners of the factories, and then you come up with some other sort of order. And it's much different than the formalities of the ballot. You don't know where it's really going to land until you become such a scientist of the people till they can harness the forces that are in operation and set them in a direction that's most desirable.
Why don't we get a little bit more concrete, if you don't mind? Let's talk about the Black Panther movement. Those who want your...
I like to argue theory with you probably better than factual things. So.
Well, yeah, but I'm a little bit more interested in factual...
I'll see what he told him right there. He said, I like to argue theory more than factual things. What was he telling them?
From what I got, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, from what I gather, because of some of the laws and things that are factual, I think that people try to use that as a reason to say that the factual things are right just because they may be laws or they may be things governed by a system. And Huey wants to challenge and talk about the theory of a thing because he's saying that just because something is factual or maybe law doesn't necessarily mean it's right. So let's talk about a theory. Let's talk about another way that we can maybe come up with a equal resolution. That's what I got from it. I don't know about anybody else, but I
Anybody else?
know a lot of times how people try to spin stuff just because we do that
Right.
now when it comes to laws. We think that just because it's a law is right. So I think that what William is saying, no, I want to talk about facts, not theory. That's what I got out of it. I don't know about anybody else, but
Well, let me just lay down what I'm see, because after watching this a whole bunch of times, so you got to watch this a bunch of times so you can get all the tracks that's really going on. See, it's like listening to a good record, a good song.
Mm-hmm.
First you hear the
Mm-hmm.
singing, then you hear the bass, then you hear the
Mm-hmm.
guitar, then you hear the piano. You got to listen to it a bunch of times to hear all the tracks that's going on. So one of the things that he's saying to him is, you're not good. You're not good at this debate. So let's bring it down to let's just bring it down to just theory. Because if we just discuss facts, I'm giving you facts, you're not accepting that. So why don't we just talk about theory? Why don't we just stay
no,
with the
no,
theory?
no, no. William was saying he want to talk about the
I
facts.
mean, yeah. So I
Huey
mean,
was saying he want to
Huey
talk
is
about the
saying
theory.
let's just talk
Yeah.
about theory, because when I'm
Hmm.
giving you facts, you're not accepting those facts. Like Huey saying, "Hey,"
Okay.
he say, "Hey, when you been to China?" And he go, and he's thinking the dude's gonna be like, "Oh, I ain't never been to China." He's like, "Yeah, I've been to China. I talked to this person, that person, this person, that person, and this person." Right?
Hmm.
So Huey's giving him facts, but he won't accept it. Right? Let's just talk about something else. Let's just talk about this. Let's
Okay,
just
I
talk
see.
about that. So
That's
Huey's saying,
what you got
"Okay,
out of it. Okay, that's what. Okay, I
that's
get
what
it.
I got out of it. That's what I got out of it." Now, this is talking about. This is probably about my 15th time watching this. So it's a lot of different tracks in it. If you really study it, it's a lot of different tracks in it. But anyway, let's continue. Let's do about 5 more minutes, y'all, and then we'll close it down.
I thought you were a
People
theoretician.
who want your corrections on Marx can read your book.
I thought I haven't seen any of your programs, and I'm sorry you read my book, and I'm embarrassed. I haven't ever read anything that you've done, so you probably know more about me than I know about you as a person. And but I was inclined to believe
No,
that you
I said
somewhat.
factual, not personal things. I
No,
want to talk about
well, I mean, I was inclined to believe that you were a thinker, somewhat of a scholar, and a theoretician. But I'm usually wrong about that.
A
I'm also
theoretician.
a
I like
yachtsman,
that.
which doesn't mean that we're here to discuss boats.
I don't know anything about the
Okay,
facts of
well,
boats,
let's talk about the.
so I could talk to you about that. But I know something about theory,
Yeah, well, let's talk about
political,
let's
philosophical
talk about
theory.
your practical knowledge. Why did you feel it necessary to expel Eldridge Cleaver?
Of course, first that he left the party, and we thought that it was a good time for him to leave because in organizations, parties, and companies, you get very bright, articulate people, and they have great influence upon others, and people are impressed. And I've learned not to follow my first impression as I used to when I was younger. And but when you get a person in who's articulate, bright, eloquent, and also very hurt because of the oppression that he's gone through and driven somewhat sick, too sick to be in that position, but yet with great influence, he leads the whole administration, the whole organization down the drain. And
By doing what? What was it that led you down the drain?
Well, when the party started in October 1966 in Oakland, we had the occasion as a strategy to arm ourselves in a police alert patrol where we would follow the police. We were very careful to follow city ordinance about gun regulation and state law and constitutional right. And but we realized it wasn't a principle of revolution or a principle of the party that you pick up the gun now, and the gun was the only thing that defined revolution. So it was a strategy that was mistook after I went to prison with Eldridge's influence, that the gun was the not only the symbol of revolution, was a revolution. So the rhetoric then only pointed not to our programs where we attempted to organize the communities, the black community in particular, so that we could create what was destroyed through our slavery so many years ago, and that's that comprehensive collection of institutions that we call community. we wanted to establish this, and we had to treat the issues of the people we're most concerned about. Now, after I went to prison, then with his influence and much of the respect that I personally gave him, so it's my fault also that the media, they enjoyed the big sensationalism of the gun this, the gun that. So in many ways that we set ourselves up for the murder that we received, and the violations we received upon our person, and the people then were afraid. No, this is not what we want. When we were not about that anyway. So these are things that we have to live with. That those are the mistakes, and one of the mistakes, and one of the contradictions we have with our organization. But you have it with any. You have to be very careful and not be too swayed by just the eloquence of a person, that he should not have ever arrived at that position, which I personally appointed him to after he had, shortly after he had gotten out of Folsom Prison. And so Eldridge Cleaver is, I accept him as mainly my responsibility, that that I contributed so much to almost the destruction of our party and so many fallen comrades who are now in their grave or in prison. These are the things that I have to live with.
Now, so your point is that his emphasis on the need to use arms damaged the public image of the Black Panther
And the
Party.
effectiveness in organizing the community, because only the people make change, that sometimes I call revolution, that all an organization or party can be is a vehicle or spark to get popular support, and then the people carry out changes such as they desire.
Mhm.
And your organization, of course, will be ineffective if your spark is in the wrong direction. If that's in left field and the wheat is in right field, then you get no place. But then you could have the spark in the same field, and the spark then will be consumed by the enthusiasm of the people, and the organization will become less important.
Now, if
So
Eldridge Cleaver were to return to this country and challenge your leadership, are you quite confident that you would win any test of popularity against him?
Well, many people consider me a leader. Really, I don't. We probably could argue about that, what that means. If it means what most people, especially my friends, think that it means, or I think that they entertain the meeting, I reject that. I'm not a leader. I view myself as somewhat of an organizer, as humble as I may be, that I've learned how to start to organize people so that they can protest, and they can somehow get what they want. And of course, that I only indulge with those people where I have a subjective support for them in the first place. And we deal with the objective kind of situation to see what changes can be made, what changes I see that I could support, because some that changes that I don't support, and then I wouldn't call them a revolutionary change. That's my subjective definition. So I'm not a leader. I'm an organizer, and that's the way I work. I'm not a speaker even. I'm terrified of cameras, radios, and large groups. I only pretend that I'm not, and that's why I'm so belligerent with you and forceful and aggressive. That's to hide my fear.
So you think that your organizing talent would result in a victory over Eldridge Cleaver, not your forensic talent or your theoretical.
Well, if Eldridge Cleaver was able to, this hypothetically, to organize the people, then that would be a statement where that history would denounce me and justify him, or else history would justify my way of doing things, or my influence in the party, because really it's the party that really make things move. That I'm influential. I have a vote, and my vote's probably worth more in influence than many other comrades. And I think that I work for that to be changed as they become more more clear, and gather the expertise in organizing. Because that will make us all stronger. So it wouldn't be a fight. I can't, after I stretch my imagination, I can't conceive of a fight between Eldridge and myself for leadership of anything. If Eldridge, in other words, if the party, that particular group of people, they know her very well, if they say that, well, I think that Eldridge Cleaver is his rightful place, then I would bow out. the biggest problem, I don't think that Eldridge will come back, but hypothetically, again, if he were to come back, that I think quickly the media would drop him because we have an affectionate name for him. We call him an MF, media freak. And so the media then they created this kind of ghost split. They listen to him, and then they give some credence to Eldridge Cleaver as a representative of a small, large party or faction. But we can't. The people in all of the cities in the country can't ever find any small cult party or anything. He has other imps who will, as soon as a news reporter comes and puts the camera up, he starts talking. And then what's created is what I call a media organization. It's a little different than a paper organization, but we're in a push button world now.
Mhm.
So,
All right, y'all. We're gonna leave Huey right there.
Okay.
All right. He is it gets worse, Vaughn. It gets worse.
Oh wow, wow. I
Yeah,
really got to go back and look at this.
yeah, man. It's a
Yeah.
really good. It's a good exercise in how to deal with someone when they don't when they think one way about you, but it's the other way, right? They think one way about you, but it's the other way. So all this, he had a preconceived notion of this bloodthirsty Black Panther that came in, and you see Huey was really very refined,
Very
very
laid back. Very, very laid back.
yeah, right,
You
and,
know.
willing to, and was able to articulate on almost any subject that he brought up, right? If he let him, right? So here's the thing, y'all. Now, well, let me address this real quick. For those of you guys don't know who Eldridge Cleaver is, Eldridge Cleaver was one of the old school Panthers. Unfortunately for Eldridge, early in his life, he made a mistake where he was convicted of arping someone, and he had to do some time up in Folsom Prison, right? Got out of Folsom Prison, and he was with the Black Panthers, right? Well, I think the Panthers were in the prison system too at that time. So he got with the Panthers, and when Huey went to jail, instead of people, there was kind of a little split between Bobby Seale and Eldridge Cleaver as to who was actually in charge at that point, right? Bobby Seale was another co-founder of the Panthers, right, with Huey Newton. So anyway, Eldridge Cleaver kind of like the because Eldridge Cleaver was so sensational with his message, basically, white people, the only way to talk to them is with violence, right? So that's what Eldridge Cleaver was talking about at that time, right? So anyway, and so the message of the Panthers was always violence as a way to defend oneself or to get the necessary things we're trying to get, not, like just arbitrary violence. Anyway, so that's what the point what Huey was trying to make. Anyway, that's Eldridge Cleaver. Let's start wrapping up, guys. We have 5 hours now. I think we had a good show. We talked about a lot of good stuff. Like I said, this kind of content you're not gonna find nowhere else. Those guys are too busy trying to make sure they don't lose subscribers and offend some of their subscribers. So you know what I mean. Everybody comes over here knows the deal, no matter what color they are. So so we got the realest of the real over here. But anyway,
I'm going to say, too, if I may, Bro Clarence, that,
of course,
it is not without any organization where they have not had that happen, where there's a split, there's a difference of opinion, and they end up breaking off, and one chapter kind of do their own thing when they don't agree or whatever. Then we seen that happen in the nation. We seen that happen in Christianity. We seen that happen with Panthers. We seen that
Great
happen
point. Great point, Patrice.
I mean, even with the whole thing that happened with Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, this things happen because we always have somebody within our own group that wants to be the leader, the boss, or just because you not going with my program, that's okay. I'm gonna break off and I'm gonna go here and do my own thing. It happens, in the community, and that in itself has been a detriment to us, is because for some reason we can't stick together and be cohesive, because there's always an infiltrator that comes in and want to come with a different ideology or idea, not, good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. But when it's against the principles, and that's what Huey was saying, a lot of things that Eldred wanted to do was against the rules, regulations, and principles of the Black Panther. The Black Panther program, yes, they believed in the Second Amendment, but you see, when William Buckley was talking, and he said that Huey ended up getting off because the judge just got tired and they threw it out. Y'all know that shit that's not true. Don't no judge get tired and just say, "Oh, I'm gonna throw it out." No, they could not emphatically prove that it was not self-defense. That's why Huey got off, because they could not prove that he intentionally murked a cop. So, and I don't know if y'all caught that, because that was early on. I said, "Wow," he literally said, "Oh, and the judges got tired and they just threw it out." No, the justice system don't work that way for Black folk. Come on. They did not have enough evidence against him to prove that it was not self-defense. That's why Huey got off, because they could not prove that it was intentional murder. So I want to be clear about that. And because of things that is allowed to get infiltrated into these organizations is the reason why they come to a demise. And it's so sad, and it saddens me, because I look at the mindset and the ideology and the talking points of our people right today, and the things that we do to each other right today. We know right today that there are people, our own, that look like us, will come into an organization and they will infiltrate just to wreak havoc on that organization when they get mad, when things don't go their way, or you don't agree with what they say. We know this to be true. This is happening on these YouTube streets. If you don't agree with their ideology and idea, then they wanna try to gaslight yours. This is the thing that we've been doing to each other in our organizations every time we've tried to form something. And it has destroyed so many of our organizations. And that's the part right there that comes with the great conditioning, because you could take any of these organizations with these three letters in them, the organization that got the three letters in them, and they will get your own, they will get your own people that look like you to infiltrate into that organization and cause the very demise of it. So this whole idea of what ended up happening to brother Huey is unfortunate, but it's such a whitewashed lie as to say. But when you no longer have people that want to help fight with you, and then you are set up by those very same people, and you are downtrodden and beaten, and then your own people give up on you, what is there to do? And it's sad that that's the way his life ended up being, unfortunately. But it happens all the time.
Unfortunately, Brother Huey was the government. I believe. Let me say it. Let me qualify it by this saying, I believe that, like you said, Patrice, they had infiltrators that they basically got him hooked on heroin, and it's a lot to deal with. Like he was saying right there, I don't know if you guys caught it, but he was talking about all of the people like Fred Hampton and who's a couple of other brothers, man, I forgot their names. Just their names slipped my mind, but they caught. I mean, they just had terrible demises, right? And he had to live with that. You know what I'm saying? He, as the leader of the organization, had to live with that stuff on his head, or other brothers doing, life in prison. I mean, he had to deal with that. So, what they introduced him to was a lot of narcotics through informants and through government agents. They got him hooked on narcotics. They gave it to him, and they kept giving it to him, and then they got him hooked where he was out there and then he ultimately passed away trying to catch up to some narcotics in Oakland. And so, or excuse me, he had I think he had a narcotic bill that was outstanding, and somebody caught up to him at that point. Either way, it was just a tragic end to a man who really tried to help us, and it was unfortunate.
Wow.
And the part that I hate is that is the part that you hear a lot of our people concentrate on. Well, he died a junkie and this and that. Wow, really? Is that all you want to say
Yeah,
about this brother?
yeah, man. Yeah,
If that is that all you want to say about this party that did so much, I tell you, I was a child on the south side of Chicago, part of that breakfast program.
right.
That got breakfast before I went to school through Fred Hampton's party over there, the healthcare.
Okay,
When they
okay.
were when the system wasn't making sure that we were up on our immunizations and things of that nature, we
Right.
used to go to that clinic. My mother used to take us to that clinic. When a
Wow.
lot of our people in the neighborhoods needed legal aid assistance, we were they were able to go to the Black Panther Party legal aid.
Mark Clark.
Awesome.
That was the other
And
guy I was talking about. Mark
and
Clark.
and a lot of people don't know that a lot of the food from the breakfast program came from a lot of the grocery store owners in the neighborhoods, and they didn't always look like us.
Right.
These were people that had grocery stores in these neighborhoods, and they would ask them to donate food for breakfast for the children. So if all we gonna see is how this brother died and not how this brother lived fighting for us, if we just gonna say, oh, the Black Panther Party wasn't nothing. Look how Huey P. Newton died. Is that all you got to say? That goes to show you the conditioning of your mind as a people, and that's unfortunate because I've heard several people in these YouTube streets say that. But look how he died, and he died a junkie, and da, 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 da. Wow.
Well, you know, they say the same thing about Billie Holiday, and that could have been something that was true, but at the same time, look at what she accomplished, though. You see what I'm saying? And
Exactly.
sometimes, hey, sometimes it's not always a good end to the story. It's not always, and they lived happily ever after. And then I just want to say this too. Wake up, brother Rico. No more sleeping in chair.
I swear.
Because he's
Good.
sleeping in the
Oh,
chair.
man.
He's
Them
sleeping in the chair.
libations,
Put him out.
libations that kicked in.
That libations put him out, man. You know what? I was gonna take it down. I'm gonna leave
I
him
just
right
wanted
there.
to say that real quick because when he looks at the
I'm gonna
playback,
leave him
he
right
might laugh at that.
I'm gonna leave him right there. Okay, now
No, you should take it. Let him go. Let take him off.
let him go.
There.
Okay,
We don't
Vaughn,
want him to
because
do.
of
We don't want
you,
him.
because
We don't
of
want
you,
him. We don't want him to do it. No, we don't want to do
because
that.
of you, I'm gonna do it, brother. But I was
You know,
gonna
back in the
leave him
day,
behind
you
up
know,
there and say, hey, Rico, you can watch the whole rest of that live stream. You look at you snoring.
yeah, but yeah, let him go on and rest, and then
All
we'll
right.
call him later.
Yeah, we
But
definitely
that's how
will.
we do. We cover each other when we,
That's right,
you know,
brother. Thank you.
have some
Thank you,
little
brother. I almost
idiosyncrasies.
forgot. I almost forgot, Vaughn. I almost forgot, but I'm glad you reminded me, brother. Okay, so let's get down to the anybody if any of you guys out there in on the replay or out there in the chat or any of us up here on the panel, I know I have. If you got school lunch or any portion of it subsidized, you got Huey Newton and the Black Panthers to thank for that, and cats like
Yeah,
Fred
because I
Hampton.
know I did. We had lunch tickets, and
Okay, well,
I mean, you
here's
know,
what
during that
happened.
era, I was a kid just like Patrice. You
Right,
know,
you
I
had the
was,
little white,
you know,
little white ticket, right?
yeah. The only thing that I could do to support, you know, the
Right.
movement was just to throw that black fist up. You know, when I see a group of brothers, I throw that fist up, Black power.
Right. Okay. So what happened was the Panthers were feeding people in Chicago and in Oakland, in different little chapters they had. They were feeding people locally, right? And so this is unfortunately a reason why Brother Martin Luther King was executed, because he kept telling Lyndon Baines Johnson, "Hey, we need this money. You know, if you give us money, we can start these programs to help Black people walk away from government assistance, but not only walk away from it, but actually transition them into self-sufficient behavior." So Lyndon Baines Johnson kept putting him off and putting him off, putting him off. Then the Vietnam situation came up, and then he started putting all the money that he said he quote unquote told Martin Luther King he was going to put into the Black community situation. he was gonna he started putting it into the Vietnam situation, right? Now, Martin Luther King said, hey, the reason why we need this money is because look at the Black Panthers. The reason why they figured out that the reason why Black kids were doing so bad in school is because they were going to school hungry. They weren't eating breakfast. They
Yeah.
put the breakfast program together to help Black kids start eating breakfast before they got into class, and they noticed that they started doing better.
And they
right?
started doing better. Sure did.
Exactly, right? And so Martin Luther King said, if you give us this money, that's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure kids eat before they go to school. So what ended up happening is they ended up institutionalizing that situation and making it like a federally funded situation where they were taken care of but it was all started with the Panthers. The Panthers started that situation.
And they did it and kept it federally funded again. That's another control tactic. That's another control tactic. So it was never meant for us to be left to be self-sufficient like all other races of people are self-sufficient. So even when King was talking about the reparations and, we coming to get our check and, they talk about pull yourself up by the bootstraps and everything. And like Dr. Claude Anderson said, even today, right today, only 2%. So that just goes to show you there is no way everybody can pull themselves up by the bootstraps and be successful. It's not humanly possible that everybody that's Black gonna be wealthy or everybody that's Black gonna make this economic empowerment. It's just not a fair scope. And that is
the other part too to that, Patrice, is everybody doesn't have a boot and everybody doesn't have a strap. So, at least let's provide that part if we're going to say, pull yourself up by it.
But here's the contradiction, y'all. Here's the contradiction, y'all. The immigrants that come over here, especially darker skinned immigrants that come over here, they say pull yourself up by your bootstrap. They don't realize the sacrifices people made, so they could who you think sacrificed so there could be a boot for you to pull yourself up.
Exactly. The very marching and protesting and laws we put in place in order for them to come over here and make a life. And this is the thing. This is the thing that kills me about them is because they get way more benefits than we do, and we born and bred here. They come over here, they get free this, free that, free this, free that, and we born and bred over here and can barely get a bank loan to start a business or build a house.
But Patrice, here's the thing.
For the very thing for them to be able to come over here and do
exactly. See, that's the point. They discount the sacrifices that was made previously. America ain't always been set up where you could have just came over here. It wasn't set up like that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people died and fought dogs and water hoses and everything and bricks in the head and everything. And now you could come over here and take advantage of this situation if need be. But it wasn't always set up that way. It was set up where if you came over here, you was just going to be in the working class and that's it. All these other opportunities weren't open to you to somebody to sacrifice. Some people sacrificed and died so that you could have that opportunity. Don't discredit those people. Don't just say, hey, I'm here all by myself. You're not here all by yourself. You're standing on the shoulders of other people. And so that's the point I wanted to get out there about a lot of the immigrant people, because a lot of times they will not give credit where credit is due. Yes, congratulations, you were able to take advantage of these opportunities, but you wouldn't have been able to take advantage of these opportunities if somebody didn't sacrifice so these opportunities could be on the table for you to take advantage of, right? So that's all I want to say about that situation. Okay, y'all, what are some closing remarks? What's some solutions? What we got going on?
I would say, I would say, that if we don't pay attention to the things of the past, we won't have a future. We'll be going in blind. And I think the younger generation can learn a lot from people like your Huey Newton, people like your Malcolm X's. They can learn how to navigate, take the mantle, and do better. Do even better than they did. We never not wanted them to be successful and not to be without and to have. Our main goal for our children and our children's children is to have better than what we had. And when we talking about generational wealth and things like that, we have to set ourselves up for we can be able to do that. And that is not just sitting around waiting on the government, which is the biggest farce ever, that people think we just sitting around waiting on them and begging for something. No, we're saying if you are blessed enough to have the opportunity to start a business and pass generational wealth on to your family, do just that. But also, if you got a fellow man, a fellow person, fellow sister, fellow brother that needs help in something, what's wrong with helping? And I'm not saying nobody don't help. I'm just saying I see the lack of empathy and compassion when it comes to our people for each other. You know, it's easy for us to sit on these panels and in these YouTube streets and tear each other down. But what are we doing to build each other up? And that's the conversation that we need to continuously have. So having you know, the brothers to listen to the speeches that was at the Million Man March when what Brother Farrakhan said, talking to the men, telling them to man up, be more responsible, be better fathers, be better husbands. They need to hear that. They need to hear that because they show bringing up their sister's talking points in her book and telling women how they need to be. So maybe they need to listen to this, and maybe they can level up on that level. So I 100% agree that it'd be a good program to have these, and these are solutions. Just because you can take something from the past and just make it more modern and bring it to the future. There's nothing wrong with that. You could take talking points, you could take experience and things. Now you know what not to do. Now you know what to do. So you can take these things from the past and utilize them in the future. You can just put a different twist on it, make it more modern or whatever you want to call it to match up with today's standards. So these are solutions that we could do. But the basic conversation and talking points with what these brothers are saying has not changed. They the same. The same thing was going on then is going on now, just a different form of it. But it's the same, and their talking points fit any narrative from yesteryear up until now.
True indeed.
And they are giving you the solutions. We need to take them.
Is that your last word, sis?
I digress.
All right, I'm gonna pull you down, sis. Do we need to talk, or you can hit me later or whatever? What do we need to do?
Yeah, for about 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. Y'all know when Patrice tell you got to talk, you got to talk. You can't turn that conversation down. What's up, Brother Vaughn?
Wow, man. You know, listen.
I'm glad you joined us today, brother.
Man, I am too. You know, I had been listening for quite some time, and please excuse the background noise because you know my wife is in there trying to prepare a nice salad for us to eat, and you know she's kind of grilling some chicken in there, but hopefully it doesn't mess up you know what I'm saying. Maybe you can't hear it, hopefully not. I'm gonna try to talk over it. But yeah, listen, man, you know, anytime we can go back in history, and you know, a lot of these younger people, like you were talking about earlier, how you know the attitude of the younger people is that we've messed it up for them. No, in actuality, we've paved the way for you to be able to move forward. You know, and unless you can see that, you know, now, if we were to be honest, were we perfect? No, we weren't perfect. You know, some of us had imperfections to the point to where it caused even the family to be dysfunctional. You know what I mean? But at the same time, we have to understand that when I look back at older times and what we can learn from it, you know, just like this conversation. You know, I had never really seen this conversation before until you put it up there. And this is why I like the content that you are producing, you know, and I feel so honored to be a part of that, because this is what we need to see. And we need to have conversations like this, you know, when we see what our young Black people were doing back in the day, how they were conversing, how they were interacting, what they were accomplishing. You know, and they weren't sitting up talking about women, but they were actually out here on the front line trying to create change. And so when we see that, in spite of their imperfections, you know,
Right.
the brother that you were speaking about today, apparently he had some imperfections that were evident. You see what I'm saying?
Good.
And some people will use that against you as to that you can't be effective, but he was effective in his time. He did what he could do. That's why we're talking about him right now. You see what I'm saying? He was a part of history. And so, I want our young people to do the same thing, be a part of history, be a part of the change. Don't just sit on these platforms, with these new and improved platforms that we have now, right? Where we can always sit in our homes. We don't even have to go out to sit in front of a person to have an interview. We can just do it via this and via that. You know what I'm saying? Right. But be a part of change somehow, and change has to start with self. If it doesn't start with self, then I don't know how change can come about. But yeah, man, definitely, I appreciate the stream today. I learned a lot, just simply by listening. I know I'm good at coming in toward the end of a stream because, I'm a little shy. So,
that's all right, brother.
I may come in at the end after everybody said everything and then add my little 2 cents. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, this is we need more of this.
And
we meet. Yeah.
Let me tell you where you come in, Vaughn. You come in because you come in and you verify a lot of stuff we're saying. See, it's not sometimes because me and Patrice and Rico are friends, are so friendly with each other. We people think we caping for each other. But you come in and verify. We're all friendly, but you come in as you're like another person but another person to identify that, hey, this is actually what was going on back then.
Yeah.
Right? All four of these people never met each other, but they're all saying the same thing. So obviously, you know what I'm saying? So we appreciate you, brother. You bring that verification process in.
Thank you. And this was a very informative show or stream, as however they put it now, but very informative. I learned a great deal just listening at the banter and just the comments and the going back and forth about the particular topics that you were all addressing today. I just sat back and just listened and took in the information. And so I'm pretty sure that as people replay this, they'll do the same thing. They'll do the same thing. But yeah, by all means, man, let's go back and look sometimes. And I'm very interested in when you do that stream about, reacting to the Million Man March speech, because I would love to revisit that.
I was there.
That was
just wasn't able
to
go.
Yeah, that was a big part of history for me. Even
bro.
though I was unable to attend, but I watched everything that I could watch. You know what I'm saying?
Same here, brother. Same here. I remember the call went out. Hey, if you can't make, because I couldn't make it because my wife was just about to drop a baby, so I couldn't go. But they said, hey, whatever you do, don't go to work. There should be no black men on the street, no black men nowhere. The only place they're gonna see black men that day is on the Mall of America. That's it. Ain't nobody. They said they shouldn't see black men nowhere. So I had to get all the gats at my job. I said, hey, brother, about four of us. I said, hey, bro, not on October, not on the 16th. You're not gonna work on that day. And I tell them months in advance, so you can't say, oh. So when the day already came, they had already taken it off, right? Because they start putting out bad press, right?
Oh,
they got,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? No, they don't want to be sympathetic to the situation. But
I made sure I was there to watch everything I could watch on that day.
Me too.
I made sure, because the whole concept was very important to me, and it transcend all of these different organizational things and religious things and religious sects that we have. You know what I'm saying? It was a culmination of a unity between black men, regardless to whatever your religious preference was.
And you know what, brother?
Let's get together and let's have a meeting.
Yeah, let's get
and
together.
What did we discuss at the meeting? And so, yeah, I would love to revisit that, Brother Clarence, because
and
I think that a lot of the
you're
younger
not-
people on YouTube, you know, these are the topics that we should be addressing if we're going to address a society of men.
yeah, that's why I keep trying
So
to tell
yeah,
Rico, man, nobody's going to address these topics, man, because they're trying to get monetized. They got a whole nother goal. You know what I'm saying? So
well,
their
yeah,
goal
you
is
know
to
that. Yeah,
get
we see
monetized,
that.
right? So
Yeah,
yeah, don't worry
it's
about
kind of a
them.
love and hip hop era. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know,
don't worry about
yeah,
them. They never
whatever
touch
drama we could put out there, you know, that'll draw the people because that people love drama. You see what I'm saying?
All right,
They're not too fond of truth, but they love drama.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's an ugly situation. Okay, Vaughn, is that your last word, brother? Because if you're not, if so,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
put you down
yeah,
so that
exactly.
we.
Sorry for the background noise again, but yeah,
Brother, don't
thank
even
you for
worry about it,
having me
man.
again, Brother
You'll
Clarence.
never. Let me tell you, man. You'll never have to apologize for your wife ever, ever. Don't ever have to do that again. Not here, at least. Don't ever have to do that. All right,
All
brother.
right, sir.
Appreciate you, sir. All right, man, we had all these people today. we had all these people. We had Vaughn Bryant. What do y'all think about Vaughn Bryant? Strong performance? Strong performance. Strong performance came in, like he said at the last part of the game. Strong performance as always. Came in, dipped his toe in. You know what I'm saying? But what I like about Vaughn and why I think we always want to bring Vaughn up is because Vaughn kind of verifies what me, Rico, and Patrice always some of the things we say. We have somebody who actually lived there in that time, and they could verify whether we saying what we saying is true or not. You know what I'm saying? And so, anyway, shout out to Vaughn Bryant. Came in strong performance. Everybody in the chat, you guys, strong performance. I never got to shout out Sugar Bum, but strong performance. Shout out Sugar Bum. But I think I shouted out Sim, brother Sim. But strong performance for you guys in the chat. I mean, I appreciate you guys in the chat not letting stuff get out of hand. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all don't know how easy y'all make it up here. Much more easier for me to run this show when you guys are doing it, putting out that strong performance in the chat, making sure it don't get out of hand, making sure it don't get ugly, making sure it don't get stupid. I mean, y'all know me. I don't mind people disagreeing, but I don't want it to be where people start personally attacking each other. That's when, y'all got my permission to just heave-ho anybody that start personally attacking somebody, right? I don't care if they disagree. That's one thing. But to just personally attack somebody, nah, we ain't having that. So I appreciate y'all. Strong performance from the chat as always. Strong performance from y'all. Appreciate y'all. Who else do we have a strong performance from? What y'all think about OG Patrice? Man, holy smokes. Strong performance. Came out here, man, and broke down Dr. Claude Anderson for us, broke down Huey Newton for us. Man, strong performance. As always. One thing I like about Patrice brings a feminine side to the situation, right? But, at the same time, she got that revolutionary side too. So, she can bring the feminine plus the revolutionary to the situation so we can see it from a feminine side. So, plus she's funny. She's funny. She'll say things that's fun. So she's got a lot of talent. So we just enjoy her. But as far as the technical breakdown, yeah, she did technically break down a lot of stuff. I didn't even know she had caught it. I was so happy to hear her that she had caught some of this stuff. I really appreciated that. But shout out to OG Patrice. Strong performance as always. Strong performance. What about Rico Young? Rico Young came through. Rico Young. What do you think about Rico Young? Strong performance as always. Sometimes Rico don't agree with me, right? Sometimes he don't. Sometimes but I'm gonna tell you one thing that Rico always gonna do. I don't care if he disagree with me. He cuss me out. He yell at me. You know what he's gonna say at the end? Yeah, man. Call me. Call me when you get off the stream, man. He called me and he'll say, "Hey, man, we did this good." And, one thing I like about Rico's fair. He'll say, "Man, we did this good, but we got to work on this. We got to do this. We got to do this better. We got to do." He's not a coddler where he's gonna say, "Clarence, you did so great." Man, first thing he gonna start with is what I did wrong, right? But I appreciate him for that, man. I appreciate everybody because you know, we just want the truth here, man. We ain't gonna get no better. I'm not gonna get better as a content creator if I got guys like Rico saying, "Oh, Crash, yeah, you did great," you know what I mean? Or anybody's just saying, "Yeah, everything you did is great." No, the only way we're gonna improve is people want to have those conversations with us, and then me, I don't get offended because he's just telling me something I need to correct. Correct, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate. Yeah, I gotta know. I gotta understand where he's coming from. He's coming from, hey, I think you can do better. That's why I'm telling you to do better, and so on and so forth. But Rico came in. Shout out to Rico. Strong performance as always. You know, he bumps the grind, but don't. Rico's bite is worse than his bark. So, you know, I mean, his bark is worse than his bite. So, don't you know what I'm saying? You see Rico getting crazy with me. Don't even trip because, you know, he's just, that's just what he's doing. But anyway, we're going to see everybody on the next side, on the other side of this situation. And I don't know, what's today? Thursday? We're not going to do anything Saturday. Saturday, I got to go do something for my father-in-law. So I probably won't be here Saturday. We'll be here Sunday morning with the regular show where we do the Black History Minute. And we do the Black History Minute, job of the week, rescuing Black boys, hit parade, the news, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And then we get into the topic. So we got some surprises for y'all next week. I think Patrice hooked something up for y'all, as well as Rico has hooked something up for y'all on Tuesday. So don't go away, don't miss it, okay? We're gonna put it out when we get everything nailed down. All right. See y'all later. Peace.